The daily routine of business, tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 7 petitions, and these returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Or de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 1073, I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Liaison Committee entitled Committee Activities and Expenditures, April 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2021. This report highlights the work and accomplishments of each committee, as well as detailing the budgets that fund the activities approved by committee members. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Representing reports of committees, the Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, entitled Questions of Conflict of Interest and Lobbying in Relation to Pandemic Spending.
And I believe we have a dissenting opinion from the Honourable Member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm presenting a supplementary opinion to the ethics report that we just filed. I want to thank the committee for all their hard work and making sure they brought this forward. But this is just another example with the WE scandal, the litany of scandals that have been in place underneath this Prime Minister and this government. Now, the Prime Minister has also been found in conflict of interest 2 times. The Aga Khan's Bahama Island vacation, if we all want to remember. The SNC Lavalin scandal that really was all about pressuring Jody Wilson-Raybould, the former Attorney General, and really disregarded our judicial and the process. But this resulted in the resignations of Gerald Butts, the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, Michael Warnock, the former PCO. And then we got to remember clam scam with the former Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, Bill Marneau, who was found guilty twice, first for refusing to register the French villas that he and his spouse owned, and this got us right to WE scandal, where he had family who worked for WE. His family had personally benefited from, again, vacations provided by WE and the Kellenberger brothers. So, Mr. Speaker, this really builds upon a government that doesn't know the difference between right and wrong.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. McPherson, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Development of a National Perinatal Mental Health Strategy. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to introduce the National Perinatal Mental Health Strategy. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona for seconding this legislation and her tireless advocacy in support of perinatal mental health. Perinatal mental illness is a critical issue affecting nearly 1 in 4 Canadian families. However, programs and policies across Canada have not kept up with best practices, research, or the overarching science. The services currently available to people experiencing a perinatal mental illness are largely inadequate. This legislation would require the Minister of Health to address this by developing a national strategy to support perinatal mental health across Canada. The strategy includes measures to provide universal access to perinatal mental health screening and effective treatment services, combat stigma, promote awareness, improve training, support research, and address the social determinants of perinatal mental health. I call on all parliamentarians to help women, parents, and their families by supporting this vital and overdue initiative.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. McPherson, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted. When shall this bill be read a second time?
We'll get there eventually.
At the next meeting of the sitting of the House.
Okay.
Mr. Kelly, seconded by Mrs. Gray, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Excise Act and the Excise Act 2001, Adjusted Duties, Beer, Malt Liquor, Spirits, and Wine. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Commons, and I'm pleased to do so this morning, and thank the member for Kelowna Lake Country for seconding my bill. Tomorrow, the tax on beer, wine, and spirits will go up automatically. This bill will repeal the automatic annual tax increase. This ever-increasing tax makes enjoying a beer with friends or a bottle of wine with dinner increasingly unaffordable for working Canadians during an inflation crisis, and makes Canadian producers less able to compete internationally. Perhaps worst of all, though, Mr. Speaker, the automatic escalator denies Parliament its most basic function. If the government wishes to raise taxes, it should be forced to ask Parliament, not just raise them automatically. So I hope members from all parties will support this bill and restore the power to raise taxes to Parliament where it belongs.
Mr. Kelly, seconded by Mrs. Gray, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Merci. Mr. Cannings, seconded by Mr. Massey, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled an Act to amend the Excise Act, non-alcoholic beer. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to rise here today to introduce my private member's bill that will remove the excise tax on beer with less than 0.5% alcohol. And I'd like to thank the honourable member from Windsor West for seconding this bill, and since it's National Indigenous Languages Day, I'll say lim limt to him in the language of the Seal people of the Okanagan Nation. And this bill corrects a curious anomaly in the Excise Act where low alcohol wine and spirits are not subject to the tax, but low alcohol beer is. None of Canada's major trading partners have an excise tax on low alcohol beer. Low alcohol beer is a healthy and increasingly popular choice, and we should be encouraging rather than discouraging this, as the current tax does. Mr. Speaker, my hometown of Penticton, British Columbia has been dubbed by Lonely Planet as the craft beer capital of Canada, and I hope that by fixing this anomaly in the Excise Act, we will help expand the domestic production of low alcohol beer and give Canadians more choice.
Mr. Canning, seconded by Mr. Massey, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Tough crowd. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Présentation de
Presenting petitions.
Honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My petitioners call on the government to end the mandates on our public service and military, as well as lifting the restrictions from people who want to cross the border. And this includes a signature from a soldier who's been in the military 24 years, served in Kosovo, Bosnia, and 3 tours of Afghanistan, among more. And in his 24th year of service, has been thrown out of the military because his cardiologist, after the first shot, recommended that he not take a second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm rising today to table a petition on behalf of constituents in my riding of Kelowna Lake Country and surrounding area. And I know I need to summarize here, but this was done in response to the invasion of Ukraine from Russia. And they're calling on the Government of Canada to provide additional anti-craft, anti-rocket and naval weapon systems to Ukraine immediately, impose a full trade embargo on Russia, continue removal of Russian banks from the SWIFT international payment system, impose further economic sanctions as deemed feasible and desirable, recall Canadian embassy staff from Russia and Belarus and expel Russian diplomats from Canada, freeze Canadian assets of Russian oligarchs, expedite a program of resettlement for Ukrainian refugees, and support Russians who openly oppose the ongoing conflict up to and including potential refugee status. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a petition, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present a petition again, as my colleague did previously, on the same issue about the terrible war that's happening in Ukraine. This petition was signed by thousands of Canadians, calls for the and recognizes that the Russian Federation has launched an unprovoked war against the people of Ukraine, that the Russian Federation has committed multiple war crimes against the people of Ukraine. The Russian invasion has triggered a human rights, humanitarian, and displacement crisis, the worst such catastrophe in recent European history. As of March the 10th, 2022, the World Health Organization estimates that at least 18 hospitals have been attacked by Russian forces since the beginning of the invasion. Given the fact that Canada is home to 1.4 million citizens of Ukrainian descent and has a deep and unflinching commitment to the people of Ukraine, 80% of Canadians support or can accept the government's decision to allow Ukrainians to stay in Canada permanently. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, Présidence des Pétitions, the Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Freedom of conscience is a fundamental right, clearly articulated in Section 2 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I have the honour to table petitions signed by hundreds of citizens across Canada, calling on Parliament to protect the conscience rights of medical professionals from coercion or intimidation, to provide or refer patients for assisted suicide or euthanasia. I thank these Canadians for their engagement on this important issue. Thank you.
Présentation de pétitions, presenting of petitions, the Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table a petition on behalf of constituents in my riding of Fredericton. This petition calls on the government to enact just transition legislation. Among other things, the petition calls for Canada to reduce emissions and assist the Global South in reducing emissions. It calls for the wind down of the fossil fuel industry and the creation of good green jobs and inclusive workforce. The petition also calls for the protection of Indigenous rights, sovereignty, and knowledge by including Indigenous peoples in the creation and implementation of a just transition legislation. The petition calls for the transition to be paid for by increasing taxes on the wealthiest and corporations. Thank you.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a petition here on behalf of over 13,500 Canadians. $342 million on testing at our borders, yet the Public Health Agency couldn't verify 30% of them. Canadians want an end to testing and travel restrictions. I agree with him. It's time to end the COVID theatre and let Canadians travel freely.
Presenting of petitions, any left? No? Okay, questions on the order paper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today. Questions 324, 326 to 328 and 330. In addition, we ask that the government's response to starred question 332 be printed and answered as if read. Furthermore, if the government's responses to questions number 323, 325, 329, and 331 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they will be tabled immediately? Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Then I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply. Consideration of the opposition motion on the federal budget, standing in the name of Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast, seconded by Mr. Bertal, moves that given that excessive government spending has increased the deficit, the national debt, and fueled inflation to its highest level in 31 years, taxes on Canadians continue to increase from the carbon tax to escalator taxes to Canada Pension Plan premiums. The government refuses to provide relief to Canadians by temporarily reducing goods and services tax on gasoline and diesel. La Chambre demande au gouvernement dans
The House call on the government to present a federal budget rooted in fiscal responsibility with no new taxes, a path to balance, and a meaningful fiscal anchor.
Cible budgétaire conséquent. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to let you know that I'm splitting my time with the member for Mégantic-l'Érable. So, excessive government spending, deficits as far as the eye can see, the largest national debt this country has ever seen. In fact, double in a short 6 years. Inflation running rampant, skyrocketing housing prices. 7 years littered with broken promises. Mr. Speaker, that is the record of this failed Liberal government. The motion before you today, Mr. Speaker, is hoping to right the ship somewhat. As you know, next week, April 7th, the Minister of Finance is going to be tabling in this House a budget which is intended to chart the pathway forward for this country when it comes to our finances, how we spend taxpayers' money. And given the fact that the last 6 years of Liberal government have been such an unmitigated financial disaster, we'd like to make some suggestions on what they could do to actually restore some sanity and probity into our fiscal situation here in our country. So, Mr. Speaker, let me begin by talking about what Canadians have come to expect. Over the last 2.5 years, we've been fighting the COVID pandemic. And rightfully, Canadians have been concerned about their health and the health of their neighbors. And so we were asked to be vaccinated. You remember that? We were told, if you are vaccinated, you will not pick up the COVID virus. Well, of course, now we find out that that's not true. I'm triple vaccinated. I have not had the COVID virus. My wife is triple vaccinated. After she was triple vaccinated, she got the COVID virus. And we lived together. So, you know, the health authorities, they got that wrong. And of course, they told us, if you get vaccinated, if Canadians get vaccinated, and I support vaccination, but if Canadians get vaccinated, we will have life return to normal. Lockdowns will be gone, mandates will be lifted, life back to normal. And what happened? Quite the opposite. We're still under lockdowns, we're still under vaccine mandates at the federal level, which is the Prime Minister's responsibility. And now we're faced with an even greater challenge, and that is inflation. Today, our inflation rate is somewhere in the order of 5.7%. Mr. Speaker, house prices are up a whopping 30% in just this year alone. So how does this government expect young Canadian families who have this dream of home ownership to ever fulfill that dream? Millions of Canadians have lost that dream of home ownership. We have seen gas prices at the pump go up 32% since February of this past year, 2021. In just over a year, prices up 33% in gas. And of course, those gas prices continue to climb in my region, in Abbotsford, the Greater Vancouver area. Some gas stations were charging $2.09 per liter of gas. And right now, there's no prospect of that going down at all. In fact, the prospect is those prices will keep on going up. And in order to address that issue, we as Conservatives, we've presented solutions. One of those solutions was tabled in this House a week ago, which was, listen, temporarily at least, lift the GST on gasoline purchases. Give Canadians a break. So we had a debate in this House, and guess what? Our NDP Liberal friends, they voted against relief at the gas pumps.
Shameful.
So we've brought forward another proposal, which is, why don't we lift the carbon tax? Let's get rid of the carbon tax, give motorists a break. And you know, we know the NDP Liberal coalition, they're opposed to that. In fact, they are the parties, the government, of high taxes. So, Mr. Speaker, inflation is being driven by a number of factors. I've already mentioned taxes. Every time this government raises taxes, whether it's carbon taxes, whether it's the rising GST revenues that they get because of the rising gas prices, Every time they impose an escalator tax like they did for alcohol, every time they raise CPP premiums, that's a burden on Canadians, and it's driving inflationary pressures in Canada. But it gets worse, Mr. Speaker. You remember just over a year ago, less than a year ago, the Minister of Finance was given a mandate letter from the Prime Minister in which she was instructed to engage in no more new permanent spending. Do you remember that? A directive to the Finance Minister, no new permanent spending. Well, guess what happened, Mr. Speaker? Today we're looking at pharmacare, that's new permanent spending. We're looking at dental care, that's new permanent spending. We're looking at transit. We're looking at numerous new spending programs. Child care, for example, Mr. Speaker. It goes on and on. Broken promises. And by the way, in the most recent mandate letter, less than a year after the original one which prohibited new permanent spending, suddenly the mandate letter had no reference at all to new permanent spending. This is a government that loves to virtue signal on finances, on deficits, on debt, on spending, and they never deliver. Mr. Speaker, and it gets worse. On April 1st, tomorrow, is April Fool's Day. And of course, the Liberals are going to treat Canadians like fools. What are they going to do? They're going to increase the carbon tax by another $10 per ton. You know what that means, Mr. Speaker? For those provinces that have the backstop, the carbon tax backstop, another 11 cents at the pump. That is on this Liberal government. You can't blame that on anyone else. And it gets worse, Mr. Speaker. Do you remember in the last budget, a year ago, when the Minister of Finance talked about the stimulus that she was going to pump into the economy to get the economy going? Well, the economy was already starting to grow and bounce back, but she insisted, I need over $100 billion of additional money that I want to pump into the economy. Guess what happened? So much money pumped into the economy that has caused inflation, especially in the housing market. I already mentioned, in 1 year alone, 30% increase in housing prices. How are Canadians supposed to cope with that? How are some Canadians supposed to cope? Mr. Speaker, we're facing an inflation crisis. We're facing a tax crisis in this country. We face a spending crisis in this country. And that's why today we're calling upon this finance minister and this prime minister, this NDP Liberal government to do the right thing. Rein in spending. In this coming budget next week, make sure that there is a clear pathway towards balanced budgets where we return to living within our means. That's what responsible governments do. We haven't seen that for the last 6 years. But we are solution-oriented, Mr. Speaker. We're asking them to come up with a defensible, firm fiscal anchor that has a clear pathway to a balanced budget in the medium term. So, Mr. Speaker, you see the motion before you. That is what we're asking the government to do, to address inflationary pressures, to address taxation that is going through the roof, and to address the needs of Canadians. Canadians are really struggling. They've lost their dream of home ownership. They can't pay the gas for their cars to take their kids to hockey lessons, to school, to music lessons. They can't afford life anymore. They can't buy groceries. My goodness, we're living in one of the richest countries in the world, and this government has made it virtually impossible for many families to even afford groceries. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking this government to do the right thing in its upcoming budget, find a pathway to balance, restrain spending, control the urge to spend. I know Liberal tax and spend is the way of this country whenever we have Liberal governments, but I ask them to listen to us. We are solution-oriented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How quickly my friend is forgotten. You know, it wasn't that long ago when we had a national election, when the leader of the Conservative Party was going to actually keep a carbon tax. He supported a carbon tax. That was actually what the Conservative Party of Canada supported, was a price on pollution, Mr. Speaker. Not only did they promise that, part of their platform, they actually were going to spend more money than what we were proposing to spend, Mr. Speaker. My question to the member and my friend opposite, does he not realize that if you're saying one thing during a national campaign, there's a certain expectation that Canadians might actually believe what you're saying during the election? And now you're taking a flip-flop, not on one or two issues, but even a basic understanding of COVID when the member said, well, if you get vaccinated once, twice, and you get the booster, that doesn't mean that you cannot get infected. But what it does is it minimizes, Mr. Speaker, the effects. And I'm wondering if the member could maybe provide his thoughts on something in terms of being consistent.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
We are entirely consistent, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Budget Officer recently issued a report which showed that the carbon tax revenues that this Liberal government raises far exceed the rebates that they send back. Virtually every Canadian in this country actually pays more in carbon taxes that they get back. Our plan in the last election was actually a carbon savings account, not a carbon tax. He obviously didn't read the platform document. We, of course, did. And it was a carbon savings account in which every single dollar that Canadians paid would come back to them by way of a formal investment in their carbon savings account. So, Mr. Speaker, the least I would expect from our Liberal friends is the truth.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the colleague started his speech with some misinformation. He says that because a vaccine requires a booster, it's ineffective. I suspect that the member got his vaccines for all of the normal childhood vaccines, flu, MMR, all of those boosters that need, all those vaccines that need boosters. So will the member clarify that vaccines can have a booster and not be ineffective?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I didn't even mention boosters in my speech. What I did say was that I support vaccines. I am triple vaccinated. I have no problem being vaccinated. But I do respect those in Canada, unlike our NDP, Liberal, and Bloc colleagues, I do respect those in Canada that differ in their opinion on that. However, I do believe vaccines can dramatically reduce mortality and serious illness. And Mr. Speaker, and I encourage Canadians to get vaccinated. But it's time to lift the vaccine mandates, Mr. Speaker. We've had them for a long time. A lot of Canadians feel that they've lost their freedom as a result. So, Mr. Speaker, on top of all of that, we now have the problem of inflationary pressures created by this Liberal government. It's time to get inflation under control. It's time to get spending under control.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Which I understand is the Inuktitut word for speaker on this National Indigenous Languages Day. I wanted to go back to some remarks of the member during his speech. He talked about their previous motion on lifting the GST at the pumps, and of course he would know from listening to debate on that day that New Democrats were prepared to entertain the idea of some temporary tax relief for Canadians. We moved an amendment to say that instead of providing that relief at the pumps, that we ought to provide it on home heating. I presented some arguments as to why we thought that was a good idea. It was an opportunity to build a broader consensus here in the House on their motion. Conservatives declined, but I didn't hear in that debate the reasons why. I wonder if the member might like to offer the reasons why they declined to consider tax relief on home heating that day.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are the party of lower taxes. That is why we've brought forward, one of our colleagues today introduced a bill in this House to eliminate the escalator on excise taxes on alcohol. We are the party of lower taxes. I can tell him that when we had the debate on the GST, we were so disappointed that the NDP refused to support us in that. It was a simple measure that would have lifted the GST on gasoline purchases, because GST, unlike many other taxes, is a tax upon a tax. It's a tax upon a tax. Can you imagine that? And Canadians have to pay that. That's why life is getting more and more unaffordable.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, on April 7th, the NDP Liberal government will table its first budget. The timing is interesting, as Canadians are facing the highest rate of inflation they've seen in 30 years. This is happening at a time when groceries will cost $1,000 more per year. Gas prices, as my colleague from Abbotsford said in his excellent speech, is costing $2.09 in Victoria. The cost of living is at record highs. Families are struggling to make ends meet. Today, Conservatives are calling on the NDP Liberal government to do something that they might not really remember how to do anymore, especially for the Liberals. We're asking them to deliver a fiscally responsible budget, a budget with no new taxes, and with a path to balance. That's what Canadians need right now, Mr. Speaker. We need real solutions. We need a serious plan from the NDP Liberal government. We need a plan to fight the inflation affecting families, youth, seniors, and workers. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are tired of paying so much. 60% are worried they won't have enough money to feed their families. 7 in 10 Canadians say their finances are a source of stress and frustration. And yet we've heard nothing from this Liberal NDP government when it comes to concrete solutions. In fact, the NDP Liberal Prime Minister has only made the crisis worse. I remember their election campaign in 2015. The parliamentary secretary to the government leader likes to remind everyone of the Conservatives' promises. Well, in 2015, what was the promise that this Prime Minister was elected on? He said, we're going to run little budgets, Mr. Speaker. 10 billion, and then we'll lower that down and we'll get back to balance by 2019. That was the first big promise they broke, Mr. Speaker. Who would have believed in 2015 that Canada's deficit would be in the billions? We're talking almost $1 trillion, Mr. Speaker. And yet, as my colleague from Abbotsford said so well in his speech, barely a year ago, in her mandate letter, the finance minister was told by the Prime Minister, who probably was suspecting that the spending was getting too high, to stop introducing new permanent spending in the budget. And in that very recent mandate letter, the Prime Minister changed his tune. We no longer see that ban on new permanent spending. So since the last election, there have been these secret backdoor discussions with the NDP to create a coalition. That started very early. In fact, it must have started before the mandate letters were written. Because what we're going to see in the new budget next week, I fear, is a lot of new spending. Interference in provincial jurisdiction, probably at unprecedented levels. And, we saw in a press conference from the Minister of Health last week that they're going to be imposing conditions on the provinces concerning health transfers. So this only confirms the fears of Quebec Premier François Legault, who, when the NDP Liberal coalition was announced, said, and I quote, "The federal government has no jurisdiction to say how much money should be invested in Quebec's healthcare system, how much we're spending on new nurses and doctors. The federal government doesn't have any jurisdiction to manage our healthcare system." He also said, "We have two very centralizing parties here, the NDP and the Liberals, who both want to impose their vision on the provinces. I think they're going to hit a wall." That's what he said, Mr. Speaker. Their intentions are already being announced. And last Friday, they announced that there would be new conditions when it comes to provincial health transfers. That's what an NDP Liberal government will produce, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we're so concerned about the upcoming budget. Canadians need real solutions. The Prime Minister is only making the crisis worse. He's racked up debt, increased the tax burden on Canadians, and he even moved forward with a new tax on alcohol. He's doing that tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, this government will increase the carbon tax by 25%. So gas is going to cost more, Mr. Speaker. If gas costs more, what happens? Well, everything that is transported by trucks will cost more. If everything costs more, then what happens? Well, the government is going to collect more tax from all Canadians, because when products cost more, you pay more GST. So we get into this inflation spiral created by this government to create additional government revenue. And they're doing this allegedly to deal with the inflation crisis. But that won't help Canadians. Their alliance with the NDP will only create more spending. And they're going to take Canadians' money, they're going to take money from Canadian families who are having a hard time making ends meet in order to have even more long-term spending, which means that it will no longer be possible to get money back into ordinary Canadians' pockets, Mr. Speaker. It's just unbelievable. How many young professionals had to give up on the dream of home ownership because the cost of inflation was too high? The cost of housing has gone up 32%, Mr. Speaker. It's almost unbelievable. This dream of home ownership has become a nightmare, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, rather than meeting the concerns of Canadians, the Prime Minister's alliance with the NDP Deputy Prime Minister has had the opposite effect. Consumers are watching inflation increase. Some experts have said that this new coalition, and I quote, risks further undermining Ottawa's credibility in its commitment to fight inflation. Well, that's obvious. You know, after this alliance, I think the era of fiscally responsible Liberals like Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin is clearly over. These are not the same Liberals of the 90s, Mr. Speaker. For a long time, the Liberals tried to balance the budget. We can recognize that that happened historically, but that's no longer the case. How many of those Liberals were consulted when it came to drawing up the current budget or the NDP partnership? I don't think there are enough fiscally responsible Liberals left. You know, the Liberal had to look really hard to find new people to join his coalition. He needs support because with budgets like these, I'm sure that he's lost the support of a lot of his own backbenchers from his own party. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are going to be paying the price for this alliance. After years of deficits and imbalanced budgets, the government is going to have to resort to taxes in order to get this money. And the carbon tax, which he's increasing tomorrow, is a perfect example of that. Mr. Speaker, today's motion calls on the government to table a budget that has concrete objectives, that limits government spendings, and that calls for investments in, for example, bandwidth in the regions, accelerating the arrival of temporary foreign workers to help our economy, and so on. So I would ask all of my colleagues to vote in favor of this motion. I think that it would greatly help Canadians and our future economic health.
Question commentaire, the Honourable.
Questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And consistently, the government over the last number of years in its budget presentations has been there to support Canadians in very real and tangible ways. Just the other day, we had an announcement here in Ontario for Province of Ontario joining the childcare plan. And through this daycare now, it's a truly national program which is going to enable more people to get into the workforce. We've seen very progressive programs implemented. The concern I have with the Conservatives today is, on the one hand, they say reduce the deficit and give tax breaks. In order to accomplish what it is that they're saying, that means there has to be serious, severe cuts. Will the member opposite be sincere with Canadians and tell us exactly what it is that the Conservative Party of Canada is proposing to cut? You can't have it in all ways, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, I never thought I'd say this in the House, Mr. Speaker, but I miss the old Liberals, Mr. Speaker. I miss them a lot. Seriously, really. There are two quotes to respond directly to what the Parliamentary Secretary just said. Paul Martin, in his 1995 budget, said,
been promising more than they could deliver and delivering more than they can afford.
That's exactly what the Liberals are doing right now. And now, allow me to quote a former Liberal president, Mr. Speaker, who said,
for maladministration. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's absolutely shocking. We do agree on one thing. The inflation crisis is major, and we do need to take action. However, the solution put forward today is very simplistic, even populist. They're saying, okay, no more taxes. Are Conservative colleagues aware of the fact that in June 2021, G7 countries agreed together to start setting a 15% tax on tax evasion? That will lead to billions more in government revenues. And the PBO said that if in 2020 we had taxed the benefits of big companies, for example, big oil and gas companies, which my colleagues seem to defend, then we would have had $7.9 billion more in federal revenues. So we all agree that we need to help Canadians, but the Conservative motion is presenting things in a really wonky way. And we do, in fact, need to tax businesses, massive businesses, who have massive profits. Does the member realize that if we pass their motion, then we would be renouncing revenues from big companies? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our party wants to decrease taxes for all Canadians. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of it. I'm proud to say that I woke up today to vote for a motion calling for temporary suspension of GST so that each and every Canadian can benefit from it right now, because right now Canadians are struggling to make ends meet, Mr. Speaker. It's all well and good to say that there's disinformation going on, but the only disinformation is the only thing that's we need to focus on is that the Bloc Québécois has voted against decreasing the GST.
Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was a bit of an overlap between the translation and my intervention. Mr. Speaker, there have been some cockamamie economics coming from the recent Conservative PPC coalition, clearly summarized in this motion, which erroneously seeks to establish government spending as the sole cause of inflation. It would like to pretend that the only other cost pressures faced by Canadians are taxes and not stagnant wages. So I want to zero in on one particular problematic element of this motion, Mr. Speaker. The text of this motion, which mischaracterizes CPP as a tax, when in fact it is a deferred wage in a meaningful way for Canadians to plan for retirement. Could this honourable member, whom I've known to be previously a very reasonable man, please clarify whether he believes that pensions and planning for retirements are indeed a tax?
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments. I am indeed reasonable. I thank the colleague for saying so. Why am I so reasonable? Well, it's because we are asking the government to give Canadian taxpayers a break now, because now they are having to make difficult choices. They're struggling with groceries. They're struggling, for example, should I buy bologna or something cheaper this week so that my kids can eat? That's all we're asking. We're asking for help. We're in an inflationist context. It's very harmful for Canadians, Canadian families. It's also harmful for our economy. The government can act right now. It has tools in its toolbox to make life easier for families right now. That's what we're asking. It's very reasonable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance.
Here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to take part in today's debate. It's also great to see you in the chair. I appreciated our time together on fisheries and oceans. I also want to thank the member for Abbotsford for presenting today's opposition motion, which gives us this opportunity to further exchange ideas on important issues such as making life more affordable for Canadians, combating climate change, prudent fiscal management, and strong fiscal anchors. I've always believed that the quality of any decision is directly proportional to the quality of the debate. And it is my hope that through the robust exchange of ideas, we perhaps can find common ground and pursue policies that will benefit Canadians today as well as future generations. I understand that the role of the opposition much of the time is to oppose the government of the day. However, there is also the opportunity for the opposition to propose workable solutions or even work collaboratively with government to move our country forward. In that spirit, I will start my speech today by addressing some key points on this motion that I think we can agree on. I'd like to start with our government's commitment to strong fiscal anchors. In 2015, we inherited a significant deficit. This wasn't just financial, this was a social deficit as well as an environmental deficit. There was also a deficit in hard infrastructure. We promised to invest in the future of Canada by incurring further small deficits while targeting investments in economic growth. In our first 4 years, we made significant investments in housing, transportation, and Indigenous reconciliation. We grew the economy while reducing poverty and unemployment at a time to all-time historic lows. We lifted 1.3 million Canadians out of poverty and began to tackle climate change in a serious and meaningful way. We grew the size of the economy while reducing our debt-to-GDP ratio every single year. This was an enviable financial position that was built on fiscal prudence. This position would allow us to invest further in the growth of our nation or prepare us for any economic shocks that may come in the future. While we couldn't foresee a global pandemic or a war in Europe, when it comes to the finances of our country, if members will allow me to lean on my previous experience in Boy Scouts, it is always prudent to be prepared. The fact is, we not only entered the pandemic with the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7, we have, in fact, increased our relative financial advantage throughout the crisis. Our focus on keeping Canadians healthy has translated to better economic outcomes. Even though our economy lost 3 million jobs at the depth of the crisis, we have successfully recovered 112% of these jobs, while the United States has only recovered 90%. The truth is, we remain committed to the fiscal anchors we outlined in our 2021 budget. This means reducing our debt-to-GDP ratio and unwinding the COVID-19 related deficits. I would remind all members of this House that despite the federal government taking on more than 80% of pandemic-related costs, we were able to maintain our debt servicing costs to less than 1% of the size of our economy, a number 6 times lower than where we stood as recently as the mid-1990s. Our prudent fiscal management was noted when Moody's and S&P reaffirmed Canada's AAA credit rating. So perhaps on the issue of strong fiscal anchors, there's an opportunity for us to find some agreement. I think it would also be prudent to address inflation and our government's commitment to affordability. Make no mistake, our government cares about tackling global inflation, and we care about making life more affordable. In fact, I gave 2 speeches just last week where I outlined many of the very real solutions our government has put forward to make life more affordable. With regards to the recent Conservative motion to temporarily cut the GST on gasoline and diesel, I argued that this was an elegant, simple, but wrong solution. Gas taxes represent a small portion of the price that consumers pay at the pump, so cutting them would be ineffective in protecting Canadians from these strong global market forces. In fact, daily changes in gas prices can be greater than the 5% tax cut previously proposed. In fact, in some regions, we've already seen that level of decline without having to sacrifice the revenue that funds programs like childcare, OAS benefits, or the National Housing Strategy. Instead of continuing to find new ways to ignore climate change and subsidize the oil and gas sector, I would recommend that all members of this House focus on building a fair tax system that makes life more affordable for all Canadians. The opposition motion charges our government of excessive spending during the pandemic. While it is true that the cost of the pandemic was significant, it was more than reasonable that the federal government use our strong fiscal position to take on this burden. We did this so that small businesses, Canadian workers, and family household budgets didn't have to. While Conservatives may see these investments as frivolous or unnecessary, I would expect the 9 million Canadians who are able to feed their families and the 450,000 employers who are able to keep 5.3 million employees on the payroll would disagree with their position. The motion alleges that taxes on Canadians continue to rise, but this ignores the fact that we lowered taxes for the middle class multiple times. It ignores the fact that we reduced small business taxes from 11% to 9%. It ignores the fact that we increased support for families and low-income workers through programs such as the Canada Child Benefit and the Canada Workers Benefit, which has helped lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. It ignores our increased GIS and OAS supports for seniors, and it certainly ignores the fact that our most important benefits increase with inflation. To further offset the impact of inflation and make life more affordable for Canadians, we have increased the basic personal amount that Canadians can earn before paying federal income tax. Mr. Speaker, when this measure is fully implemented next year, single individuals will pay $300 less in tax, and families will pay $600 less every single year. And with respect to the price on carbon pollution that is falsely characterized in today's motion and often in this House, the reality is that we will continue to return the direct proceeds from the federal carbon pollution pricing system to their province or territory of origin. Our climate action incentive gives payments directly to households, which actually represent more than the increased costs they face from the federal price on pollution. Going forward, the federal carbon price will continue to be revenue neutral for the Government of Canada. The Conservative plan would allow energy companies to line their pockets while offering no real guarantee of savings for Canadians at the pump. Climate change is real, and so are the costs. We are only starting to realize the staggering costs of doing nothing with regards to floods and forest fires in BC, but also right across Canada. The Conservatives choose to ignore these costs, and they choose to ignore the benefits of being an environmental leader. Our climate plan isn't just good for the planet, it's good for the economy and will help Canadians create good quality, high-paying jobs while producing clean technologies that we can export all over the world. The demand for climate solutions is only going to increase, and our plan leverages this opportunity for all Canadians. A price on pollution is the most effective and fair way to protect Canadians from the very real costs associated with climate change, while incentivizing Canadians and businesses to make sound ecological decisions. This is in staggering contrast to the plan that the Conservatives presented in the last election, where they suggested incentivizing Canadians to use more gas. That was the bank account program that the member was talking about in his previous reply. I would be very interested in having a more thorough discussion on contemporary Conservative climate policy, if one exists. At their last convention, they couldn't agree on a resolution that simply stated that climate change is real. Their last platform admitted that they would not pursue meeting targets of the IPCC, and their position has only regressed further since the last election. Just this week, I heard Conservatives in the House doubt that carbon pricing is even effective. In BC, one of the first jurisdictions in the world to implement carbon pricing, we know that in the first 5 years, carbon usage per capita decreased significantly in British Columbia, while it increased by more than 3% in the rest of Canada. British Columbians should be proud of their leadership on this issue. British Columbians should also be suspicious of any federal Conservative promise to eliminate the tax. This is because the carbon price in British Columbia is administered by the province, so removing the federal backstop wouldn't change anything. In fact, it would mean British Columbians would continue to put a price on pollution, while other, primarily Conservative jurisdictions, would not. A more thoughtful approach, in my humble opinion, would be to encourage the provincial government in BC to return the carbon price to revenue neutrality. This is a position that I would hope the member for Abbotsford and I could agree on. The opposition motion suggests that there should be no new taxes in the upcoming budget. However, the opposition also knows that a main tenet of the federal backstop is to gradually and consistently raise the carbon price. To adopt this motion would mean abandoning a core piece of Canada's climate change strategy. This on its own should be reason enough to oppose this motion. We also know that some businesses have done extremely well during the pandemic and that our government has committed to increasing taxes on profits over $1 billion by 3% for banks and insurance companies. This measure, which speaks directly to building a fair tax system, also runs counter to the motion that is being proposed today. The motion also highlights the escalator tax and the Canadian pension plan premiums. I want to assure Canadians that the escalator tax is reasonable, predictable, and fair. We are talking about 1/5 of 1 penny on a can of beer. That means if you purchase a can of beer today, you'd have to wait almost 5 years before you'd see a single penny of increased taxes. With regards to the Canadian pension plan, our government worked diligently with premiers to secure the financial security of our next generation of retirees. This agreement ensures that future pensioners will have access to more generous benefits. I think it's important for us to agree that the Canadian pension plan is not a tax, and it is unfortunate the Conservatives have repeatedly chosen to characterize it in this way, and this was raised by my NDP colleague in one of the earlier interventions. The Canadian pension plan is an essential part of Canada's social security framework, and it is critical to providing Canadians a dignified retirement after a lifetime of work. Certainly, the Conservatives can't be suggesting that we should reduce the retirement security of future generations. Perhaps they are, Mr. Speaker. After all, this is the same party who increased the retirement age from 65 to 67, robbing seniors of thousands of dollars right when they needed it most. Of course, it's not just seniors who are more secure. Families now benefit from our $10 a day community-based early learning and childcare system that will make life more affordable for families, create new jobs, get parents back into the workforce, and grow the middle class, while giving every child a real and fair chance of success. Of course, the federal Conservatives oppose this plan as well. While I've covered a lot of ground on fiscal policy in my speech today, I think it would be worth mentioning the importance of a strong monetary framework as well. A strong monetary policy framework is crucial for keeping prices stable and keeping inflationary pressures in check. This is why last December our government and the Bank of Canada announced the renewal of the 2% inflation targeting policy for another 5-year period. This renewed framework will keep the bank focused on delivering low, stable, and predictable inflation in Canada. Canadians and Conservatives are right to be concerned about inflation, but we have to make sure we address it in a way that recognizes the underlying causes. While inflation in Canada is 5.7%, I would remind members that inflation is a global phenomenon and that Canada's rate of inflation continues to be lower than the United States, the OECD, the G20, and the G7. Supply chain challenges, climate change, energy prices, and the war in Ukraine are all contributing to inflationary pressures. Never mind the challenges of reopening the global economy and the ongoing global pandemic. These are indeed significant challenges, but I am truly optimistic that Canadians will endure to overcome them. We know that there are more businesses open today than there were before the pandemic. We know that GDP has fully recovered and so has employment. We know that our trade surplus has hit 13-year highs. We also know that Canadians' health outcomes are amongst the best in the world. And this, of course, is good news for families who have avoided unnecessary deaths, but it is also good news for our economy, which has performed remarkably well given that we've recently faced the greatest economic shock since the Second World War. Mr. Speaker, I hope that I've thoroughly responded to today's opposition motion. We will continue to maintain strong fiscal anchors and exercise prudent fiscal management. We will maintain a strong, independent, and stable monetary framework. We will continue to cut taxes for hardworking Canadians while ensuring that the wealthy pay their fair share. And we will continue investing in Canadians' highest priorities while growing our economy and making sure all Canadians have a real and fair shot at success. While we may not agree on everything in this motion, Mr. Speaker, there are many things we do agree on. It is my hope that by working in good faith with our government's official opposition and with all members of this House, that we will be able to continue to put forward legislation that will help Canadians today as well as future generations. That is what I'm expecting to see in the upcoming budget, and it is exactly what I expect from all members in this House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member opposite for his comments, although I do find they're exceedingly distressing. You know, out in the lobby, I was just speaking to Joanne. Joanne's a Canadian. She lives off $881 a month. Joanne has to live in a room with her mother and her stepfather. Joanne doesn't have any dignity. She has no privacy. She has no way to get a job. She can't afford gas. She can't afford to live by herself. She can't afford food for herself. I cannot believe the audacity of this member opposite standing there espousing these unbelievable promises and ineptitudes that do not ring true with any Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And I want him to answer for Joanne and to understand how he thinks that Joanne is going to live off $881 a month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to inform Joanne and this member that our government, in fact, has introduced a strong anti-poverty strategy. That strategy actually reduced poverty rates before the pandemic to all-time historic lows. In fact, it lifted 1.3 million Canadians out of poverty. That was through programs like the Canada Child Benefit. It was like more investments, more generous investments in programs like OAS and GIS. These are all measures that are helping make life more affordable for Canadians. It's also measures that Conservatives always voted against. I mean, at the end of the day, Conservatives are poor fiscal managers. It took only 2 Conservative governments to rack up more than 70% of all of the debt that had been accrued in the first 150 years of Canada. The fact is that when Conservatives get in power, they cut taxes for the wealthiest, they cut services for everyone else, with disastrous consequences for the economy.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, if we're going to talk about inflation, it's hard not to talk about the housing crisis at the same time. A recent Bank of Nova Scotia study shows that there's a shortage of 1.8 million housing units in Canada, and that is to reach the G7 average. And the National Housing Council, which is the big housing watchdog, which the federal government created 5 years ago, they say that there's only 35,000 have been built when there's a shortage of 1.8 million units. My colleague from Rimouski is here. He's been fighting for housing in his riding. They have a vacancy rate of 0.2%. There's no housing available in Rimouski, and in St. Hyacinthe, it's very, very hard to find housing. Will the government, in the upcoming budget on April 7th, will they invest massively in housing? Because the shortage is major. It's affecting all of Quebec. It's affecting women who are victims of violence. It's affecting seniors. It's a major crisis of our times. Will this government, on April 7th, do something to deal with that crisis and make the necessary investments?
Honourable Secretary Parlementaire.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I truly appreciate the question from the member opposite. I think that the more that we can spend working together on solutions for solving the housing crisis, the better off Canadians will be. We believe that all Canadians deserve a place to call home. That's why after 30 years of the federal government being essentially absent from the housing file, we created an unprecedented $72 billion national housing strategy. And in the last election, we actually promised to do more. And while there were dozens of promises, they fell under 3 major tiers. The first was to create more supply. The second was to treat housing more like a place to live than as an investment vehicle. And the third was to find new pathways for Canadians, especially first-time homebuyers, to find a way to secure and affordable housing. I would expect that the budget would reflect some of those promises, and I'm sure there will be plenty of opportunities for us to work together on this important issue.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
On National Indigenous Languages Day, I will call you
Ukwak Tetei, which is the Inuit word for speaker, I understand. I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. Yesterday I had the honor of meeting with Dr. Nils Schmidt, who is a member of the German Bundestag. We talked about the need for tax reform. We talked about how tax reform across the G7 needs to be undertaken because what we're seeing right now is massive loopholes where the wealthy can hide their wealth around the world, where the wealthy can avoid paying their fair share in effect. And you know, the government has said that they will act on this, and we have not seen the actions that we need to see. When will the government be taking the steps necessary to close those tax loopholes, to really seriously look at tax reform so that the middle class, so that low-income Canadians are not the ones bearing the burden of taxation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for raising the issue of tax fairness, and certainly we want to make sure that we have a system of tax fairness where individuals can, of course, be entrepreneurial and succeed and grow companies and create value and hire employees and create jobs, but at the same time provides a fair distribution of the tax base so that we can provide the supports that other Canadians might need. I think one of the biggest steps that our government has taken, other than investing in the CRA to go after the exact loopholes that the member opposite is referring to, is signing on to support, alongside 137 other countries with the OECD, a corporate minimum corporate tax. This prevents the race to the bottom that we've seen in many countries, where countries compete against each other to have the lowest tax rate and attract head offices and the employment that comes with that. This will generate billions of dollars of revenue for Canada and will ensure that we will continue to be economically competitive, that we are we're building a more fair tax system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And my question to my honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, relates to the budget overall. I largely agree with his comments on carbon pricing. I agree with him that the British Columbia government was wrong to make the carbon price in British Columbia less than revenue neutral. I had meant to begin by saying, Mr. Speaker, on Indigenous Languages Day, I wish to address this House in Senchothan, which is the language of the Indigenous people of the territory I represent, the Wasanic people. So, Haishka Sam, respect to all. Look, Mr. Speaker, to the Parliamentary Secretary, how do the Liberals credibly claim that we're to forget the renunciation of the F-35 fighter jets? Why are we supposed to be spending $19 billion on a plane that former Liberal leader Bob Rae, now doing us such honor as our ambassador to the United Nations, pointed out was completely operationally the wrong plane for Canada? And the former Auditor General, the late Michael Ferguson, pointed out was going to cost at least $25 billion in 2012. It's now 2022. It's not credible that we're going to spend $19 billion on a fighter jet that's wrong for Canada. How does the Parliamentary Secretary justify this betrayal?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll start by saying hi to my friend from Saanich Gulf Islands, and I appreciate her Indigenous acknowledgement. I also appreciate her agreement on revenue neutrality and carbon pricing. With regards to military procurement, well, that is not necessarily the topic of debate that I prepared for this morning. When the budget is launched on Thursday next week, we will have 4 days of budget debate, followed by a very diligent process going line by line through the Budget Implementation Act, and I would be more than happy to engage in this topic and go into great detail at that time.
Quick question and answer. The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A question to my colleague. I spoke today with a family that has 2 children with disabilities. The father is now working 2 jobs to make ends meet. The mother has to stay home to take care of her children. The cost of gas, the cost of groceries, the cost of heating their home has gotten out of control. What is this government going to do to help individuals that have escalating costs to help their children live out a good life? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question, and I have similar circumstances in my riding, and all members deal with issues like this every single day. And because you acknowledge that there would be a relatively short period for a question and answer, I won't list off all the things that we're doing for affordability, but I will say I think one of the biggest helps that will come to that particular family, depending on the age of the children, of course, is access to affordable childcare. In BC, childcare costs will decrease by 50% by the end of this year, $10 a day by 2025. This represents thousands of dollars in savings for families. It creates new jobs, and it allows parents to get back into the workforce and grow the economy. That's one of many ways. I have a report on affordability at terrybeachmp.ca. If your member would like to come to my website and read it and then offer their, or not your member, your constituent would like to read it and offer their feedback, I'd be happy to reply.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This motion today is so incoherent that I have a hard time knowing where to start. So I'll start by saying that I'll be sharing my time with my honourable colleague for Abitibi-Temiskaming. So when I read this motion, I looked at my calendar and I saw that it must be April Fool's Day. There's so many contradictions. It's so inconsistent. Section 1 talks about excessive spending during the pandemic. What I remember from recent years is that when the pandemic started, when it was time to help our companies, help businesses, when it was time to help small businesses pay their rent, when it came time for the emergency benefits, and then there were discussions among the parties, everyone agreed that something had to be done. It was urgent. We had to intervene. And now the Conservatives, it seems like their memory is extremely short. As soon as the numbers change, all of a sudden it's excessive spending, illegitimate spending. And now they're talking about inflation and the carbon tax. I just filled up my tank the other day last week in Mirabel, and it was almost $2 a litre. And Canada's a net oil exporter. And this is North American oil, and Alberta benefits from these high oil prices. You should look at Alberta's budget. They went from a deficit to a surplus overnight. So let's see who's profiting, who's benefiting from this. And when you look at, they talk about excessive spending, and they also talk about increasing taxes. And the amnesia of the Conservatives struck overnight because the member for Lévis-Lotbinière last night was proposing something that we support in Quebec, which is to extend sick leave up to 52 weeks under EI. 52 weeks. And they say they want to do that, but at the same time, they don't want any new taxes, and they want to increase payroll taxes. It's all well and good to be right-wing, but I'm an economist, and when things don't balance, it bugs me. This is totally unacceptable. They say one thing in English, another thing in French. Yesterday during question period, Mr. Speaker, all of a sudden in English, we have to scrap the carbon tax, axe the tax, they say. But in French, they say we have to reduce the increases, slow the increases. It's incredible. It almost makes me want to become a translator, Mr. Speaker. So it's full of inconsistencies, this motion. And when I get to the third part, I say to myself, oh, finally, this is going to be fun. They say we need to give consumers some relief. So at least they're talking about, not about carbon dioxide, they're talking about giving consumers some breathing room, some oxygen, and not carbon dioxide. So they're complaining about increasing prices. They're complaining about inflation, but there's no consistency here. And when they talk in English, they say the opposite of what they said in French. So there are liberals, and there are conservatives. And they're taking a page out of Paul Martin's book with their tax responsibility. All their speeches remind me of Paul Martin. You know what Paul Martin did? He took the Canada Health transfer and merged it and cut it. And he forced the provinces to battle the deficit. You know what that did to Quebec? It cut outpatient care, it cut home care. That's what Paul Martin did. So yeah, the Conservatives talk about respecting provincial jurisdiction, but they don't respect the principle whereby the money stays in Ottawa and the provinces do the work, do all the heavy lifting. So if you're going to respect provincial jurisdiction, the way they do it is by starving the beast. They say, you stay in your corner and we're not going to give you any money to do your job. So congratulations, Paul Martin. I find this really awkward. We know the Paul Martin method. We know the typical federal approach to balancing the books. This is how it starts. There's an election, and we know that when I need services, I don't go to the federal government unless I need a passport. No, if I need health care, if I need education, if I need childcare, it's all in the province. It's all up to the province. And then when there's an election, the feds meddle in these provincial areas of jurisdiction. And so, listen, this is what the Liberals do. Mental health. We're going to have a minister of mental health. We've never managed a single hospital, but we have a minister of mental health. Childcare, Mr. Speaker. For 20 years, we've had a system, and if it weren't for the Bloc, it would have been a federal condition telling Quebec what to do in an area where Quebec already has 20, 25 years of expertise. It's like as if the feds were in charge of the driver's education. It's none of their business. And then there's property tax. They say that's going to generate $700 million, but it's only $600 million because there's no provision for implementation costs for the tax. And same thing with the carbon tax. It's like the NDP is running the provinces. There's all kinds of offices for this and that and commissioners of this and that. And they always attach strings because they think they know more about what the provinces have to do than the provinces themselves. And that's why they think that they're free to impose conditions all over the place. And then they have these little conditional transfers, and they say it's so expensive to do the accounting that the provinces are better off refusing the money almost. And the intrusion just gets bigger and bigger. The encroachments just keep growing. And then the Conservatives come along and say, oh, no, you've got to cut back on that. It's getting too big. You've got to cut back. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd love to see what a Conservative finance minister is going to look like, because they don't reduce spending, they don't increase revenues, and somehow they think they can miraculously balance the books. I don't know where they studied accounting, but it's pretty incredible. So they say you need to cut back. So what do? They cut where it's easiest. They cut transfers, like Harper did, but they're going to do it subtly. They're going to take away the indexing. So the costs go up 4, 5, 6, or 7%, but they don't index the benefits, and if that's how they plan to eventually balance the books. That's not fiscal responsibility. It's poor federalism, and it's populism, and it's disrespectful to the provinces. And the Conservatives have supported this idea of increasing transfers to 35% for healthcare, but we'll wait and see what really happens. So there's inflation, and there's the purchasing power of seniors. They say we have to help seniors who are waiting for their checks. But what did they do this week? They tabled a motion calling for a study of seniors' financial position. In my riding, at the end of the day, when I call people, when I get calls, I've never had a senior call and say, costs are going up for groceries, and say, please do a study. We'd love to have a study. They never ask for studies. Seniors are not asking for studies. But what are they suggesting, my friends opposite? That there should be a study, and that'll just be shelved right away. Our farmers, our truckers, they're dealing with the increased cost of gas. That's not how you help them. You need a program to help them. People who go to the grocery store today, they want direct financial support. Perhaps there could be a better indexation. of their benefits, but there's none of that's being done. And we need support for the weak links in the supply chain. There's absolutely nothing being done about that. The labor shortage, nothing's being done about that either. My colleague said this earlier. We have a problem with qualified workers, skilled workers, and now the Conservatives come along and call for fiscal responsibility. Now, during the pandemic, where were they? I have news for you. This is the sixth wave we're into here. We're still not out of the woods. And they're talking about fiscal responsibility. This is just wishful thinking. It's unrealistic. When I listen to the Conservatives, I'd like to know, when are things going to balance? Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what I wanted to do is to highlight what the member had posed in the form of a question to the Conservative Party. You know, it took many years, but finally, with the change of government in 2015, we were able to build a consensus where actually CPP contributions were increased. By doing that and getting the agreement with the provinces, led by the leadership here in Ottawa, as a result, people paying into the CPP, when it comes time to retire, would in fact have more money in their pockets. The Conservatives consistently call that a tax. And I'm wondering if my friend could provide his thoughts in regards to how bizarre it is to call a contribution towards a pension for future retirement benefits is just not fair or just to label it as a tax.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. I want to thank the colleague. Yes, you can talk about the problem there, but essentially that is a payroll tax. But it is also sort of a form of forced savings that people can benefit from. And seniors, when they retire, still need supplemental income. They need support. I will mention the excellence of the Quebec savings plan, the public plan in Quebec, and it's really unfortunate that we have to deal with the federal one as well. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elwood Transcona. Thank you very much. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. Now, I appreciated his analysis of the consistency of this motion that the Conservatives brought forward today. So I'd like to ask, how can they talk about balance without talking about revenue? We know that there are tax havens where we're losing billions of dollars per year. And this is a tool that ultra-wealthy people use to acquire more and more wealth that is being generated by Canadians, by Canadian workers. So, does my colleague have any thoughts on that? Thank you. The Honourable Member. Well, a brief comment. We also proposed taking some of the profits from the big banks made during the pandemic. We think that would be a good idea. Now, there's the question of spending, there's the question of revenue, and there's also the question of growth. And we're in the middle of a big revolution, a green transition. But the Conservatives are still talking about oil. Growth and innovation is something that they should be talking about instead. The Conservatives talk about innovation until it's time to talk about oil, and they tell us that oil is a green fuel. So I think we need to think about the growth of the future, because they are completely missing the point here. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Fredericton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the colleague for his speech. I agree with him that this motion is inconsistent, but I don't agree with the idea that the federal government doesn't need to intervene in something like the mental health crisis, for example. All provinces, including Quebec, have said that the mental health crisis is unacceptable. Is it the member's opinion that Canadians shouldn't expect national standards on this issue? The Honourable Member. Oh, big surprise, Mr. Speaker. A Liberal who doesn't agree with the idea that the Liberal government shouldn't interfere in provincial jurisdictions. Well, that's not surprising. The federal government has no authority there. It doesn't manage the healthcare system of the provinces, and they're not good at doing so. So the idea that the same government that deals with the education should deal with health is, it's just ridiculous. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's always challenging to take the floor after such an eloquent speech by my colleague from Mirabel. So today we're dealing with a motion that we'll be debating, and that, includes a debate on what we'll be seeing in the next budget and what we want to see there. We should at least try to figure out how we're going to get there and what we need to do that. Of course, there are many ways of balancing the budget, and I can understand how the Conservatives might have a hard time telling the different measures apart. Let's say that since the agreement between the Liberals and NDP, it's hard to recognize or to tell the orange from the red. But it's certainly possible that between now and April 7th, that the red will become a bit more blue. We'll see how things evolve, though. Anyway, I'm glad I'm not a Liberal member today. I guess time will tell. Now, one thing particularly interests me as a member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. When the Liberals are in power and they see a partisan advantage, they like to delay, even if things are urgent. They keep delaying and delaying, even when it's important to act. And the Conservatives are also predictable, Mr. Speaker, as you know. Just last week, the Conservatives proposed a solution that didn't actually address the problems that our fellow citizens are facing with inflation, and they're doing it again now. All they ever really do is defend the oil and gas sector. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's increasingly difficult for the citizens of Quebec and elsewhere in Canada to accept. Now let's start with the issue of the abandonment of our seniors. It's really upsetting to see seniors who are struggling to make ends meet with the very little amount of money that the government gives them. They're seeing their life savings melt away like snow in the sun. It saddens me that this is where we're at. The plight of the elderly has never been so upsetting. I launched a petition in my riding, and I was pleasantly surprised to see how many signatures I got. At least 2,000 people sent back their signature to say that they denounce the lack of federal funding for the health transfers to the provinces. And I hope the government hears that message. Now, it's important that we act on important, urgent issues. We can't wait to provide better services to our constituents. I hope that members of this House will support serving constituents and help them with the problems of bureaucracy. Many people are waiting and waiting. They're being told, wait, your turn will come, your check is coming. But in the meantime, they have to pay the bills. There are people calling because they've gotten no answer from the EI system since November. This is having catastrophic consequences for ordinary people. And here the problem is bureaucracy. They just want to know what the status of their file is. The same goes for immigration applications, passport applications. Things need to change. We need to get real solutions. Personally, I'm not sure that the bank would wait for a mortgage payment, but, the money isn't flowing from Ottawa. This is the reality that many people are dealing with. This government has to stop delaying effective measures that would really help people. I'm sure that the government will make it rain next week with millions for the fossil fuel industry. When will the government realize that consumers have changed and that businesses need to adjust? There's a real change happening, and we need to adjust to that reality. Mr. Speaker, I'm very discouraged. I'm sure you're thinking that maybe one day we could all agree in this House on an economic recovery where Quebec could see real solutions, something financially viable. Will the minister be a pioneer in the world of finance by adopting measures for greener finance? My colleague from Mirabel could tell you about this. For example, there could be announcements about RRSPs and pension funds divesting from fossil fuel companies, like many other countries have done. That would be a consistent, rational way to support the energy transition. Since the Paris Agreement in 2015, I'd be curious to see how much the government has invested in fossil fuels. I'm sure it's far too much. Canada has never come close to meeting its targets. And there's a cost to that. We pay that cost in healthcare, for example, because people are getting sicker and sicker from the effects of smog. When it comes to health transfers, the Bloc Québécois has defended the interests of all the provinces, calling on the federal government to contribute 35% of the amount. We know that we need to increase from 42 to 60 billion a year. Increasing the health transfers is something that all provinces have called for. Only the federal Liberals are standing in the way of solving this chronic underfunding of our healthcare system. Now let's get back to the energy transition. There's so many issues related to the environment. So we need to stay the course on this important transition. For example, we could ask the government to properly support the supply chain for the production of electric vehicles, for electrifying our transportation networks for businesses, government, and federal crown corporations. We could call on the government to deliver enough electric vehicles to meet demand and to end all of those delays. We need to make sure that we have the proper incentive programs in place so that people can qualify to buy electric vehicles. Let's call on the federal government to table a national strategy on critical and strategic minerals and a battery strategy to support an intelligent transportation industry so that we can start processing raw materials near battery factories. We need a paradigm shift here. We need to stop sending our critical and strategic minerals from the battery industry abroad. And then there's the semiconductor industry. How are we not able to produce those domestically when we have foreign countries like Taiwan that have a shortage? We have all of the critical strategic minerals that we need here to do that. Now, Quebec has the electric transport industry that's the envy of many provinces, so let's support that. Let's support research and innovation. Let's really try to be competitive for our industries. These are all solutions that would make us more productive and therefore would bring in more money. That would make it easier to balance the budget in the long term. Then, Mr. Speaker, there's the whole question of labor shortages. Unemployment rate is relatively low right now, but there's a shortage of workers to fill important positions in our economic recovery. That's a problem. Why not prioritize measures such as transferring money to the provinces so that they can get foreign credentials recognized and bring in foreign workers to fill difficult-to-fill positions? Why not transfer to the provinces control of the temporary foreign worker program? The provinces understand how important this is, notably in the agricultural sector. We could get master's and postdoctoral students permanent residency before they graduate. That would be a great incentive for attracting and retaining talent to Canada and ensuring that we have that important knowledge. That's what we're doing in Abitibi-Témiscamingue. We could keep foreign talent locally and really increase capacity. The federal government is so slow when it comes to immigration. Businesses have all sorts of contracts, but they're unable to deliver because of the labor shortage. In Abitibi-Témiscamingue and other regions, we need to increase the thresholds to 20%. That would greatly help the tourism and food sectors. So what are we waiting for? We need to accelerate immigration in sectors where there's a labor shortage. What we've seen locally is that in the metals sector, there's 27 to 30 month delays. It's unacceptable. People get discouraged and then they don't come. I could also talk about support for businesses. I could talk about internet access, cell network coverage. I could talk about regional autonomy by creating a territorial innovation fund. I could talk about agriculture, local agriculture. We need to move forward with these important measures. We need to have a real ecological transition and a real economic transition for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member spent a great deal of his time on the issue of immigration, and I think that if we take a look in terms of what we have seen over the last couple of years, that we can in fact be fairly proud of a system, always looking for improvements, of course. For example, in I believe it was 2020, Mr. Speaker, where Canada, out of all the refugees that settled throughout the world, a third of them settled here in Canada. Last year, we had over 500,000, that's over 500,000 immigrants settle or be granted permanent residency here in Canada. Yes, there is always room for us to do more, and we have seen a very progressive approach at dealing, for example, with Ukraine and the refugees that are there. 12,000 plus since the beginning of the new year already, and a streamlined system now that is put in place to enhance those numbers going forward. And I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts on my comments.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The key word in my colleague's question, I think, was system. And that's the problem. That's what's so difficult about being a member for a rural region. It's that these systems don't provide services to rural regions. If you take the local university, which is one of the top 5 in Canada in terms of living conditions, this is the best time for us to have a better quality of living. Students want to train and settle here. But because of this system, there's a criteria that says people who come from abroad who want to settle in rural regions, well, they're discriminated against. They're not allowed to do that because they come from a country where the standard of living isn't high enough, the GDP isn't high enough. So they're discriminated against. The system is the problem, and we need solutions. And we need to deal with the delays as well. Thank you.
Well, there are questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the member's speech, and I hate to interrupt members. I didn't do so, but I'm a stickler sometimes. Well, I am a stickler for the rules in this place where we speak of matters that are relevant to the bill. And I just would like to bring the actual, or in this case the motion, I'd like to bring to his attention the actual motion, which reads, given excessive government spending has increased the deficit and international debt fueled inflation to the highest level in 31 years, taxes continue to increase from the carbon tax to the escalator to CPP, and the government refuses to provide relief to Canadians, temporarily reducing the GST on gasoline and diesel. The House calls on the government to present a federal budget rooted in fiscal responsibility with no new taxes, a path to balance, and a meaningful fiscal anchor. I invite the member to address those points, since he failed to do so in his remarks.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that gets into economic philosophy. So either you can cut or you can increase spending, or, as I did, you can make new proposals to increase productivity, which would then bring in more money. So it's a question of economics. I really believe in having state intervention that allows people to bring in more revenue and to have a green transition. So what's interesting with this new NDP Liberal coalition is, we'll probably be seeing a new government economic philosophy. We saw a lot of gag orders, notably yesterday, and the new approach will be that the government will do whatever they want, and it'll be a lot harder to implement a green transition. That's the problem. I believe in a system of values where we try to bring in more money to the state coffers so that it can be redistributed. It's a Keynesian approach. And that would give us a longer term ability to deal with issues. So I think that the Conservatives are not targeting long-term solutions in this motion, and the Bloc Québécois is proposing such solutions.
The honourable member for Churchill-Kawadanook-Aski.
Je veux remercier mon collègue.
I thank my colleague for his speech. We are, of course, worried. The Conservatives' desire to tackle the affordability in this way is worrisome. Does my colleague feel that we should increase taxes on the wealthy? That way, wealthy Canadians and Quebecers would pay their fair share. Does my colleague feel that this would contribute to dealing with inequality in Canada? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, we need revenues to fix social problems, but this has to be done in a viable way. I thank my colleague. I forget her writing name, or in fact, my colleague, he was talking about going after tax havens. And that's, of course, important. That's a good idea, but I think we need to put in place winning conditions for our small businesses and medium businesses, because after COVID, we need to help them really get started to increase productivity in a lasting way.
Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to rise to today's motion because I think it provides an opportunity to understand a little better some of the thinking of our Conservative colleagues in the House, and I think actually lays out quite nicely some of the deficiencies in their thinking about the current economic problems that we're facing in Canada. And it's also an opportunity to highlight some of the ways in which New Democrats think differently about these things and the different kinds of solutions that we would propose to the problems of our day. So I thought I might proceed just by kind of walking through the motion, as it were, Mr. Speaker, beginning with the first premise of the motion, subsection 1, which says excessive government spending has increased the deficit, the national debt, and fueled inflation to its highest level in 31 years. Now, I think there is clearly a sense in which it's trivially true that government spending increases the deficit. It's hard to have a public deficit if a government isn't spending money. So, I mean, that's true. I think it's always important to ask what government is getting for that expenditure, or perhaps more specifically and importantly, Mr. Speaker, what the public and what Canadians are getting for that expenditure. Because there are different kinds of expenditure. There are expenditures that are simply expenditures that are passing, and then there's expenditure that represents investment. And of course, one of the important aspects of investment is return. And when we talk about public spending, there are different ways that you can get return on investment. You can get return on investment on the public books themselves, and sometimes we see that when government invests in things that increase government revenue, so that government itself actually ends up getting more money coming back, and that's reflected on its books. But when we talk about public investment, and I think this is an important difference from investment in the private sector, where you see this far less because it's a different mandate. Having a mandate to increase private profit is very different than having a public interest mandate. So sometimes when we invest from the public purse, the return on investment is experienced not on the government books, but is experienced by the public, sometime in their household books, and sometimes in the benefit of employment and other things. And of course, these are obviously things that affect household budgets. So for instance, when New Democrats talk about public expenditure on something like pharmacare, that's not because we love larger government programs for their own sake, or because we think that this spending won't benefit Canadians or that there won't be a return on investment. Quite the contrary, Mr. Speaker. We support and have fought for a long time and are looking forward to making further progress on a national pharmacare plan, because we understand that that is going to have a direct impact on the household budgets of Canadians. So many Canadians that we've heard from, and in fact, I've heard Conservatives raise the issue of Canadians who are struggling to afford their medications, having to cut pills, having to raid other budgets like their food budget and their budget for rent in order to get the life-saving medication that we need. That's why New Democrats support public investment in something that will lower the cost of prescription drugs. That makes sense to us. And that is a philosophical difference because it says that we should be sharing the costs of trying to provide the things that our families and our communities all need. And that it's wrong for a small cross-section, the top 1% or 10%, depending on how you measure it or how you look at it, should get to walk away with a larger piece of the pie and a growingly larger or increasingly larger piece of the pie, while so many in Canada continue to struggle. So when we say, let's get it off the government books, it doesn't go away. And the federal government could give itself a pat on the back, as Conservatives did in the Harper years, for having smaller deficits. But those deficits don't go away. They get transferred to the household budgets of Canadians who continue to struggle with the cost of prescription drugs, who continue to struggle in the context of a housing market that has gotten out of control, who continue to struggle with the cost of dental care, for which very few Canadians have ever had any meaningful help. And we're optimistic about children now being able, from low-income families, now being able to afford, and their parents to be able to afford, to get help with those real problems that can have a lasting impact on their lives, and the real financial costs of them being able to get access to that service. So is it true that government spending contributes to deficits? Well, of course. In fact, you don't have deficits without government spending. But the question is that spending addressing other real deficits in the household income of Canadians? And depending on the expenditure, and I've just argued that in the case of pharmacare and dental care, and I could go on, but I won't because I want to get to the other parts of the motion, that has an impact by reducing the household deficits of many, many Canadians while increasing their access to services. That's a deficit that exists. It's just that low-income Canadians are facing that deficit on their own. It's not measured and publicly reported somewhere. By having a public program, we can increase access to those services that are so important for Canadians' lives. And yes, that means we're actually going to be measuring and recording that deficit somewhere. Gladly for me and for New Democrats, somewhere where it means we're sharing that cost collectively, including with the people who have the most ability to pay for those things. And unfortunately, many Canadians just aren't in a position to pay for those things. Less and less Canadians as inflation increases. The other issue with this first clause is that it pretends, wrongly, that government spending is the only driver of inflation. And I think it's pretty obvious to anyone with ears to hear and eyes to see that that's not the case. Certainly we've heard at the Finance Committee, some are of the opinion that quantitative easing in the context of the pandemic has increased the access to capital, and that has allowed particularly investors to drive up the cost of housing. There are actually ways to address that don't involve any more public expenditure. For instance, having a higher down payment requirement for investors as opposed to people who are trying to buy their own family home is a way that the government could cool the investment climate in the Canadian housing market without spending a dime. Having a differential rate on CMHC mortgage insurance for people who are buying investment properties as opposed to principal residences is another way that without spending a dime, in fact, it would cause more revenue to come in to the extent that the investment culture continued, and to the extent that it didn't, it would relieve demand in the housing market, which presumably should have a cooling effect on prices. But to pretend that quantitative easing was the only reason why there's been incredible inflation in the housing market, which incidentally isn't even really represented in the CPI figures. And that's been the subject of some debate at the Finance Committee. In fact, as housing prices cool in response to higher interest rates, it's likely that we'll see inflation go up in the short term because that's actually recorded. But these are questions about how accountants and economists record inflation, and I think are less directly connected to what Canadians are actually experiencing. And so even if the nominal inflation rate goes up, if housing prices are coming down, Canadians are going to benefit even in the context where apparently inflation is going up. I think it makes no sense to talk about inflation in the current context without recognizing the production stoppages that have occurred as a result of the pandemic. And there's still a lot of recovery happening because we have a just-in-time economy. And so it's not like there were massive piles of inventory. And production capacity is pretty well attuned in many industries to demand. And so trying to make up for lost time is a difficult thing. That's going to take time. And in the meantime, we've seen climate-induced natural disasters wreak havoc on the infrastructure required to deliver goods in a timely way in that just-in-time economy I was just talking about, Mr. Speaker, and that drives up costs as well. There are a number of other causes of inflation that are well outside the control of government, and that's why we think it's so important that the government act on the things it can act on and make a difference where it can. The second bullet recognizes that there is a carbon tax increase coming. There's no question. It talks about escalator taxes, I think specifically referring to the escalator on the excise tax, and it talks about Canada Pension Plan premiums as a tax. Now, again, there's a kind of trivial sense in which that's true. As it happens, accountants for convenience have chosen to record Canada Pension Plan costs in their payroll tax ledger. Well, fair enough. I'm glad that that's convenient for accountants, but we shouldn't allow ourselves to be duped by a reasonable professional standard that allows them to talk about the cost per person on their payroll into thinking that the Canada Pension Plan is really a tax. Because it's not. It's part of the wage package that Canadians expect when they go into work. They don't just look at their hourly wage. They look at their benefit package if they're fortunate enough to be employed in a workplace that has one, and that's certainly something that we want for more Canadians. We also recognize that when you have universal programs, whether it's pharmacare or dental care, that helps provide a competitive advantage to Canadian companies over their international competitors, because it's something that helps them to attract workers in the context of a labor shortage without having to pay the cost of those plans. They may pay them through their taxes. If we have a fair tax system, they will pay for it. They'll pay for it through their taxes. But the simplicity of being able to offer your employees good benefits makes locating in Canada a more competitive and a more attractive option for international firms. We know this to be true because that has been true of Medicare over the years, and that's something that many companies look favorably upon when they're considering where to locate their company. But the Canada Pension Plan isn't a tax. It's part of the wage package for which employees show up to work every day. And I've heard Conservatives get up in the House and talk about how difficult inflation is on seniors because their pension isn't keeping up with expenses. Well, one of the ways that you do that is build in a better pension for Canadian workers. And the only universal, fully portable plan we have is the Canada Pension Plan. In fact, over 70% of Canadian workers right now don't have a workplace pension, which means the CPP is the only pension that they have, apart from their own individual investments. And you can be sure, Mr. Speaker, that when we talk about Canadians who are only $200 a month away from bankruptcy every month, that they're not able to put a lot into any kind of personal savings vehicle to have their personal plan for retirement, which means CPP is what they'll be left with. And that's why it is important to have higher CPP premiums in order to build a public pension plan that can actually allow people to retire with dignity and to bear some of the additional costs that do happen over time as we see prices increase. It has been a problem that pensions have not kept pace with the cost of inflation, and the way to do that is to build a stronger public pension plan. If we mislead Canadians by calling that a simple tax increase, then I think we're leading them down the garden path and we're perpetuating a problem of pension income that has already been the case for far too long. So yes, there are some tax increases. I would say there are some things being called tax increases in this motion that are not, in fact, tax increases, and it does a disservice to Canadians to pretend that these things are tax increases when they're clearly not. They say that the government refuses to provide relief to Canadians by temporarily reducing the goods and services tax on gasoline and diesel. That's true. It's not happening. I would say for our part, I would remind the House that last week New Democrats proposed an amendment to the Conservative motion. What we said was that we are willing to consider broad-based temporary tax relief as one way to try and help Canadians through a difficult time. But we propose that that tax relief come on home heating instead of gas at the pump. And there were a number of reasons for that. There are more people that heat their home than drive. There are people who heat their home with things other than gasoline. And so providing tax relief in that way would be a way of providing tax relief that isn't kind of prejudiced in favor of the oil and gas sector, but would recognize a more diverse suite of energy proposals. And we also argued that in many cases when it comes to utilities for home heating, there's regulation on price increases, which means it's harder for companies to simply make up the difference that's caused by the lower tax by raising prices to capture that kind of fiscal room for themselves to increase their profits instead of passing it on to consumers. We thought those were at least three very good reasons to provide that broad-based temporary tax relief on home heating instead of gas at the pump. And all we've gotten from the Conservatives so far on that was a simple no. Canadians may not know that on Opposition Day motions, the person who presents the motion has to agree in order for an amendment to be debated and voted on. I asked earlier today the member who brought this motion forward, the MP for Abbotsford, if he could explain to the House why Conservatives were not prepared to entertain temporary tax relief on home heating instead of gas at the pump. And while he did say a lot of things in response, he didn't mention home heating at all. And so we continue to wait on that answer. So I would say, Mr. Speaker, that I think the motion misrepresents the will of the House, that there is an opportunity to talk and to compromise on the question of temporary broad-based tax relief. But when we proposed a solution to that and a way forward and an attempt to try and cooperate and find consensus, Conservatives declined that opportunity and shouldn't have been surprised that their motion therefore didn't pass. And so what is the final call to action of this motion, Mr. Speaker? It's that the House call on the government to present a federal budget rooted in fiscal responsibility with no new taxes, a path to balance, and a meaningful fiscal anchor. And here, I think, is the incoherence in the motion, because it talks about a path to balance, it talks about fiscal responsibility, and it explicitly excludes the entire revenue side of balancing the books. I think rare is the conversation around corporate boardroom tables where they come in and say, all right, guys, our books are in bad shape. We need to figure this one out for the sake of our investors. We want to be able to pay out higher dividends and better return on shares, but we're not raising any new revenue. We're not going to talk about how our company can raise new revenue or increase its revenue. We just want to get back to balance without any question of revenue. And that makes no sense. In the public context, it makes no sense because, as the Parliamentary Budget Officer reported just in December, 1% of Canadians now own and control 25% of the wealth that's generated in Canada. And they're walking away with it without paying any taxes on it through tax haven agreements. Previously, the PBO has estimated that's costing Canadian taxpayers $25 billion a year. And the fact that the Conservatives would talk about balancing the budget and deliberately exclude looking at that as a way to try and bring things back to balance, instead of simply cutting things that Canadians are depending upon, mystifies me, Mr. Speaker, and it's one of the important differences between Conservatives and New Democrats, because I think tax havens should absolutely be part of the conversation. New Democrats have also ran on having a wealth tax for fortunes over $10 million. There's not a lot of people with fortunes of $10 million or more in Canada. Asking them to pay a little bit more particularly in light of having seen Canada's billionaires expand their wealth exponentially during the pandemic. It is ridiculous to me that that idea would be ruled out of order and not a possibility without further debate or discussion. We've seen a number of large companies in certain industries make a lot more profit. They were profitable before the pandemic, but they became even more profitable during the pandemic. And it's why New Democrats continue to insist on the idea of having an excess profit tax, where we look at their average profits over the years in advance of the pandemic, and we look at their average profits post-pandemic, and on the amount that their pandemic profits exceed their pre-pandemic average, that we have a higher incremental rate of tax to make sure that they're paying their fair share and that they're not profiteering on the pandemic. That is a reasonable way to be able to fund the services that Canadians need, to be able to fund some of the things that Conservatives themselves, depending on the day, will call for to provide relief to Canadian households that are in economic distress. But this motion says, no, none of that. We're not interested in hearing those ideas. We're not interested in talking about the revenue side of balancing the budget. And we in the NEP think that's preposterous, and it's why we won't be supporting the motion today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
We're going to interrupt for a moment. We'll go back to questions and comments after. The chair has received notice of a question of privilege, and I'll recognize the honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising on a question of privilege related to the third report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics that was tabled earlier today. This report was previously tabled as the committee's second report in the second session of the 43rd Parliament, and it spawned two questions of privilege from my predecessors as official opposition shadow ministers for ethics. Last June, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes raised this question of privilege on the day the report was originally tabled. Because the chair had not come back to the House with the ruling before Parliament was dissolved last summer, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfell renewed the question of privilege in November on the day of the speech from the throne. Concerning the second question of privilege, the chair ruled on December 9th, 2021 at page 954 of the debates that it was, and I quote, not possible in the current circumstances to seize the House on these questions of privilege, end quote. By tabling its third report today, the Ethics Committee has changed those circumstances. Indeed, as the chair ruled in December, quote, since we are in a new Parliament, the issues raised are no longer before the House. It is up to the House and its committees to decide whether it is desirable to adopt these orders once again in the new Parliament, end quote. The chair also pointedly referenced an October 9th, 1997 ruling of Mr. Speaker Perron, that case concerning the leak of a draft committee report in the dying days of the preceding Parliament, which our chair favorably cited, saw Mr. Speaker Perron hold at page 690 of the debates, quote, if after examination a committee were to present a report recommending that this issue required further consideration, the House would have the opportunity to consider this issue at that time, end quote. Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Committee has gone to the trouble of considering and passing a motion to readopt word for word its former second report so as to be able to put these issues and the relevant evidence before the House once again. In brief, Mr. Speaker, the committee's third report can be relied upon to establish no fewer than 7 breaches of breaches of privilege. 7 breaches of privilege, I repeat. The first 3 concern the failures of Rick Thies, Amital Singh, Ben Chin to appear before committee as ordered by this House. The next 3 relate to the government's instructions to each of these 3 witnesses to disregard a lawful order of the House of Commons. And finally, the prevaricating or misleading evidence given by the honourable member for Waterloo. Since my colleagues previously laid out extensive arguments, and in the case of the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, provided written submissions at the request of the assistant deputy speakers, I will save the House a considerable amount of time by referring the chair to these previous arguments, both oral and written, and adopt them as my own. That being said, there are a few points I ought to address briefly in connection with the December 9th ruling. On page 954, the chair stated, and I quote again, "As a result of the dissolution of the 43rd Parliament, the orders of the House have expired. The government and the people summoned to appear are released from their obligations." End quote. It is correct to say, Mr. Speaker, that the witnesses were released from their obligations at dissolution, but all the same, an election call did not allow for their contempts to be purged. This autumn, the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenfell, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes shared several precedences in support of the proposition that one Parliament may punish a contempt committed against a predecessor Parliament. The Chair addressed these arguments noting, quote, "Distinctions must be made between the matter at hand and the precedents cited. When we examine the later, the House had not expressed itself beforehand." End quote. To be fair, unlike the situation concerning the government's failure to table documents concerning Winnipeg's National Microbiology Laboratory, the House had not yet pronounced itself on a privilege motion arising from the Ethics Committee work. The original question of privilege was outstanding when Parliament was dissolved, and the second question of privilege did not proceed in the absence of a renewed committee report. With the third report tabled earlier today, the House is now freed to express itself concerning the apparent contempts shown in the face of the Ethics Committee. Even if the Chair were to take the interpretation, Mr. Speaker, that the House had pronounced itself on the witnesses when it had originally ordered their attendance on March 25th, 2021, a year ago, the issues respecting the government's role in preventing their attendance, as well as the concerns about the testimony of the member for Waterloo, were only brought to the House's attention when the former second report was tabled. And as I've noted, it was not pronounced upon by the House before the Prime Minister sent the country early to the polls last summer. Of course, I would quickly note that it is not an interpretation I would share. Instead, I would argue the House has not pronounced on any privileged matters here, but I do recognize that other perspectives might exist. In closing, Mr. Speaker, the WE scandal itself was a serious blight on good government in this country, and the Ethics Committee has done good work shining the light on some of the issues exposed. However, as the Ethics Committee report also shows, the scandalous behavior did not stop the Prime Minister's government offering more than $500 million to his pals, the Kielburgers, but it continued through the committee's study with open contempt of Parliament shown by cabinet ministers and their staff. By readopting and retabling this report today, Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Committee is saying that it does not wish for such irresponsible behavior to go unchecked and undressed. And I'd like to quote from the supplementary opinion attached to that report today, and it said, "Whether it is illegal vacations to Billionaire Island, clam scam, forgotten French villas, political interference in the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin, or the WE scandal, this Liberal government's complete disregard for good ethical governance has greatly damaged Canadians' trust in their governing institutions, including here, Mr. Speaker, the Parliament. The existence," and I go on to quote the report, "the existence of a two-tiered set of laws is reality for everyday Canadians. There is one set of rules for the Liberal elite in this country and another set for everyone else." Mr. Speaker, end quote. That is why I'm prepared to move an appropriate motion should you find a prima facie case of privilege. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any interventions on the question of privilege? I believe the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands has her hand raised.
I do indeed, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member. I do just want to underscore that for the Green Party of Canada, we were dissatisfied with the level of investigation that took place into the SNC-Lavalin affair, into efforts to impede the investigation by the RCMP. It's not exactly the same point of privilege raised, but it's tangential to it. I certainly think the public of Canada needs to know why pressures were placed on our former Minister of Justice, former the Honourable Jody Wilson-Raybould, who also, of course, is the Attorney General for Canada. I'm not convinced those pressures came from PMO. I'll say that. I have an open mind on that question. But pressures were brought to bear, and I think it requires a full investigation, which we have not had. So I just wanted to add that to the Honourable Member's point of privilege. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Timiskaming.
Mr. Speaker, you have a good memory, and that's a credit to you. The Bloc would like to reserve the right to respond at a later time to this point of privilege. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
I note that the NDP House Leader may wish to weigh in on this at some future point.
Okay, that being said, thank the honourable member for the question of privilege. We will review the information and get back to the House as soon as practical. Returning to debate, questions and comments to the intervention from the honourable member from Elmwood Transcona, the honourable member for, I'll say, Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. The NDP backed the government that is presenting a budget with no plan to balance whatsoever. The NDP is giving this government to 2025 a full backup to run a deficit, doubling the debt, the national debt by within 6.5 years to the highest level. Inflation is at the highest in decades. Canadians cannot make ends meet as far as bringing food or going to schools or buying a car or going on transportation or doing anything in their life. So their life is getting more expensive by the day, and still the NDP are backing the government. So I'm not sure how the honourable member can defend his position and the government position as well, as far as where the money is going to come from. That is the question that they're not asking. They want all these fantasies of spending at all levels. They want to please everybody. But the question that they're not asking themselves is, where is the money is coming from? And as far as now, the money only coming from the Canadians that need the money the most, Canadians that cannot make ends meet, and Canadians that they want to see a better future. So can the honourable member tell us, where is the money going to come from?
L'honorable député d'Elmwood Transcona.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, in response to that question, I'd start by noting that Canada's not alone in having made massive expenditures during the pandemic period. We're alongside our G20 colleagues in having made incredible expenditure. So that's not something that's out of the ordinary in terms of responding to the pandemic. A lot of that spending went into direct transfers to individual households to help weather the economic consequences of the pandemic. And finally, I would just reiterate a few of the points from the end of my speech, which are very much about revenue. The point about having a wealth tax on fortunes of $10 million and over as a way to generate revenue. The point about closing tax havens that are allowing $25 billion in tax revenue from the most wealthy, not the people who are struggling with the cost of inflation, but the people that are best able to cope with that inflation, are getting away with a further $25 billion in wealth every year because of our tax haven arrangements. So these are things that we can do to address the revenue side. It's simply not true that New Democrats aren't interested in the question of where the money comes from. We simply don't agree with Conservatives that the wealthiest among us should continue to get a free ride while everyone else struggles.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du leader du gouvernement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, one of the things that I think gets missed out in a lot of the Conservative rhetoric that we hear is when they say stop spending government dollars on programs. To use the example of childcare, in Canada, for the first time, we now have a national childcare plan. And if you take a look in terms of the impact, Mr. Speaker, it had in your home province of Quebec, the $10 childcare plan increased the workforce significantly in the province of Quebec. The same is believed to happen at the national level, where we will have more people engaged in the workforce. So yes, there is a cost to providing that plan, but there's many social and economic benefits because there's going to be more people in the workforce, and those people in the workforce will be paying taxes. And I'm wondering if my friend could provide his thoughts in regards to all spending. Just because you spend money doesn't necessarily mean that it's an absolute cost. Often there is revenue that's also generated.
Honorable député d'Elmwood Transcona.
Well, I thank the honourable member for returning to one of the points that I was making in my speech, which is the idea of public investment and the ways in which the public can get return on investment from public spending. Childcare is a very good example. It's well documented that investment in childcare can help grow the economy. And one of the byproducts of growing the economy is an increase in government revenue. This was an argument that we made vociferously here in this place from 2015 onward. At the time, Liberals were ridiculing us, saying that this was not something that they could do, that it didn't make sense because it was a provincial jurisdiction. Provinces would never agree to it. They wouldn't be interested in the money. We, of course, knew that leadership and money coming from the federal government would allow for provinces to get more ambitious in the childcare services that they provide, and that would have a beneficial effect on the economy. We're glad that the Liberals finally came around on childcare. It's why we continue to push on a number of measures. We've brought them around on dental care after they voted against it only 9 months ago, and we're looking forward to similar returns on investment for the Canadian public by putting this program in place as well.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When you're talking about balancing the books, it seems to me that the concept of tax fairness is fundamental. To talk about reducing the deficit without talking about the problem of tax havens, without talking about the possibility of a wealth tax, the idea of taxing those who benefited most from the pandemic. A lot of small business was really at the end of their tether during the pandemic, but others, and some were having to close up shop. But I think we can't talk about reducing the deficit without talking about who is paying the biggest price for that. And we can't look what happened with Paul Martin and Chrétien. What are we really talking about here? The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
The question, and indeed, I mean, not just provinces, but the people that they serve suffered immensely when the Chrétien Martin government of the 90s made the deepest cuts to the health and social transfer that we've seen. And, the Democrats are concerned to restore a meaningful role for the federal government in funding health services. In some cases, that means doing it ambitiously with programs in collaboration with the provinces that will bring new services to Canadians through public funding, but also in making up for the simple absence of federal funding with some unconditional funding for the provinces as well. And we think that there's an appropriate mix of those things that can contribute to improving health and other services in Canada, and that the way to do that is to make sure that the wealthiest are paying their fair share. And there's a trajectory over the last 30 or more years in Canada of the people at the top paying less and less in tax. In fact, a Liberal platform commitment was to have a minimum tax imposed on the wealthiest, because we find that actually their rate of tax, their effective rate of taxation, often is less than the poorest Canadians who are paying tax in Canada. There's something incredibly perverse about that, and that's something government action can fix, and it'll have a salutary effect on the books here in Ottawa if we do it.
On a le temps pour une question
We have time for a short question virtually. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my honourable friend from Elmwood-Transcona, I want to get back to the idea that we should be cancelling the increase in the carbon tax because of its impact for Canadians. Just to review some reality that we haven't had injected yet. As of tomorrow, the carbon tax impact per litre of gas will be 2.2 cents a litre, but the global instability on the price of gas, obviously because of what we're seeing happening in Ukraine and the lockdowns in China, have had volatility of up to 32 cents in the last month in the GTA. And yes, we have gas experts predicting it'll drop by 15 cents because of increased supplies opening up reserves. Can the honourable member comment on what I see as the increase in the gas tax for purposes of the carbon price as being so small as to be a blip in a sea of volatility?
En 1 minute, l'honorable député d'Elmwood.
1 minute, the honourable member.
Very much. And I think the member from Saanich Gulf Islands makes an excellent point. In fact, I think in my lifetime alone, I've seen long weekends have a bigger impact on the price of gasoline than the carbon tax at times. I mean, we know that oil and gas companies are prepared to raise the price at the pump for just about any reason, sometimes no reason at all. So I think it's the wrong focus if we're going to talk about meaningful tax relief for Canadians in this difficult time. It's why we proposed providing some relief on home heating costs instead, because often those prices are regulated and companies actually have to provide a justification for why they want to see a rate increase and can be denied those rate increases if there isn't an adequate reason. So it was very much along those lines that we proposed that amendment that the Conservatives refused last week. Merci, Monsieur.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to be able to speak in the House today on this important Opposition Day motion, and I'll be sharing my time with a member from Bell, Chasles and Chemins-Lévis. Next week, we'll find out what's contained in the Liberals' budget. This will be an historic budget, as the NDP have already pledged to vote in favour of without even knowing its contents. If my NDP colleagues aren't nervous, I certainly am. The pre-budget leaks haven't started just yet, but we know in the coming days a few selected journalists will be given a couple of tidbits to help set the narrative. It's a tactic that's as old as time, and I'm hoping the Minister of Finance will be signalling to the media she will be tabling a plan to balance the budget. Our motion today is starting the important conversation about getting our nation's finances back in order. It doesn't dictate what the government must spend money on, but it does ask the Liberals to finally table a plan that outlines a path back to balance. The government's budget is by far the most important document of the parliamentary cycle. Louis XIV's finance minister stated that the art of taxation consists in so plucking the goose as to obtain the largest possible amount of feathers with the smallest possible amount of hissing. Well, Mr. Speaker, I doubt the Minister of Finance will agree with that statement. I know every member of Parliament is hearing from their constituents about the cost of living crisis that we're in today. If Liberal MPs went to their local grocery store or gas station and asked their constituents if they want the government to provide some tax relief, the overwhelming answer would be yes. This government's nickel and diming is starting to add up. This is the government that said they would never introduce a Netflix tax, and then they did. Now they want the CRTC to regulate online content providers, which inevitably those costs will be passed down onto business and then consumers. The carbon tax is going up this Friday, tomorrow, which my colleagues were just talking about, which will push the price of fuel even higher. Just last week, the Liberals voted against our Conservative motion to provide GST relief at the pump and are now refusing to press pause on the carbon tax hike. And they are raising payroll taxes on businesses. Just as many are clawing their way out of this terrible pandemic. While the Liberals may view themselves as Robin Hood, in reality they're more like the Sheriff of Nottingham, ever on the hunt for whatever they can scrounge up. We've never seen a government so committed to class warfare as this one. They fought my private member's bill on the transfer of small businesses and farms because they thought it would provide tax loopholes to families. I, like many of my colleagues in this place, had to endure listening to speeches by the ever-present members from Winnipeg North and Kingston and the Islands about how awful my bill was. Thank goodness most of the Liberal MPs who studied my bill had the fortitude to ignore their nonsensical rhetoric and voted in favor of it. And let us never forget that this is a government that called entrepreneurs, farmers, and small businesses tax cheats. I remember all too well when they rolled back the TFSA limits because they said it was only helping the wealthy. This is a government that also put up an escalator tax, on Canadian spirits and alcohol. Once again, another needless cash grab. I also get the fact the Liberals want us to fight them on their tax hikes on big ticket purchases. That's politics, and it's part of the parcel of how a government wants to define themselves and to wedge the opposition. If anyone on the Liberal benches doesn't want to admit that fact, they can save their breath and start proposing solutions rather than just tax hikes. In the budget next week, I'm eager to see a plan to get inflation under control. I want to see a commitment to stop raising taxes. I want to see a plan to provide relief for families and seniors. And I want to see a plan that brings spending levels back down to earth. And I want to see a strategy that encourages the private sector to start building homes, that gets energy and mining projects built, and acknowledges Canada can be a food superpower. Regardless of what some may have you believe, there isn't an unlimited supply of money. A good finance minister has the strength to tell her colleagues no, the courage to defend those tough choices, and the ingenuity of reprioritizing spending where it matters the most. It wasn't that long ago this government vocalized such commitments. Back in the budget of 2017, Scott Bryson was tasked to conduct a spending review to find government waste. He was tasked with finding and eliminating poorly targeted and inefficient programs, wasteful spending, and ineffective and obsolete government initiatives. Like many parliamentarians, I was eager to see what Mr. Bryson discovered and what he decided to eliminate. We already knew by then that the government's most modest deficits had turned into permanent deficits. So here we are 4 or 5 years later, and no savings were ever found, and no waste was ever eliminated. I don't know a single Canadian who believes the government is running at peak performance. If one exists, they're probably on the other side of the House across the floor, Mr. Speaker. Knowing Mr. Bryson, he probably did offer some solid ideas to reduce spending and improve government efficiency, but did his proposals, fall on deaf ears? One can only speculate on how difficult it must be for a minister in this Liberal government to reduce government spending. And now Mr. Bryson is retweeting the thoughts of a Conservative leadership candidate on approving an energy project and is providing his thoughts on new NDP Liberal alliances. He's now a distraught Liberal and worried about the possibility of decades of economic damage that this new parliamentary alliance with the NDP will cause. When the Liberals have lost Scott Bryson, it's clear they've lost their way. I too am worried. Taxpayers, job creators, and entrepreneurs are already bracing themselves for next week's budget. They're worried about the never-ending deficits. I've already said that today's deficits are tomorrow's taxes, But I remain hopeful, and I'm hopeful because the best day to adjust course is today, Mr. Speaker. If steps are taken today, it'll be all the easier to restore Canada's fiscal future. Waiting, on the other hand, will only make things worse, and it's easy to look the other way. It's easy to pretend Canadians aren't facing a serious cost of living crisis, and it's easy to make popular short-term decisions for political reasons. But there's courage in recognizing when the old approach is failing. I'm asking this Liberal government to think outside of the narrow lines it's drawn for itself and do what's right. There is no question we must respond to today's challenges. But there's much to be said about also being ready for whatever tomorrow brings. I fully understand we had to help people get through the pandemic. As we look to the future, it's now time for the Liberals to make some tough decisions. They can no longer kick the can further down the road. The budget next week must tell ministers to start looking inwards for funding to help pay for any new spending commitments. If a minister wants to introduce a new spending initiative, the finance minister cannot just add to that deficit. Ministers should review how their department delivers programs and see if there are ways to trim costs to reallocate those funds to pay for new commitments. This will force every minister to scrutinize every program they oversee. It'll task them with determining if every program is meeting its objectives or can be delivered differently. I know these conversations won't be easy, but they are necessary. And for those thinking this is common practice in government, I can assure you it is not. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I know there are going to be costs in the years ahead to purchase equipment the brave men and women of Canadian Armed Forces need to do their jobs. There are going to be further expenditures to invest in our healthcare system and to support our seniors. There are things every member in this House, these are things that every member in this House recognizes. But I implore my colleagues to vote in favor of this motion, which calls on the government to present a federal budget rooted in fiscal responsibility with no new taxes, a path to balance, and a meaningful fiscal anchor. That is something of which we should all be in support. Our responsibility is not only to Canadians today, but to future generations, and the budget should signal as much. And I thank my colleague for her exuberance. Thank you.
Good job.
Questions and comments? Appearing virtually, the Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my member opposite for his remarks today. A couple of things that I would certainly agree with him. The importance of Canada vis-a-vis its role in agriculture. I think those are values that he and I both share. And of course, our respect for Scott Bryson, my predecessor. I'll certainly second him on his work over 21 years. And let me go on the record for thanking him for his public service. The member opposite talked about inflation and bringing inflation under control. And you know, while we know this is a global problem, it is not easy to be able to try to tackle. There's been other governments in the past about the policy choices that have to be made. My question to the member opposite would be whether or not he thinks, as it relates to inflation and some of the challenges it puts on vulnerable Canadians, whether or not there should be a continued emphasis on targeted programs to support vulnerable Canadians, even if it means that there has to be some continued spending in that domain, or whether or not he thinks it's best to perhaps cut certain social programs, let monetary policy take effect by increasing the interest rates to try to get inflation down, to also have, of course, corresponding benefits for individuals who...
L'honorable député de Brandon.
The Honourable Member for Brandon Source.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his excellent question as well, and he knows in the speech that I just gave that I'm very concerned about the inflationary aspects of the government spending that we've seen. I noted that it does take hard decisions. I'm not saying to cut those programs. I'm saying realign the priorities of the government departments, as I said, for each minister to look internally to find out where the savings will be and how they can deliver new programs, perhaps with the same amount of funds. And I'll give you a prime example. You know, in the 2009 recession, Prime Minister Harper spent $150 billion, and everybody thought that was an atrocious amount of money. But the plan was, and he said it right from day one, balance the budget in 7 years, and he did it in 6.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives want to lower the deficit, lower taxes, and take care of people as though money grew on trees. But, of course, it doesn't. We know that the big Canadian banks, however, made huge profits, nearly $60 billion in 2021. So why has his party always opposed going after tax havens for these big banks? The Honourable Member.
I want to thank my colleague for his speech or his presentation and his question to me as well. And I think he knows that it was the Harper government that did go after the offshore accounts of people who were transferring funds out of the country and in those areas. And I go back to saying we just need to be very responsible in regards to how money is managed. We know we had to do some spending to get through the pandemic, but even the parliamentary budget officer has said that only a third of that money can be accountable in the pandemic issues. The other 2/3 wasn't used in those areas, and I think that's what I mean about responsible spending and responsible accounting, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments appearing virtually. The Honourable Member for Churchill-Kiwatanuk-Asti.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I certainly appreciate the sentiment shared by my colleague around the struggles that many are facing. Obviously, we know that many in rural Manitoba are where life was more expensive to begin with has only become more challenging for people, for families, for communities. And it's clear that we do need federal action. And obviously, we've expressed disagreement with what's being proposed today. But I'm wondering if the member doesn't also see the need to make sure that the wealthiest among us who've made significant profits pay their fair share of taxes, money that can be reinvested in supporting our communities across the country.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Brandon Source. 1 minute.
I want to thank my colleague from Northern Manitoba for her excellent question as well, and I want to answer it by saying You know, we've got a system in Canada today that is over 50% taxed for a lot of Canadians that are in those brackets that she was just talking about. And I guess I say, how much further can you go? The example that the Liberals did in one of their first budgets was to say, well, we'll increase the tax on those over $200,000 by 1%. Only a Liberal government could do what they did. They raised the tax to 1%, but received less money. So all I'm saying is Canadians will find new accounting processes to, change the law, if they will, or get around what they are trying to do in regards to that, even though we tried to be fiscally accountable in those years that I just pointed out and did balance the budget with a plan. All I'm asking for today in this budget is that there's a plan to be able to allow Canadians to escape from some of the inflation that's been caused by the pandemic.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Minister of Finance has announced that she'll be tabling a NDP Liberal budget on April 7th. And we're very concerned. Today we've tabled a motion that I will read to you, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's important. That given that excessive government spending has increased the deficit, the national debt, and fueled inflation to its highest level in 31 years, that taxes on Canadians continue to increase, from the carbon tax to escalator taxes to the Canada Pension Plan premiums, that the government refuses to provide relief to Canadians by temporarily reducing the goods and services tax on gasoline and diesel. Well, Mr. Speaker, the House calls on the government to present a federal budget rooted in fiscal responsibility with no new taxes. I'll repeat that, with no new taxes, a path to balance, and a meaningful fiscal anchor. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to try to make this government hear sense. This government only listens to itself. It focuses its energies on making deals behind closed doors with the NDP, a party that, as you know, has historically defended very expensive projects. The Liberal Party of Canada is now the NDP Liberal Party. It's a very left-leaning, Mr. Speaker. And yet, Canadians are facing incredibly difficult times, as are Quebecers. In my riding, constituents are suffering. Inflation has reached 5.7%. That's a level that's unseen in the last 30 years. This galloping inflation is paralyzing families who are struggling to pay for groceries. And I should say groceries cost families $1,000 more this year than they did last year. They're struggling to pay for gasoline, which is $1.75 a litre this morning in my riding of Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Our seniors are wondering what they can actually afford among the essential goods that they need. And what to say about the housing market? Our young people will not be able to realize their dream of home ownership because of the skyrocketing costs of real estate. On March 15th, the Canadian Real Estate Association released the highest real estate inflation figures ever recorded. In fact, home prices have risen a staggering 3.5% in the last month alone, and nearly 30%, 29.2 to be precise, over the last year. This is absolutely incredible. Since the Liberals took office, the price of a home has doubled. When they came to power in 2015, the average price of a home was $434,500. That same house would now cost $868,400, Mr. Speaker. How can a young family even dream of buying a house at that price? This makes the dream of home ownership impossible for families and young people from coast to coast to coast. But you know the best part, Mr. Speaker? recently released documents show that the Canada Housing and Mortgage Corporation has paid out over $48 million in bonuses over the last 2 years.
This at a time when 4 in 5 Canadian families have already started cutting down on spending and tightening their budgets. The CMHC exists for one and only one reason: to make housing more affordable for all Canadians. Yet the CMHC is rewarding itself with exuberant bonuses, all while the housing situation is a crisis. This is just another example of how Liberals manage things, Mr. Speaker. It is just totally unacceptable and hard to understand. The economy in our regions is also under pressure. Why? Our businesses cannot find the labor that they need. That, combined with the huge problems in processing foreign workers' applications, creates the perfect storm. We were talking about this with the member from Beauce, immigration problems. It's really a head-scratcher, so many issues for our riding offices. And you know, Mr. Speaker, we've asked the government countless questions on this matter. We've never gotten any answers, not a single answer. But this is a very serious issue in our regions. In August, elected officials from Chaudière-Appalaches and representatives of the economic sector conducted a study documenting the impacts of labor shortage on the economy of this administrative region of Quebec. It's a very large and very productive region of Quebec. According to the analysis, 3,300 positions were vacant among the 309 manufacturing companies we surveyed. This shortage leads to, wait for it, $2 billion in unrealized production in the Chaudière-Appalaches region alone, Mr. Speaker. This labor shortage leads to reduced production, as well as the obligation to refuse contracts. We can understand how this happens. And it also leads to so many missed business opportunities. And it also means, of course, less money in the government's coffers. The government is still, and always is, a bad manager. Since it came to power, this government has been spending like crazy. The parliamentary budget officer even said that it was time, that it was really time to stop spending so much. The debt is out of control, Mr. Speaker. This government seems lost. It's sailing out without talking about any return to a balanced budget. The Liberal government's objective is to stay in power by forging dubious alliances with the NDP rather than working to returning to a balanced budget through rigorous management of public funds. This is what Canadians expect from us. Our constituents in our ridings, Mr. Speaker, what do they want? They want a serious government who properly manages public money, taxpayer money that citizens entrust to us, which are hard-earned day after day by Canadians. We need courage and political will to manage public money well. The government has been running a deficit since 2015. They haven't had a single balanced budget since they took office. They have been driving us deep into the red for 6 years. This must change, Mr. Speaker. It's high time for this to change. Since 2015, debts have been piling up. We are at such high debts and running high deficits, huge numbers. It's just shocking, Mr. Speaker. And now, when the budget is drawn up, the government seems to sell its soul in order to stay in power. And in exchange, in this deal, the Liberal Party will implement elements of the NDP platform, which is a platform that Canadians did not want. Our fellow citizens did not vote for the NDP. The NDP doesn't even hold 10% of the seats here in this House. What a waste. What a slap in the face to democracy. How can this not lead to cynicism among Canadians? As if it weren't bad enough that the government made us go into elections that cost $620 million. Nobody wanted the elections, and they led to the exact same makeup of the House. The Liberal government still doesn't respect the wishes of Canadians. The Liberals sealed their deal with the NDP just before the budget is to be tabled. It's not a coincidence, Mr. Speaker. This has all been planned since the beginning of this Parliament. Such arrogance of this new government led by two centralizing forces who are going to have their hands all up in the province's jurisdictions. The government, instead of spending time thinking about how well we would do to keep ourselves in power is what they think about. They dream up secret deals with another party. The government should rather do its job, listen to Canadians, be responsive, and provide solutions. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. In the latter half of her speech, the member talked about the agreement that the Liberal Party and the NDP came to as a slap in the face of democracy. This is exactly what democracy is about. Democracy is about finding compromise. Democracy is about working together. Democracy is about putting forward our ideas and testing them and looking for compromise and solutions that we can move forward with together. Democracy is not about the conservative approach of standing up day after day and just pinpointing individuals, whether it's the Prime Minister or a particular minister, and just chastising that individual and attacking their character all day long. That's the only thing we see from this Conservative Party. We never see anything from them that has to do with advancing and promoting the democratic ideals. So for this member to stand up and say that working with another party in a parliamentary democracy is somehow a slap in the face towards democracy is ludicrous at best.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Levis. Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying that there shouldn't be collaboration among parliamentarians and with other parties. In fact, I have a lot of experience, parliamentary experience. I was minister in a government. I was a government minister, and I know what it means to do parliamentary business with other parties, to reach compromises. That's totally normal. That's what we're here for. That's why we have committees. We work in committees to improve bills, to get the best version of bills possible. But that's not what this is about. No, we're talking about a backdoor deal which will keep the current government in power until 2025. And the Liberal government made this deal in exchange for keeping some elements of the NDP's platform. And is that what Canadians voted for, Mr. Speaker? No. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her remarks. She read out the Conservative motion, which is rather harsh on the carbon tax. Quebec has a carbon market, a carbon system. It's a rather good system. And in fact, Quebec recently reached out to Ottawa saying, if you'd like to join us, we have a deal, a system with California. Jean Charest recently declared that he supports not getting rid of the tax, not scrapping it, but capping it. I wonder whether my colleague would prefer that it be scrapped or rather that it be capped. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Levis. Well, let's leave previous Prime Ministers and the Conservative leadership race out of this debate today. Our motion's very clear. It's very simple. We ask the new NDP Liberal Alliance to present a very reasonable budget with a plan to return to budget balance with very clearly defined spending measures, with spending measures that lead to good revenues. That's what we're asking for. Appearing virtually, questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'll once again zero in on the second problematic point of this cockamamie Conservative motion, which states that taxes on Canadians continue to increase from carbon tax to the Canada Pension Plan premiums. The text of this motion mischaracterizes the Canada Pension Plan as a tax, when in fact it's a deferred wage and a meaningful way for Canadians to plan for retirement. So, given the previous Conservative member refused to answer this question when I put it directly to him, could the member opposite clarify why they believe the Canada pension premiums that save for retirement is considered a tax by Conservatives, and by cutting pension premiums against inflation, would it not stand to reason that Conservatives are also looking to lower the meager payouts to our most vulnerable seniors?
The
Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis, in 50 seconds. Mr. Speaker, Canadians and my constituents are under a lot of pressure. They feel choked by galloping inflation, up to 5% now. These are our parents, fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, our children, our fellow citizens who are really struggling to make ends meet. Canadians aren't able to buy houses. Seniors are wondering what essentials they should buy first. Should they buy medication or food? That's what this motion's about. That's what we're talking about. That's why we're asking the Liberal government, which is about to table a neoliberal Liberal NDP budget, to be reasonable. That's what the motion asks. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member from King's Hands. Mr. Speaker, it is a great pleasure, as always, to rise in this House on behalf of the residents of my riding of Davenport to speak on the Opposition Day motion put forward by the Conservatives that calls on our government to present a federal budget rooted in fiscal responsibility with no new taxes, a path to balance, and a meaningful fiscal anchor. Mr. Speaker, we are well aware that elevated inflation and the rise of gas prices are leading Canadians to worry about the cost of living and how it's affecting their everyday lives. Let me remind everyone who's in this venerable House today, and all those listening, of a few things. First, inflation is a global issue. Initially, it was due to the global oil prices, the pandemic, supply chain problems, and the way the virus has changed our spending habits. But we also know, Mr. Speaker, that inflation is now exacerbated due to the illegal war by Russia in Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of the pandemic, our federal government has been tireless in our efforts to protect Canadians, to support them through the ongoing challenges, and to bridge them through the post-pandemic recovery. This significant fiscal policy support has contributed to a rapid and resilient recovery so far. I would also add, Mr. Speaker, that we have provided the most generous emergency supports in the world, and if not the most generous, then among the most generous of all the countries in the world. The motion we're speaking to today asks for the federal government to present a federal budget that's rooted in fiscal responsibility and also to provide meaningful fiscal anchors. Well, Mr. Speaker, we have been fiscally responsible every step of the way of the pandemic, as well as since we've been first elected in late 2015. Indeed, the entire pandemic, we've been in strong fiscal shape with the lowest net debt to GDP ratio of the G7. In addition, our GDP has returned to near pre-pandemic levels in the third quarter of 2021, and it grew by an annual rate of 6.7% in the fourth quarter of 2021. On top of that, Moody's and S&P has reaffirmed Canada's AAA credit rating, and more, Stats Canada Labour Force survey showed that the labour market gained 337,000 jobs in February of this year, and we've recovered overall 112% of the jobs that we lost at the peak of the pandemic. So, Mr. Speaker, we have been fiscally responsible. We continue to be fiscally responsible, and we will be fiscally responsible moving forward. Mr. Speaker, we've also had meaningful fiscal anchors. Those anchors have been net GDP to debt ratios, as mentioned earlier, as the best in the G7, as well as an outstanding jobs growth number, in addition to our overall GDP growth. And the result is that our economy is roaring back as it continues to try to come out of this pandemic into the post-pandemic world and economy. And I just want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that it's because of the emergency supports and the generous emergency supports that's been provided throughout the pandemic by our federal government that the economic foundation was strong and that companies could pivot and pivot back quickly as we're trying to come out of this pandemic. Now, saying all that, Mr. Speaker, I do want to highlight some elements of the federal government's recovery plan that we've announced so far. Our current recovery plan is targeted towards growth-enhancing and job-creating initiatives. Initiatives such as investments to support childcare and the adoption of new technologies that will help boost supply, increasing supply for the economy to grow without the risk of higher inflation. And as the situation across the country has improved, our federal government has moved from very broad-based support to more targeted measures that will provide help where it is needed, when it is needed. When the new variants and major outbreaks occurred, lockdowns and resource and capacity restrictions were painful but necessary last resort to break the chain of transmission and to save lives. That's why, Mr. Speaker, this past December, we announced that we were temporarily expanding the Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit and the local lockdown program to support workers and businesses that were affected by capacity restrictions of 50% or more. We also temporarily lowered the current month revenue decline threshold requirement for employers to access the local lockdown program from 40% to 25%. This means that eligible employers could receive wage and rent subsidy support from 25% up to 75%, depending on how much revenue that they had lost. For workers, Mr. Speaker, this means that if they work in a region that introduces capacity restrictions of 50% or more, they can qualify for the Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit. This enables Canadians to put $300 a week in their pockets to supplement lost wages. Mr. Speaker, like all Canadians, we hope that lockdowns and capacity restrictions will be a thing of the past. We know that Canadians are tired of COVID-19, but the unfortunate reality is that COVID-19 is not quite tired of us. So, we put these supports in place so that public health authorities can make the right, albeit difficult decisions, knowing that the federal government could be there to continue to support workers, small businesses, and other employers in their communities when needed. And we extended these key enhanced lockdown support programs to ensure Canadians were protected and workers and businesses had access to the help they needed to sustain them during the Omicron wave. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of additional measures we have taken to support Canadians and address top issues affecting Canada's economic growth and prosperity. Last December, we introduced Bill C-8, which seeks to address housing affordability through the implementation of a national annual 1% tax on the value of non-resident, non-Canadian-owned residential real estate in Canada that is considered to be vacant or underused, something our federal government announced as part of Budget 2021 to crack down on underused housing. The bill would introduce a new act, the Underused Housing Tax Act, to ensure that non-resident, non-Canadian owners, particularly those who use Canada as a place to passively store their wealth in housing, to pay their fair share of Canadian tax beginning in the 2022 calendar year. We're also working to address the supply chain issues, the issue of supply chain disruptions from around the world and shipping bottlenecks that have made it harder for Canadians and for businesses to get the products and supplies they need, and in many cases are contributing to rising prices. Mr. Speaker, to help strengthen supply chains and address bottlenecks, the federal government has launched a new targeted call for proposals under the National Trade Corridors Fund to assist Canadian ports with the acquisition of cargo storage capacity and other measures to relieve supply chain congestion. The fund will dedicate up to $50 million to support eligible priority projects. So, Mr. Speaker, today we are on strong economic footing. Our federal government has also prioritized putting the lives of Canadians first. This has meant that we have had one of the lowest mortality rates in the G7 due to COVID-19. In addition, we're making vaccine free and a priority. As of March 25th, over 85% of Canadians 5 and older are fully vaccinated, and the Canadian economy has seen the benefits of prioritizing our health. Given all of the aforementioned emergency and economic supports, the Canadian labour market rebounded strongly from the Omicron wave in February. And I would add that the recovery and economic growth has been broad-based and has been supported by solid underlying fundamentals with ongoing rebound in sectors hardest hit by the pandemic. So, Mr. Speaker, our federal government is, and this is in conclusion, our federal government is determined to continue to do what is necessary to sustain the recovery, to provide help where it's still needed, to create jobs, and to set the stage for strong growth for years to come. From the start of the pandemic, we understood that having a job is essential to Canadians' economic well-being. That's why our investments have been so singularly focused on employment and why Canada has experienced one of the fastest job recovery in the G7. Canadians can remain confident, Mr. Speaker, that they have a strong hand at the wheel of the federal government in safeguarding and growing our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations on your excellent work. My colleague referred to the housing tax, unused housing tax, or owned by non-Canadians, and maybe that's not a bad idea for dealing with the current housing crisis, but unfortunately it's a drop in the bucket, considering the need for housing units. So there are measures for construction and for rental housing, but unfortunately in Montreal, there are the properties that are being invested in have rents upwards of $2,000 a month. Now, one program is not so bad that was started during the pandemic, and we hear through the grapevine that the NDP Liberal government could renew that program. But what the stakeholders have been calling for is predictability. Could the Canadian Rapid Housing Initiative be funded on an ongoing stable basis for a number of years?
Housing is indeed top of mind for all Canadians. Irrespective of what's happening with COVID, irrespective of what's happening in the world today, and everybody's hearts and minds are with Ukrainians today and every day, as long as this unprovoked illegal aggression is underway. I will tell you housing is top of mind, both from a housing affordability perspective and an affordable housing perspective. I do agree that the underused tax is only one of the many things we have to look at. We have introduced a $72 billion national housing strategy and a $4 billion housing accelerator fund. There are many measures that we are going to be introducing in the coming weeks, months, in order to address the housing issue that we have in Canada right now. And it requires steps to be taken at every level of government for us to be able to urgently address this very important issue, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the way for her speech. I must admit I did actually come in at the back half of it, so I didn't hear the full remarks of I'm sure it was a great speech. I apologize if my question was covered in your remarks earlier, but given that we know that Canadians are facing a cost of living crisis, Mr. Speaker, and this motion, I believe, is quite simple in asking for the government not to increase taxes at a time when Canadians really can least afford it. I'm just wondering, based on the comments I've heard from this member and from other members of the government side, it doesn't seem like they're too fond of this motion that we've brought forward today. I'm wondering what specifically they take issue with, given the fact that the cost of living is just getting out of control for so many people in this country.
Honorable député de Davenport.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
And I want to thank the Honourable Member for his question. Look, I think that costs and inflation are definitely top of mind for Canadians today. And I think that our federal government, since we were elected late in 2015, have taken a number of measures of trying to make sure that we reduce income inequality and we make life affordable for Canadians. The latest things that we have done is we've introduced the National Childcare Plan. And I will say to you, Mr. Speaker, that is a historic plan. When I was first elected, I never thought that we would see a day where we would have national childcare implemented in Canada. And so today I am so proud to be part of a government that is implementing a national childcare program that will reduce the costs by 50% by the end of this year for all Canadians, for all Canadian families who have children in daycare. And I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be concerned about the living costs for Canadians, and we'll do everything we can to continue to support Canadians as we move forward. Thank you.
Fantastic. On a le temps pour une très brève question.
We have time for a very quick question. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
The honourable member's comments on the third element of this motion, Canadians by temporarily reducing the goods and services tax on gasoline and oil. And so if I pull up my pickup truck and I fill up for $200, I get $10 back. If I pull up my Toyota Corolla and fill in $20, I get $1 back. I still get 500 kilometers by both vehicles. I'd be interested in her comments as to whether she thinks that's fair.
L'honorable député de Davenport en 15 secondes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his wonderful and very difficult question. Look, I think that we had a very important debate around sort of the increasing price of oil and gas in this country. I think we had an important debate around implementing a tax holiday. And I think what I want to say to you is that our government, because I'm getting these sort of like a cut your answer short, our government will continue to be very concerned about gas prices and about prices overall in this country, and will continue to support Canadians.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kings Hants, virtually.
Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege to be able to rise in the House of Commons, even in a virtual manner, to be able to address the Opposition Day motion today on what I think is an important element for us to talk about economic and fiscal policy. And what I'm going to do in my 10 minutes, Mr. Speaker, is try to tackle some of the elements in the actual text of the motion and also provide some recommendations and some thoughts that I have as a member of Parliament about things that I think all parliamentarians should be thinking about in the days ahead as we start to work our way out of COVID and look about how we can maintain fiscal balance, but also continue to pursue social programs that Canadians would expect. Before I get into the text of the motion, I want to take us back to the period before the pandemic, 2015 to certainly just the early parts of 2020, about how this government approached spending and how it approached its parameters around what it felt was important. And the member from Burnaby North, our parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Finance, had really important remarks, I thought, this morning, where he talked about the government came in at a time where the Harper government had really underfunded a lot of really important programs. And he spoke about not just economic deficits, but social and infrastructure deficits that had essentially protruded over time. And when you look at the level of spending that the government took on during that time frame, it ran relatively modest deficits, around 1% of GDP, at a time that the economy was continuing to grow. And we would remember that following the global economic crisis in the 2008-2009 period, there was a lagging economic recovery that had been evident under the Harper policies. We really saw a lot of economic growth from 2015 to 2020. I'll remind colleagues that unemployment was at a 40-year low just before the pandemic. And although the government was spending deficits, the economy and the economic growth was far outpacing the cost of the debt to be taken on at the time. So essentially, we came into the pandemic with the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. We were in a very strong fiscal position to be able to tackle really what was, a once in a generation type of pandemic. We hadn't seen this level of uncertainty really since the Spanish flu and the influenza crisis in just following World War I. And so I want that to remain for Canadians and for colleagues, that this government has been able to walk the line between investing in Canadians, but also maintaining important fiscal balance at the same sense. And I'll go to the text of the motion, Mr. Speaker. The first part really speaks about excessive government spending during the pandemic. And I think that that's an open debate about whether or not that was indeed the case. There's been other colleagues, and perhaps it was the Minister of Finance that said, when you go to a fire, Mr. Speaker, usually you're not critiqued on how much water you put on the fire to eliminate the fire. And it's easy for armchair quarterbacks on the opposition side to sit and suggest that the government spent too much. Private sector economists, Canadians, and people that needed support during this extremely difficult time will tell you that these were important investments to ward off economic scarring that would have happened in a similar light about what happened during the 2008-2009 financial crisis. And so, look, of course, Her Majesty's loyal opposition, their job is to critique and hold the government to account. But I think on the whole, the government was responsible in terms of making sure that there were programs in a timely manner that were there to support Canadian businesses, to support Canadian individuals, and even the provinces and territories, because we had strong fiscal footing going into the pandemic. And so I would take issue with the fact that there is a text of the motion that talks about excessive government spending. I think during the magnitude of the challenge that we've just gone through over the past 2 years, which we're not completely out of, may I remind my colleagues, I think it was proportionate to what we have seen. I also want to remind my Conservative colleagues that in the 43rd Parliament and leading into the election in September, they were actually proposing to spend more money than what the government had allocated in its platform commitments. And I remember sitting virtually during the height of the pandemic, listening to Conservative members get up in one breath and say that the government was spending far too much money, which kind of goes to the excessive spending piece that they're talking about now. And in the same sense, they would come back and say, well, the government's not doing enough. You need to do even more. And it was that inconsistency around how best to move forward that I think the Conservative Party continues to not have a true identity of where they necessarily sit on this issue. Fueled inflation. So the idea in the text of this motion is that the government spending during the pandemic has fueled inflation. I think that in part it has, but this is a much more nuanced question. Governments around the world have invested to try to ward off the worst economic implications. We know that that had to happen, otherwise we would have had an economic collapse. But this has to do with supply chain that was impacted. This has to do with climate change. The member from Abbotsford, his communities, or certainly the communities close to him, were severely impacted by the atmospheric rain storms that we see in British Columbia that then created supply challenges. Climate change is having a major impact on global inflation as well. Of course, the war in Ukraine. And I would also argue low interest rates, right? You know, there's a fiscal piece to this, but there's also a monetary element where the Bank of Canada significantly lowered its interest rates, which also stimulates investment and spending, which is also part of what we're seeing now, right now. Mr. Speaker, there's a piece of this motion that talks about the taxes continue to increase with of course, reference to the carbon price. What the motion does not mention, of course, is that the carbon price is designed to give money back to Canadians. On a per capita basis, money is returned, so it actually incentivizes changing behavior. Now, look, as the chair of the Agriculture Committee, I will recognize that in some instances, in particular, our farmers have been impacted in the sense that they may pay a higher proportionate cost. That's why we've made adjustments in the economic update that we're still trying to get through the House as the Conservatives continue to delay on getting measures that will actually rebate farmers who may not have otherwise had the opportunity to get around those challenging circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know I have 3 minutes. And of course, there's also provision around relief to Canadians through the GST. I had lots to say on that from the member of Abbotsford about a week ago. I think there's merit in looking at affordability. I think the manner in which the Conservatives are proposing to go about this allows members of Parliament, who are some of the higher income earners in the country, to benefit from something, and it's not targeted. And so I think that there's more targeted ways we can really try to focus on supporting individuals who truly need the help, given the circumstances that we're under. The last piece, and this is the piece that I tend to agree with, Mr. Speaker, is that the House call on the government to present a budget rooted in fiscal responsibility. I do fundamentally believe that that is an important element that this government is going to have to tackle in the days ahead. There has to be a balance between social progress, which I believe in the programs that I think matter, but also having a plan of how those can be sustainable over time. And so with that, I would agree on that. And I also agree that the economy is very hot right now because of the investments that we've made, because of how we've been able to support businesses. Unemployment, again, at historic lows right now. Members opposite and members in the House writ large have talked about the importance of immigration to make sure that we can fill job vacancies that exist in the country. So I do think we have to be mindful about not continuing to put liquidity in an already hot economy, which is ultimately going to be perhaps going against the principles of monetary policy that the Bank of Canada is signaling that they will be increasing interest rates in the days ahead. Just quickly on no new taxes, I think the Conservatives are going to have to either come clean that they don't want to necessarily support some of the social programs that are being talked about, whether it be dental care or pharmacare, or they're going to have to say that indeed there's going to have to be a revenue generation to pay for those. And so whether or not that's growing the economy, whether or not that's looking at ways to work in a multilateral form so that we don't price ourselves out in a competitive sense around tax policy, there is going to have to be serious questions around revenue to make sure that these programs that are being introduced are sustainable over time. I have about 30 seconds, Mr. Speaker. Let me just say again, as I've said in this House before, I think this country has a tremendous opportunity on foreign policy. We have the propensity to feed the world. We have the propensity to provide energy to the world. We have the propensity to provide critical minerals that are key to the energy transition. There's a great opportunity on foreign policy, but it's also an important economic driver that can help pay for some of the very important social programs this government has introduced and is planning to introduce in the days ahead. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the beginning of his speech, the member talked about the Liberal government's goal of maintaining balanced books while preserving social programs, which is a noble objective. But I'd like to know why this government is depriving itself of the massive profits that the major banks racked up in 2021, the billions of dollars. Why are the Liberals not dealing with tax havens? The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, look, my understanding is the government is contemplating those types of policies. Let me say this, though, and I often say this to my NDP colleagues, I think that there is merit at looking at individuals who have the propensity to pay more to help contribute to social programs, but we have to do so in the sense that we're in a global economy. And so I think the best way to move forward is working in a multilateral forum with other countries such that we create things like a minimum corporate income tax so that we don't basically create an environment where we don't have foreign direct investment, where companies don't want to come. We have to always guard against that, and I think working in a multilateral forum globally is the best pathway forward.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Nunavut.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
The lack of housing is the biggest issue in my riding. All too often I hear about 18 people living in a 3-bedroom unit. This is a all too common story from Nunavut. Will the government commit to making sure that the wealthy pay their fair share so my constituents don't have to continue to live in deplorable conditions that help prevent real reconciliation?
L'honorable député de Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me say, I know that the particular housing situation in Nunavut would be more nuanced than my riding in Kings Hants. The government certainly has committed publicly to investing in Indigenous housing, specifically in the days ahead. And so I would take notice that that's important to my member opposite, but also her constituents, and I think to many others across the country. In perhaps a lesser sense, in terms of basic shelter, housing prices in Kings Hants have gone up, I think 40% year over year. This is a challenge that's being faced across the country. I think the government has to work with all 3 levels of government, with the private sector, but particularly focusing on social housing, I think would be an important element in the days ahead. We do have to have important conversations about the revenue to pay for such programs, but I do support that principle.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the Liberal Party for his comments. I think he brings a lot of a lot of solution-oriented remarks to this chamber. I always appreciate his interventions. He noted how the carbon tax impacts agriculture disproportionately. I would argue that that extends to rural and northern communities of the country more broadly, Mr. Speaker. I'm just wondering if the member can articulate further some ways he thinks that we can support agriculture and support our rural and northern communities in terms of giving them relief from the carbon tax.
L'honorable député de Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And likewise, I always enjoy the interventions from the member from Kenora and his insight. Look, I would say this government recognizes that for certain industries, for certain individuals, depending on where they live in the country, there are less options. So being in a rural area myself in Nova Scotia, my constituents may not have the same access to public transit, same access to different elements. So there's a lot that I could address. What I will say on agriculture is that the government has recognized that the price that some farmers are paying exceeds what they may be able to return under the current model. That's why we introduced Bill C-8, which has monies that are designated specifically to go back to farmers to continue to keep the price signal there, to continue to encourage innovation, but to not necessarily harm farmers in that way. I hope the member opposite will have conversations with his colleagues so that we can advance that bill and make sure that support is given to his farmers and many others across the country.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for
sort of square that circle, Mr. Speaker, because a lot of the government's policies, the carbon tax, choosing to keep taxes high, based on the remarks today, it seems like they're not, as I mentioned earlier, not fond of our motion. It seems like the policies that this government are bringing forward from the fiscal point of view are hurting a lot of northern, rural, and Indigenous Canadians the hardest, and we're seeing that in my riding. The government also claims that Canadians are going to be better off when they get their rebate back when it comes to the carbon tax specifically, but I would respectfully note to the members across the aisle that many Canadians right now, they can't wait for that rebate. They're struggling to get to the end of the week, to get to the end of the month, and this rebate, though it's going to be coming back, is too long for them to wait. They're having to pay it right now. As well, the PBO report has actually refuted the minister's claim and the government's claim that that most of the costs are actually going to be recuperated, and that households subject to the tax are actually indeed going to experience a net loss. So even waiting for that rebate to come back, it's not going to be enough to fill the gap, Mr. Speaker. And this is really important, especially in my riding, because we have very few transit options, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very few options for busing. You know, subways are non-existent. It's certainly far different than University Rosedale or many of the members or many of the ridings that are represented by government members, Mr. Speaker. In my riding, many people, I've mentioned this before, many people have to travel a number of hours just to see specialists, to go to the hospital, either to Winnipeg or many more to Thunder Bay, which is an even further drive. But based on a lot of the rules around healthcare, they do have to stay in the province many times, so they have to go to Thunder Bay. And just recently, in Red Lake, due to a shortage of healthcare personnel, they actually had to close their ER. So the community of Red Lake, 5,000 or so people, for 24 hours did not have access to an emergency room. The closest emergency room would be about 2.5 hours away in Dryden. So it's needless to say that if you had a serious emergency, it would not end well, Mr. Speaker, and we're thankful that that nothing happened over the last weekend. But the threat's going to remain there as the shortages exist across the region, and that's why fuel is so important, gas is so important. It's actually getting incredibly prohibitive for people to travel to access critical services such as healthcare, Mr. Speaker. And in my remaining time, I just want to bring it back to the motion today, because I think that we aren't asking for very much in this motion, Mr. Speaker. It's pretty simple in terms of what the motion is actually saying. And we haven't been asking for much over the last couple weeks and months. We've suggested providing a GST holiday on gasoline. We've also suggested a suspension of the carbon tax increase that is coming on April 1st. And the government has shut the door to those discussions. And, you know, frankly, respectfully, Mr. Speaker, I think we're bringing forward reasonable proposals, trying to help alleviate that cost of living crisis, to help ensure that people can keep more money in their pockets. And I'm having a hard time understanding why on that side of the House they are not they don't seem interested in having that discussion right now. So today, specifically in this motion, we are asking for the budget, as my colleagues have noted, for the budget, the upcoming budget, to be rooted in fiscal responsibility and to not add any new taxes. I think, frankly, Mr. Speaker, it's the least that we can do at this moment, at this pivotal moment for many families across my riding who are struggling. They are just asking for the government to help them. And that's why we're bringing forward this motion here today. We want to lower taxes to make, to just give it a little more peace of mind, take one more cost away from the equation. And I just ask my government members to here today to just to think about that and to remember that, in my opinion, my humble opinion, I believe money is better spent by the people that have earned it than the government who thinks it's their right to go in and tax it. And Mr. Speaker, I would ask my colleagues on the other side to think of that. So we're hoping that the 2022 budget will not include any new taxes, of course. I hope that all my colleagues in this House will support this practical motion today and ensure that our budget does have a debt management strategy because Canadians are they're struggling to get by. They're struggling to afford the basic necessities. And Mr. Speaker, I will just close by saying that it's time that the government steps up to provide relief to ensure that we do not leave Canadians in rural, northern, and in many Indigenous communities across northwestern Ontario behind. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Kenora for his intervention today. I always find him to be very level-headed in his approach and the manner in which he presents his position on matters. And I don't say that to contrast him to some of his colleagues. I say that because I genuinely appreciate it, and I want him to know that. I guess, what I find problematic, one of the primary things that I find problematic in this motion is that the second bullet specifically refers to CPP, the Canada Pension Plan, as a tax. But it's not a tax. This is money that's generated by the employer and the employee. The contributions are calculated annually, and the employer and the employee both pay into them in order to provide pensions for individuals later on in life. It's a form of retirement savings that has nothing to do with taxation. Can the member provide comments on why he thinks it's worded like that in this motion?
The Honourable Member for Kenora. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member from Kingston and the Islands for his comments, and I take his point, and I've heard this point being raised by a few members here today, but I think it goes back to my comments around the carbon tax rebate, and it's the simple fact that Canadians need the dollars right now. They're struggling to get by right now. It's hard for them to make it to the end of the week, and they're not sure if they're going to be able to continue putting food on the table. So given the cost of living crisis right now, we don't need more deductions from the take-home pay of Canadians, and that is why we're calling for halts to these premiums, Mr. Speaker. I think it's a very tangible, practical measure that's going to benefit Canadians right now and into the future. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, I'd like to ask my question. Does he realize that there's an inconsistency in this motion? When they talk about increasing the health transfers, or when we talk about increasing the health transfers, generally they agree with us. But now they're saying no excessive spending. So I guess they would be against that. When, we talk about increasing the OAS, it's the same thing. Are they against that now? Because they're kind of tying their hands with this motion today. They're saying there will be no new tax. Is my colleague aware that that closes the door to taxing companies that made huge profits, obscene profits over the last couple of years that could be redistributed to people who really need it? I'd like to hear him on that. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I should have mentioned this in my previous comments, but I just wanted to say it's great to see you in the chair again. And I appreciate the question from my bloc colleague. And it's a good point. And I think, around healthcare specifically and the need for increased health transfers, I stand by that. And I frankly don't believe that there is a contradiction there, Mr. Speaker, because I think it comes down to priorities. Obviously, nobody on this side of the House is saying that the government should never spend a dollar ever again. That's just not going to be possible, and it's obviously not good policy. But we need to spend more wisely. We need to ensure that we're prioritizing the right things. And what we've seen in recent PBO reports is that the justification for stimulus that was used during the pandemic, and rightfully so, to a great degree, is no longer here. And it's time that we rein in spending and get things back on track.
We have time for a brief question. Appearing virtually, the Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiewatnik, Asti.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. And I want to acknowledge that many people in northern Manitoba, much like northern Ontario, are struggling with the increased cost of living. But I know many in my neck of the woods are also, making it clear that Canadians are paying more than their fair share, and the richest among us who've made incredible profits during this pandemic are not. So would the member agree that it's, if we're going to talk about fairness, it's time to tax the rich?
Honourable member for Kenora.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from the member from my neighbouring riding just across the border. And obviously everyone needs to pay their fair share. To the member's point when she says tax the rich, I don't know specifically what she means when she says that, so I'm not going to elaborate on it, but obviously we need to ensure everyone is paying their taxes. But what we're saying in our motion is that all Canadians need to be paying less.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Kenora for his great intervention and speech. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House, and today, in response to the announcement of the first NDP Liberal budget to be tabled on April 7th, and to represent my constituents of Kelowna Lake Country, and to speak on this Conservative Opposition Day motion, which looks to make recommendations to give people a break from taxes, from higher taxes, and out-of-control debt. And we've made many recommendations to help Canadians and to help get our fiscal house in order and to have fiscal anchors. I'll be gladly speaking to some of these points. I hear from constituents every day who can't afford basic necessities, how they can't afford housing costs that are up over 30% in the past year alone, and from businesses and not-for-profits who are being squeezed by higher costs. This is becoming critical for many people. We've heard one word from this government a lot in the last few weeks: tired. The government likes to say that they recognize that Canadians are tired of federal COVID-19 restrictions, tired of paying so much at the pump, and tired of an escalating grocery bill. But we never hear anything from them afterwards about giving any peace of mind to Canadians or any hope. There's a reason for that, and it's because it would involve reversing the government's stated choices. Provinces may be reopening and removing restrictions and mandates, but the federal government chooses to not even set a date on theirs. They choose to not have any data that they're bringing forth, or to bring forth any metrics in how they're making their decisions around this. This is holding back the economic recovery of Canada and creating uncertainty to my residents and businesses in Kelowna Lake Country and across the country. Small businesses might be coming out of the pandemic struggling with debt, labour shortages, and squeezed margins. Ministers in Ottawa still choose to raise their taxes. Consumers might find it harder to manage grocery or gas bills, but the Prime Minister chooses to leave tax relief off the table. Let's not kid ourselves about who these choices harm the most: the poor, the vulnerable, struggling young people, families, and seniors. The Liberal elites, multinationals, and large real estate investors seem to have nothing to complain about. They fared well during the pandemic. A report released a few weeks ago from this government's own finance department showed that single parents, lower-income households, and recent immigrants are more likely to see 50% or more of their earnings offset by higher taxes, clawbacks and benefits, or a combination of the two. The calls are coming from inside and outside this House to halt taxes and take action on inflation, but the Liberals still refuse to listen. As Made in Canada inflation continues to rise, even former advisors to Liberal finance ministers like Robert Asselin are calling for the government to rein in its spending to reduce our inflationary levels. It wasn't long ago that ministers in this government called our rise in inflation rates transitory. Well, inflation has transitioned from bad to worse. Other governments in the UK, Germany, and the United States have set out plans to tackle inflation, and it is long past time for this government in Canada to do the same. Failure to deliver a budget that will reduce inflation will be a budget that will fail to reduce our cost of living. With government's coffers growing due to inflation, there's no reason to celebrate. Yet with families facing an increase of more than $1,000 to their annual grocery bill alone, the Liberal insiders choose to brag in the press about the extra tax revenue they're collecting from them. People are being squeezed with lower paychecks due to the January payroll tax increase and rising costs in everything. That's why we're bringing forward this motion to call on the government to not implement new taxes and to bring forth a path to balance to aid them. I'm sure there's no member in this House who has not heard from their constituents about how they're being hammered by high gas prices. Constituents in my part of the country have seen prices rise as high as $214.5 this month. But if parties here today had joined in our call to introduce a 5% GST reduction on gasoline and diesel, the government would have been given the opportunity to reduce the average price by approximately 8 cents a litre. Unfortunately, the other parties voted against this motion last week. What we are asking for today is common sense to help people. It's a practical way we can improve lives today. Another way Conservatives are looking to provide relief is by the federal government ending its upcoming April 1st tax increases. The first April Fool's Day tax increase is on excise tax on alcohol products. The kicker with this is that it is based on CPI, meaning it's based on inflation. Therefore, the increase will be higher than ever before. It's basically a tax increase on inflation. And what's worse is that it's automatic, not having to be debated and voted on by parliamentarians every year. Wineries, cideries, breweries, and distilleries in my riding can't afford increases to the excise escalator tax after 2 years of pandemic damage to their bottom line. This affects dozens of small businesses in my riding of Kelowna Lake Country who have deep roots in our agriculture history. We have craft beer tours, winery tours, a cider festival. This is an emerging sector, and there are dozens of businesses in my riding that will be affected by this. The tax increase will ultimately have to be passed on through the supply chain and to consumers. That's why I was pleased to second a bill from my colleague from Calgary Rocky Ridge earlier today, which would eliminate this escalator tax. Poor policies and leadership by the Liberals caused rolling COVID-19 restrictions and lockdowns, left them with the least profitable avenues of sale, such as government liquor stores. Even with restaurants, hotels, and farm gate sales slowly returning, they have a lot in their bottom lines to recoup, and recovery will be sluggish. Their efforts to survive should not be penalized with more taxes and new taxes, as domestic producers who haven't been applicable will also have to start paying on July 1st. We have to remember the average small business took on $170,000 in new pandemic debt and were hit with payroll tax increases on January 1st. This came directly off their bottom line. When you have both the finance minister and the small business minister who haven't had to make payroll or read financial statements in their past careers to make decisions that will affect people's lives, you can see why they have no clue how businesses are being squeezed. The second April Fool's Day tax increase is on the federal carbon tax, which we've called to be halted. The government's decision to proceed with raising the floor of the carbon tax is entirely out of touch with people just trying to fill their car with gas or heat their homes. Why the government would choose to then worsen this by placing 11 cents a litre on Canadians' gas prices is really without compassion, and is choosing to commit to an ideological agenda rather than appealing to common sense. The Parliamentary Budget Officer recently reported that the government is taking in more carbon tax than it is rebating, and many people will receive far less than they pay. Carbon tax is not reducing emissions and is nothing more than a windfall to the government on the backs of Canadians and small businesses. In addition, if Canada was more energy dependent, we could be helping our allies right now. Lastly, I want to touch on another fiscal penalty that will affect every Canadian: the growing size of our national debt. A recent mandate letter of the finance minister stated they should avoid creating any new permanent spending. This will be another broken promise with this new Liberal NDP backroom coalition. We're calling today for a meaningful fiscal anchor. Kelowna Lake Country was recently visited by the Canadian Taxpayers Federation National Debt Clock. The Liberals broke the former debt clock when it went over $1 trillion. $4,531 a second is being added to our national debt. By the time I'm done my 15-minute debate today, Canada's national debt will rise an extra $4,077,900. Any member in this House who ignores the responsibility of this House to manage this is leaving the future of our children and grandchildren at risk. Choosing to offer relief today to Canadian families and seniors with immediate savings on daily costs while ensuring our financial stability for the next generation is how this House should be choosing to act. A commitment to an ideological tax and spend agenda will not help either of those goals. I hope all members of this House will support our motion today to give people hope and give them a break. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Wondering if the member can also do the other G6 countries in terms of what their debt is, because the reality of the situation is that the value of the Canadian economy is more important to be based off of what it is against our trading partners. To value what the Canadian economy is genuinely worth is to value our debt to GDP ratio. And the reality is that we have the lowest debt to GDP ratio. So that actually means that we're in the best fiscal position when compared to our G7 partners in terms of where we can actually go to rebuild our economy. I'm wondering if the member can weigh in a little bit on those facts. Thank you.
The
Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his question. Well, the reality is that my future grandchildren, which I don't have yet, will be paying this debt off, as will future grandchildren of other people in this House. And so, we have to be cognizant that this debt that we're creating right now, someone will have to pay back. And so we're not setting up our children and grandchildren very well here, regardless of what others are doing. We have to focus on Canada and on the fiscal prudence of this country. We need to get our fiscal house in order. Yes, we need to help people that really need help, but at the same time, we also need to be looking ahead. We need to look ahead for how we can increase investment in Canada and increase the prosperity of Canadians. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, congratulations for all the excellent work that you're doing. The Conservatives, since this morning, we've been hearing about them worrying about inflation, and that they should be. We all should be. But when it comes to the housing crisis, currently the federal government's spending, the federal government's programs are actually more helpful to private interests. It doesn't help with affordability or accessibility. We are also worried about house prices, but what's the solution? The Conservatives never actually put forward any solutions. What is the Conservative plan to put an end to the housing crisis? The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Well, first of all, one of the reasons why the housing prices have increased so much is because of the government printing $400 billion that was put into the market, that therefore, really the benefit of that was the largest investors. And so they've really come ahead in this, and it's driven prices up. We, as Conservatives, have just put together, we just announced a task force on housing that is going to be looking at this. We had many recommendations during the last platform in the last election, but now we're putting this task force together to really look at it even more closely and come up with more recommendations than we've given already. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Appearing virtually, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, working people have been struggling since the beginning of the pandemic, but the Conservatives have made no gains for working people. Not surprisingly, the Conservatives have a history of standing up against workers' rights by undermining EI programs, protecting big bank profits, and against our NDP efforts to eliminate tax evasion by the ultra-wealthy and big business. So while the Honourable Member listed many groups marginalized by the economic violence of capitalism, she spoke at length about the impacts of inflation but never mentioned a word about the impacts of austerity and stagnated workers' wages and cuts to their benefits. So will the honourable member acknowledge that the government has a role to play in helping our most vulnerable people, and to do that requires revenue and increased labour rights and protections for workers?
L'honorable député de Kelowna Lake.
Honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I have a lot of constituents that reach out to me that have had to switch jobs that maybe they weren't trained in, that they haven't worked in a long time, because they haven't been able to meet the current mandates of the government. So, you know, when the government gives numbers saying, oh, well, we've recouped this many more jobs, it may not be necessarily in the fields that people are trained for at the high income levels that they were making before. So that's the first thing. The second thing I will say is during the entire pandemic, we have continually made recommendations to the government to make sure that programs were amended so that more people were applicable, because there was many times where some of the most hit by the pandemic weren't actually applicable for many of the government programs. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The parliamentary secretary will not have the total allocated time for his full speech. He will be able to continue later today. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of Government.
Thank you very much. And if I may, just to start off, you know, it was only a couple of weeks ago when we had President Zelensky from Ukraine speak to Canadians virtually through the House of Commons. And just down the hall today, we have a number of Ukrainian members of Parliament bringing a very strong message to parliamentarians, again, to share with Canadians. That in terms of support, for example, of lethal weapons and the need for that in Ukraine, the need to continue with the sanctions. They talked about the importance of our friendship and the infrastructure needs of Ukraine, not only today, but going forward. And just to say, I believe unanimously through this chamber, there's a very strong sense of solidarity for our Ukrainian brothers and sisters, and we will, in fact, do what we can. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to be able to provide a bit of an overview, and I guess in about 9 minutes, if it's possible, Mr. Speaker, on what I believe is an opportunity for members to get engaged and talk about a budget and the importance of the budgetary process. It'll come to no surprise to members that I have a difficult time with the Conservative Party's approach in dealing with the budgets, Mr. Speaker. And I must say before I get started that I will be sharing my time with the member from Vaughan Woodridge. Now, here's the reason why, Mr. Speaker. Let's take a look at budgets in general. We have seen budgets from this government since 2016 now. Actually, 2015, leading into 2016 after the election. And every time we as a government have presented a budget to the House, the Conservatives have been true to form in terms of voting against budgets, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker. And that includes budgets, for example, that provided tax breaks. You'll recall, Mr. Speaker, that when we first took governance, we said that the priority for the Government of Canada was to be there to support Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. That was priority one. And in that budget, we saw things such as a tax break for Canada's middle class, in which the Conservative Party voted against. We saw things like a hike on the tax rate for Canada's wealthiest 1%, in which the NDP voted against. We saw inequalities of income addressed through payments such as the reformation of the Canada Child Benefit Program, Mr. Speaker. A program that saw literally hundreds of millions of dollars going into our communities across the country, that delivered children from poverty. We saw the deliverance of, again, hundreds of millions to the poorest of seniors in Canada, delivering hundreds and thousands of seniors out of poverty. We have consistently, through our budgets, provided supports to our provinces and our infrastructure. Historical amounts of money being invested in Canada's infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. As we continue to support Canada's middle class pre-pandemic, and being there in very real and tangible ways through legislative and budgetary measures, we saw the Canadian economy grow. In fact, we were able to achieve more in the first 4 years in terms of economic growth, I would suggest to you, for example, such as employment opportunities, than Stephen Harper did in 10 years, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, I would ultimately argue, through expenditures such as infrastructure, that by investing in Canadians and infrastructure, that we were able to build a stronger and healthier economy, Mr. Speaker. Because we understand that a healthy middle class is the best way in order to deliver a stronger economy going forward. So if you take a look at those first number of budgets that you saw, you will see that it was heavy on supports for middle class and building our infrastructure. Then the pandemic hit. And then through the pandemic, we saw a continuation where a government recognized the value of being there to support Canadians and small businesses in particular, Mr. Speaker. We saw that in the form of programs such as CERB that put literally billions of dollars into the pockets of Canadians at a time in which they needed that support. By doing that, Mr. Speaker, we ensured that Canadians were able to pay the bills that were absolutely critical that needed to be paid. We supported small businesses, whether it was wage subsidy programs, which preserved literally thousands of jobs across this country. It prevented businesses from going bankrupt, to providing loans and other forms of supports for small businesses. And our budgets reflected that, Mr. Speaker. When Canadians needed a government that was going to be there, we were there. Not only in words, but in terms of both legislative and budgetary measures. Constantly throughout, we saw a conservative opposition that was more focused on character assassination, flip-flopping on different policies, than they were in terms of recognizing and contributing in many ways to the ideas that were flowing to support Canadians and build our economy. Today, despite what the Conservatives will tell you in regards to issues like inflation, if you listen to the Conservative Party, you would think that Canada's in a doomed state in the sense of inflation. Compare Canada's inflation rate to the United States. Take a look at Canada's inflation rate to the G20 countries. Take a look at the average of the G20 countries and the United States, and you will find that Canada's inflation rate is less than. My colleague from Kingston just made reference in terms of the GDP and how Canada is in a good position to continue to build strength for our Canadian economy and to continue to be there for Canadians. Unlike Conservatives, we believe in investing in the people of Canada. And a good example of that is what just recently happened in the province of Ontario. My Ontario colleagues were very happy the other day when we finally got Doug Ford to recognize the true value of a national child care program, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker. A program that now stretches coast to coast to coast. A program that's going to enable more people to enter the workforce. Now, the Conservative Party would look at that program and say, well, there you go, the government is spending money. That's all they do is spend money. We need revenues. Education 101, by enabling more people to get engaged in the economy, you are generating more revenue for the government of Canada. Not only does a national child care program help in terms of providing much needed child care spaces, Mr. Speaker, it's good for Canada's economy too. And I really wish that the Conservatives would recognize that when they talk about issues of taxation. They're so confused they don't care about the middle class, because when it came time to increase the CPP, which is going to be to the benefit of the working class today for tomorrow, they're just as liable to call it a tax and say it's a bad thing. No, we're thinking about seniors for tomorrow. The working class today also need to be protected, Mr. Speaker. This is a government that is progressive and understands the importance of being there for Canadians, and we will continue to have their backs, Mr. Speaker, as we've demonstrated in the last 6 years.
I hate to interrupt such an impassioned speech, but I know we've got a minute to go in that speech before we go back to questions and answers. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, it is incredible to think how one announcement can transform an entire community, but that is exactly what happened last week in my riding of Windsor-Tecumseh. Our federal government secured a $5 billion investment that will see the first battery factory in Canada built in my hometown of Windsor. The partnership with Stellantis and LG will create 2,500 auto jobs in our community. It is the largest auto investment in the history of Canada and the largest single investment in the history of Windsor-Tecumseh. Residents describe it as transformative. What it does is it helps a community that has seen its fair share of valleys build a bridge to prosperity for generations to come. Windsor-Essex is the automotive capital of Canada. We build things better than anyone else in the world. And with federal leadership on climate change, we are ready to lead our country's transition to a zero-emission future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, last week members of the South Saskatchewan Ready Partnership came to Ottawa regarding the phase-out of coal-fired electricity and the negative impacts it is going to have on rural communities. Only 3.5% of the funding given through the Just Transition has been dedicated to economic development that would ensure SSR communities remain viable post-2030. A recent study shows that the coal transition could lead to a 67% loss of population and an 89% loss in household income just for the town of Coronach alone. The government implies the green jobs that are created will be in the areas where energy jobs are lost, but this is not the case. Those jobs to build green infrastructure are not in rural ridings. Investing transition funding into community infrastructure will do absolutely nothing when there are no people left to use said infrastructure. Places like Coronach, Beanfate, and Esfand deserve more from this government. I thank the members of the SSR for their advocacy and dedication to the sustainability and future of these communities.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, this has been an exciting week. Budget 2021 set out our plan for affordable childcare for $10 a day. On Monday, Ontario finally signed, and now we have deals to deliver affordable childcare for every province and territory. This has been a top priority in my riding of Mississauga, Erin Mills, and we delivered. That was 2021. Next week, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance will table Budget 2022, and I'd like to share some of my priorities with you, Mr. Speaker. Building even more affordable housing, addressing gender-based violence, filling labor gaps, and creating more jobs across Canada, supporting small businesses, seniors, and youth, building a clean, green economy. Mr. Speaker, we've got a lot of work ahead, and I'm looking forward to our budget so that we can get to it. Thank you.
The honourable member from Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, since the birth of the Quebec nation, fishers in Charlevoix have been fishing for Kaplan Weir. It's a tradition, not an industry. We're talking about not even 1% of the total fishery, but this ancestral fishery, in addition to supplying our restaurant owners, is part of our history and is being recognized by UNESCO. However, Fisheries and Oceans Canada, located in Ottawa, far away from the sea, puts our weir fishermen in the same boat as the commercial fishers of Newfoundland. They force them to start their season only in June, like in Newfoundland. But what Fisheries and Oceans far away from the sea does not know is that in the St. Lawrence River, Kaplan rolls in April. There are no fish in June. This national tradition will disappear if the minister does not launch the Kaplan season on April 1st in the river, and that is tomorrow. So the Bloc is asking the minister to intervene. It is time to save the weir fishery. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-La Petite Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased today to acknowledge the exceptional work of two cattle producers in my riding. Briley Farm in Lochburn and Gayclair Farm in Brownsburg have both earned the honour of receiving the TSA Environmental Stewardship Award in Quebec in 2021 and 2022. This award is given annually to recognize cattle producers for their leadership in agro-environmental management. Both Gayclair and Briley Farms have received provincial recognition for their outstanding contributions. As with Briley Farm last year, this year, Gayclair Farm is nominated for national recognition by the Canadian Beef Producers Association. The national winner will be announced later at the Canadian Beef Industry Conference. Congratulations, Gayclair and Briley Farms. You are real examples of innovation and environmental management excellence on your farms.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Lake Simcoe, York Simcoe. Mr. Speaker, it's been 5 years to the day since the Liberals cancelled the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund. The Finance Minister stood on the shores of the lake in 2019 and promised to bring the fund back. But it's been 1,826 days and there's still no funding to clean up and restore the lake. It's unbelievable. Finally, municipalities and organizations from around the lake are joining me and my Conservative colleagues in calling for the cleanup fund to be reinstated. Instead of more taxes in next week's budget, the government must support community-based grassroots projects that will protect the precious Lake Simcoe watershed and the ecosystem. Mr. Speaker, it can be tough to wade through all the broken promises and inaction by this Liberal government on the environment. But that's why I'm here in my hip waders, once again calling for the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund to be included in the 2022 budget. It's time for action, Mr. Speaker.
I will remind people about the usage of props. The Honourable Member for Canada Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, in 2003, Eugene Melnick purchased our beloved Ottawa Senators franchise. In doing so, he lifted the franchise out of possible bankruptcy. He brought jobs and economic growth to my riding of Canada Carleton, and he fought to keep those jobs in Canada despite proposals to move the franchise elsewhere. Above all, he made the Senators a beloved staple in our city. He helped cultivate a love of hockey amongst young and old. Eugene never wavered in his desire and commitment to bring the Stanley Cup to our nation's capital. Sadly, Eugene passed away peacefully on Monday. He will be fondly remembered by his friends, our community, and Senators fans everywhere. He leaves behind a legacy of love for our Ottawa Senators, who our community will continue to support and cherish for years to come. The Ottawa community will miss his passion and dedication to the sport, and I know the Ottawa Senators Club will one day win a Stanley Cup, and I am sure that Eugene will be watching proudly from above. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby North Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, before we took office in 2015, the federal government had been absent on the housing file for more than 30 years. In the last 6 years, our government has made safe, affordable, and accessible housing a top priority. Our $72 billion housing strategy is working with provinces and municipalities to tackle the issue of affordable housing and of housing affordability. We have started to see the impact of these investments in Burnaby and North Vancouver, helping build, retain, or find homes for 3,900 people through programs like the Federal Community Housing Initiative, the Rapid Housing Initiative, and the Co-Investment Fund. We have also promised to do more. This includes building more supply, treating housing like a place to live instead of as an investment vehicle, and finding pathways to ownership for first-time homebuyers. I am very excited to work with all members of this House to find more solutions to our housing crisis, and I am also looking forward to the Finance Minister releasing Budget 2022 on April 7th so we can continue to deliver more affordable housing for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I also remind people to keep the conversations in the lobbies as people come and present their SO31s, the very important SO31s. The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me immense pride to announce that the City of Brantford is twinning with Kamyanets-Podilsky in Ukraine. This is a symbolic gesture that will initiate much-needed practical support for them. Since the Russian invasion, the city has been host to thousands of refugees, has helped displace single moms with kids, the elderly who are pressured to leave their homes, and have organized efforts to provide support for the Ukrainian army. This wonderful idea was proposed by my constituent Andy Strayfeld and was unanimously supported by Mayor Kevin Davis and City Council. I would like to thank Ukrainian MPs Georgy Mazurashu and Igor Marchuk and the mayor of that city, Mihailo Puzetko. I'm also proud of the role that my team played to make this agreement reality. I encourage my colleagues in this House to work with their municipalities and find their sister cities in Ukraine. Canada can help in so many ways. Glory to Canada and Slava Ukraini!
The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Mr. Speaker, I was sent to this great place in 2015 by the people of St. John Rothsay, not only to stand here and speak in the House, to sit on committees and vote on legislation, but to advocate for and fight for federal investment in my riding. Mr. Speaker, St. John has some of the nicest waterfront in Canada, but that waterfront has been undeveloped due to federal investment. Well, Mr. Speaker, that is changing. We have invested millions in seawall restoration, millions in the Fundy Quay project, millions in Loyalist Plaza boardwalk refurbishment, and, Mr. Speaker, over $1 million in a container village. Mr. Speaker, these projects will not only transform my city, but my region through tourism and economic prosperity. Mr. Speaker, my government has delivered for St. John Rothsay. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, Morgan wrote to me about his mother, who just turned 86. She is still able to live in her family home, living only off Canada Pension, Old Age Security, and GIS. He said, I know it has been tough on her to make ends meet with these high power and gas bills, but she is too proud to ask for financial help from family, so she turns her thermostat way down low in order to afford her heating bills. I have received many other emails, phone calls, and Facebook posts and comments from seniors saying they can't afford this NDP Liberal government any longer. Tomorrow, the carbon tax is going up again, meaning it'll cost seniors more money to heat their homes or turn their thermostats down again, if this is even possible. Mr. Speaker, will this NDP Liberal government stop the carbon tax on April 1st so seniors don't have to live in a cold home? Or is their answer, don't worry, summer's coming. They'll be warm soon.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow the tax on beer, wine, and spirits will automatically go up, thanks to this government's excise escalator. Today, I tabled Bill C-266, an act to repeal the automatic excise escalator. This punitive tax harms Canada's world-leading brewers, vintners, and distillers' ability to compete internationally and punishes Canadian consumers. Tomorrow, the cost of enjoying a beer with friends after work will go up. So will the cost of a bottle of wine for hard-working parents who want to enjoy a rare and well-earned date night. Inflation already makes these simple, basic pleasures increasingly unaffordable for working Canadians. This government's deficits and carbon tax are fueling inflation, which automatically increases its alcohol tax, which fuels inflation even further. It's time to stop this automatic annual tax increase. Let our industries compete internationally, give consumers a break, and support Bill C-266.
The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, today is Indigenous Language Day in Canada. It's a time to celebrate hundreds of Indigenous languages spoken across Canada. I am proud to stand with a government committed to the preservation and restorations of Indigenous language, which appointed the first ever Indigenous Language Commissioner. Congratulations, Ron Ignace. This work is already being felt on the ground level in my own community. We have seen unprecedented investment in the revitalization of the Mi'kmaq through organizations like Mi'kmaq Ginabanui. Giduga
I rise today and I want to say on how much we thank all those who help revitalize languages now and into the future.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Ukak TTE, I am proud to rise in this chamber today to mark the International Day for Trans Visibility. Trans women, especially black trans women, have led the 2S LGBTQ movement through some of our most difficult times. They marched on the streets and demanded justice and won our community the rights we enjoy today. Some gave their lives in this struggle. We see them just as we see all trans folks today and every day. But when I look around this chamber, I don't see a trans person in any one of these 338 chairs. This must change. As the first Two-Spirit person ever elected to this House, here is my message to the trans community. We need you here. You will face many challenges taking your seat in this place, just like I do. But I know that you will overcome them. Always remember that you belong in this House, just like you belong everywhere in Canada. And always remember that you are loved and you are beautiful. Never, ever let anyone tell you otherwise. Kinanas kam tinawao.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The work of the Office of the Auditor General is essential to a democracy. It is through its employees that Parliament hears the truth about government spending, integrity, and effectiveness. Yet, the employees of the Audit Services Group, 3/4 of whom are women, have been without a contract since 2018. They've been on a work-to-rule strike since late November, and now they're on a general strike. While the AG is independent, it is still the Treasury Board that decides on budgets and bargaining mandates. Clearly, the President of the Treasury Board is quite comfortable with the AG's office that can no longer produce the reports that embarrass the government. The men and women of the Audit Department are not asking for too much. They just want a salary scale comparable to that of the civil service. The dispute amounts to $215,000 divided amongst 165 employees, which is practically nothing. The President of the Treasury Board must take action. Negotiations are taking place now, and this has to be settled. It's urgent.
The honourable member for Regina, Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, on the morning of June 6, 1944, 14,000 Canadian soldiers landed on Juno Beach in Normandy, France, as part of the Allies' D-Day invasion to liberate Europe from the Nazis. For 340 of those soldiers, that would be the last morning of their lives. Fast forward to 2022, and today a group of French real estate developers is turning Juno Beach into a condominium complex. Mr. Speaker, this is totally unacceptable. I personally visited Juno Beach several years ago, and the people there have done a commendable job to preserve the area as a memorial to those soldiers who never came home. Recently, this government claimed to be good at convening and making sure that diplomacy is happening. If that really is the case, then the Prime Minister should phone the French President and do whatever is necessary to save Juno Beach.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Speaker, today 5 Ukrainian members of Parliament are in Canada to ask for our help. Over a month ago, Russia began a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The Ukrainian people have been severely outnumbered and outgunned, but they have shown tremendous courage in defending their freedom and their homeland. And I think it's fair to say that Canadians and people around the world have been inspired by that courage. Notwithstanding that courage, the situation in Ukraine is dire. Ukrainians are fighting for their very existence. There's a massive humanitarian crisis with 4 million people already left the country and 9 million more displaced in the country. And this is a threat not only to Ukraine, but to global security, to Europe's security, and to Canada's security. So Ukrainians have been fighting for their freedom, but they are also fighting for us. And we need to fight for them. We've been sending weapons, humanitarian aid, we've been imposing sanctions, but it won't be enough until Ukraine wins this war. So to the Ukrainian MPs who are in Canada today, I say we admire your courage and the courage of the Ukrainian people. We will thank you for fighting for us, and we will continue to fight for you until Ukraine is free and independent once again. Slava Ukraini!
Oral questions. Question orale. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Tomorrow, the NDP Liberal government will willingly increase inflation in Canada by stubbornly maintaining its carbon tax height. That's not nothing. Everything that needs to be shipped will cost more, and in exactly 1 week, the Minister of Finance will table the first NDP Liberal coalition budget. More spending, more intrusion in areas under provincial jurisdiction, no plan to return to balanced budget. NDP members are applauding, but the silence of the Liberal MPs speaks louder than that. Why are they staying silent when Canadians are asking for some respite? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for a number of years, we have and are delivering on promises to Canadians. In other words, that we would be there for them to support them. And this week, in fact, we are continuing this work with significant announcements on the fight against climate change and significant announcements on reconciliation, and also major announcements on daycare services across the country, $10 per day in the next 5 years. And we on this side of the House are continuing to work for Canadians, and we're continuing to focus on them. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. The NDP Liberals tomorrow will ensure that life costs more for all Canadians by increasing the carbon tax. When this left-wing government boasts about the economy, it forgets to say that the current hike in inflation is generating billions in additional revenues for the government. Next week, the government will have a choice. Use these revenues to help Canadian families by reducing taxes, or implement the NDP election platform. The Prime Minister has to pick families or his own political future. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians, apparently except Conservative politicians, know that the cost of inaction against climate change will be far more expensive than investments and responsible parameters. We know that putting a price on carbon and not letting it be free to pollute is the right way to move forward, not only to protect our planet for our kids and grandkids, but also to help growth and create good jobs. It's only the Conservative members who believe that we believe that the economy and the environment go together. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. On another subject, Mr. Speaker, no one believes this Prime Minister anymore when he says he's a feminist. The General Vance case shows that the Prime Minister has a double talk. The Canadian Forces Ombudsman informed the clerk, the minister, and the Office of the Prime Minister about the General's actions. The Ombudsman was right, and the Minister of Defence did nothing, nor did the Prime Minister. How can victims trust this Prime Minister, who instead of taking action and punishing inappropriate and unacceptable behaviour, has turned a blind eye and blamed others? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the men and women serving within the Canadian Armed Forces deserve an environment that protects them, supports them, and provides them the resources that they need in order to ensure that they will have the necessary support in case of misconduct. We must also transform the culture within the Canadian Forces, which we are doing. Yes, it's a lot of work and it is taking too long, but we will continue to focus on this every day in order to ensure that the Canadian Armed Forces can be there for all those who decide to serve their country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. General Vance, this sad, sick story is not just about his conduct. The Ombudsman told the clerk, the minister, the Prime Minister's office, and collectively they turned a blind eye. Instead of being investigated, charged, and disciplined, the general was extended in his post and given a raise. Instead of removing the minister, the Prime Minister reappointed him to cabinet and supported the cover-up. Why?
Unbelievable. Honourable Prime Minister.
From the very beginning, we've been focused on ensuring that the Canadian Armed Forces work environment and culture is worthy of the women and men who choose to serve the armed forces. We need to make sure that we are continuing to transform the culture, continuing to create supports and resources for everyone who serves in the armed forces. No one should be in a toxic work environment. No one should face harassment, intimidation, but particularly not people who are choosing to set their lives on the line for their country.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the victims of General Vance would agree with the Prime Minister today. When the Ombudsman went to the former Defence Minister and told him that General Vance was engaged in sexual misconduct and harassment, the former Defence Minister showed the Ombudsman the door. Instead of launching an investigation, as he was obligated to do, the Minister told General Vance about his accusations and gave him a raise. How does this government expect survivors to feel comfortable coming forward with this track record of protecting a perpetrator who has abused his power?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, as a government, we have demonstrated through our actions, through our support, through our investments, the need to ensure safe working environments for everyone, including and especially people who choose to serve their country through Canadian Armed Forces. Obviously, we fundamentally disagree with the characterizations and the picture painted by the members opposite, who are trying to score cheap political points on the fact that we need to, all of us, work together to transform for the better the culture of the armed forces, and that's what we're doing.
Order.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has allowed for the loosening of restrictions on visas for refugees coming to Quebec or Canada. Now, we mustn't let the wealth of refugees be a criteria. It's about fairness, about ensuring that people who are vulnerable are not made more vulnerable. The solution seems to be a humanitarian airlift. Is the Prime Minister in agreement to put in place immediately an airlift? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be there for Ukraine and Ukrainians fleeing war. We are acting as quickly as possible and as efficiently and safely as possible to allow them to come to Canada. And there is no limit on the number of applications. All those who come to Canada under these measures will be allowed to have open work permits and will be able to quickly get to work if they wish. Canadians stand in solidarity with Ukrainians, and we will continue to welcome them with open arms. The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian government is promoting inclusion and fully subscribes to that. To do that, there are positive measures. For example, anonymous candidacy when you're looking at assessing candidates, or subsidies for some candidates. Exclusion, however, is unhealthy and it is divisive. Does the Prime Minister agree that when it comes to research, exclusion is not the solution? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government has always supported scientists and researchers who play a crucial role in our country's progress, including in fighting COVID-19. Our investments and our programs support science and research that is of international renown. We will provide the additional resources necessary to all researchers and scientists and to position Canada as a leader in innovation. We will continue to support a scientific and research ecosystem that is solid and that reflects all of the talents of all Quebecers and all Canadians. The honourable member for Rosemount Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have folded like a cheap suit yet again before the oil and gas sector. When the Prime Minister promised the entire world that he would reduce greenhouse gas emissions, yet this week he promised to increase oil production instead of investing in green energy and jobs. The Liberals are giving preferential treatment to the oil companies who will get rich at the expense of our environment. This is unacceptable, offensive, and flies in the face of the climate emergency. Why is this government giving gifts to major oil companies while the entire planet is burning?
Order. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions is one of the most exhaustive in the world. We have outlaid in a credible fashion the way that each sector must act in order to meet our climate targets. They're ambitious targets. I'm not the only one to say it. The Canadian Climate Institute, Equiterre, Clean Prosperity, and other scientists have all approved our plan. We promised an ambitious and achievable plan that will allow us to reduce pollution and create possibilities for Canadians, and that is exactly what our plan will allow us to do. We will always be there to fight against climate change and support the middle class. Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, at COP26, this Prime Minister promised the world he'd finally put a cap on greenhouse gas emissions, but if you look at his new climate scheme, you can scratch that promise because he's given billions to the oil lobby to increase production on the fantasy of capturing carbon. That public money should be invested in energy workers to create a truly Canadian clean energy revolution. We have the skill to do this, but we have a Prime Minister who's broken every climate promise he has made. Doesn't he get it? That the clock is ticking, the planet is burning, and the window of opportunity is rapidly closing.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we just put forward the most ambitious and concrete emissions reduction plan this country has ever seen. Every part of the country and every sector of our economy has a critical role to play to meet our 2030 climate targets. As we made clear in the last election, we will cap emissions from oil and gas and ensure the sector reaches net zero by 2050. Our plan is informing our approach to cap and cut for emissions from oil and gas, and consultations are ongoing to make sure we design the right approach for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, tomorrow it's April Fool's Day, and the Prime Minister is raising carbon taxes again. That adds another 11 cents to the litre of gasoline. Excise taxes are going up, CPP premiums are going up, GST revenues are going up, interest rates are going up, and all of these increases are driving inflation and the cost of living for Canadians. Does the Minister not realize that inflation is spiraling out of control, and will Canada's first NDP budget deliver a plan to fight inflation?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's recall a bit of history here. Canada entered this crisis in a strong fiscal position, allowing the government to take decisive action to put in place the supports that Canada needed during the worst health crisis in a century. Our response to COVID, $511 billion invested in the lives, the livelihoods, the communities, the provinces of this country, kept people in their homes and in their jobs. Mr. Speaker, while the other side is fighting itself over leadership, we're going to keep fighting for Canadians and affordability every day.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, first-time homebuyers with good wages want to get out of their parents' basements. It's a slap to the face to find out that Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation now offers government-backed mortgages with a 50-year amortization to landlords, yet denies first-time homebuyers a 25-year mortgage. Why is this SpendDP Liberal coalition fighting for more spending and lending to help the profits of big corporate landlords while leaving millennials out in the cold?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, maybe the Honourable Member needs to have a conversation with his colleague from Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, who stood up in the House last week and said that we should not help first-time homebuyers. He should have a conversation with his member from Calgary Centre, who said we should cut back on the national housing strategy. He should help the honourable member from Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon, who tries to table their platform in this House and can't find the term affordable housing in the Conservative plan. That's their record, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Thank you. The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Montreal is now saying there's a full-scale attack on Canadian home prices. Banks are raising interest rates and housing inventory is at an all-time low. The budget's next week, Mr. Speaker, and the average Canadian home price is a staggering $868,000. To the Minister, how much of this budget will Canadians actually be able to afford?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
We are moving ahead to make sure that we implement the Housing Accelerator Fund to offer more housing supply. We are enhancing and committed to enhancing the first-time homebuyer incentive and making sure that we move forward on an innovative rent-to-own program that will turn more Canadian renters into homebuyers. But what did they do? They voted against a tax on foreign-owned, non-recreational residential properties. They are on record in saying that we should pull back investments through the National Housing Strategy. They are on record in talking down the first-time homebuyer incentive, a program that will help more Canadians become homeowners, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, it might not be a marriage of love, but it's certainly one of convenience for this NDP Liberal government. Here are some demands from the NDP platform. They say they'll raise the capital gains tax inclusion to 75%. They said that they'll raise the corporate tax rate to 18%. They said that they'll tax successful businesses with an excess profit tax. They will make life more unaffordable for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister couldn't get the confidence of the majority of voters, so he bought the confidence of this House. And my question is how much is it going to cost Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to something as serious as the nation's finances, it's important to separate partisan posturing from the facts. We've seen the partisan posturing. Now for some facts, Mr. Speaker. The fact is that the world's two leading rating agencies, S&P and Moody's, have reaffirmed Canada's AAA credit rating. Our economy grew again in January, Mr. Speaker, and that is the 8th consecutive month of economic growth. That is prudent leadership, and that is stewardship of the economy that all Canadians can be proud of.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, we want to hear the government talk about inflation, which is a global inflation. In Switzerland, it's 1.5%, Japan 1.7%, Norway 3.7%, still under the shocking rate of 5.7% in Canada. The government can compare itself to the best and tell us how it intends to slow inflation, which is constantly undermining the purchasing power of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, here are the facts. They're very clear. The latest figures for inflation was 5.7%. In the U.S., 7.9% were lower than in the average of the G7, which is 5.8%, and the average of the OECD at 7.2%. This side can fight over the leadership race, and we're looking towards the interests of Canadians. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis. They could at least answer the question, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Party has no idea of the drama that our constituents are experiencing. We meet them every weekend, and what do they talk to us about? About the groceries prices and gas and houses that are unaffordable. When will they do something? It's time. The Honourable Minister of Tourism and the Associate Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, let's remind ourselves of the facts. Canada entered the crisis in a very strong financial position, allowing the government to invest in Canadians. We invested $511
million in the lives of Canadians in communities, businesses, provinces in Quebec, across the country, in order to help them and to avoid the worst depression since the 1930s. On this side, we're working. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, a call for candidates at Laval University under the Research Chairs of Canada framework is generating lots of discussions because it excludes white people. There are many ways to promote diversity within our institutions, and the principle itself is laudable. We could talk about unanimous CVs. This is one means among many. Exclusion is not one of those means. Exclusion is not inclusion. Does the government agree that the exclusion of candidates is not a good idea? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our government supports all researchers and scientists. Over the last 7 years, we have helped to rebuild the scientific sector with and establish a good international reputation. We have a strong research and development sector that represents Canadian interests. It's the important and the smart thing to do, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Exclusion of an answer is not a good idea either, Mr. Speaker. Exclusion is not a method of inclusion. It's not a method of inclusion, and although well-intended, it creates division. At present, there are competent young researchers who have nothing to do with past discriminatory practices, and they can't even apply. In the name of equal opportunity, these people are being denied their fair chance. Equal opportunity means, at the very least, that everybody gets a fair chance. Does the government agree that exclusion is the wrong way to go? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, after a decade of neglect by the Conservatives under Stephen Harper, our government has always supported researchers and scientists. We are determined to provide the resources and tools required by our scientists to improve health, environment, and Canada's economy in order to position Canada as a leader in innovation. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neja-Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government says it's basing its decisions on scientists, but when it comes to funding research, it's the government who gives science the criteria. And it's not without some risk, Mr. Speaker. Science is neutral, objective, and apolitical. And it is under those conditions that it moves forward and allows us to improve everyone's lives without discrimination. Does the government recognize that it should never, under any circumstances, allow criteria imposed by the federal government to block scientific progress? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for that question.
Science back after a decade of neglect, Mr. President. And not only is it back, but it's a scientific community that looks a lot like Canada does right now. We applaud scientific research institutions that are taking steps to include diversity and inclusion in their hiring practices, and will always support Canadian researchers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good job.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
The Immigration Minister introduced biometrics exemptions for some Ukrainians, but it seems that common sense is not so common with this NDP Liberal government. A 5-year-old might be exempt, but the mother has to wait weeks or months to get biometrics done. This makes no sense and is proof of inaction by this government, just like in Afghanistan, and puts them into the never-ending Liberal-made immigration backlog. Will the minister put his ego aside, honor the will of this parliament, listen to Ukrainians' pleas, and implement visa-free travel for Ukrainians?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
I'm pleased to share with this House that we've now had more than 12,000 Ukrainians arrive in Canada since the beginning of the year. 2 weeks ago today, we launched a new program that would expedite the arrival of Ukrainians, and we've now seen 12,000 more approvals under this new program in just the last 2 weeks. We're going to continue to do what we can to welcome as many people as possible, and we'll follow the advice of security experts, including to eliminate the requirement for biometrics for children, for seniors, and those with a travel history to Canada. I look forward to continuing my work with all members of this House across parties to ensure we welcome as many people as possible who are fleeing this horrific and unjust war of aggression.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Christina was 9 months pregnant when this war broke out, and she had her baby in an underground bomb shelter. She now needs to make her way through a war zone to get biometrics in Poland. With a brand new baby and a toddler in tow, Liberal red tape is delaying people fleeing war. Liberal red tape are keeping people in conflict zones. When will the government show compassion and allow visa-free travel for Christina and the thousands just like her?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question and for her compassion. As the parent of an infant child, I can't even imagine the horrific circumstances someone like Christina is dealing with as she flees this horrific war. We put forward measures that were going to expedite the arrival, and so far we are seeing this is one of the largest and fastest humanitarian efforts in the history of Canada. We are responding in real time to a crisis in a way that not just gets people here quickly, but gets people here in a way that we trust can be secure. I'm not worried about the security threat that this particular individual provides, but others who may try to come into the program, including people who have been fighting in the Donbass and eastern Ukraine over the last 8 years, are something we need to address. We're going to do this in a responsible way and bring as many people here as quickly as possible.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, Ukraine is attempting to negotiate peace with a cruel dictator, but Putin cannot be trusted. Ukraine needs military aid, and they need it now. President Zelensky has asked Canada and NATO for armored personnel carriers and more missiles. While the Russians continue to wage war, Canada can give Ukraine our Harpoon missiles for coastal defense, and we can also give them our light armored vehicles that are being decommissioned right now, like our Coyotes, our Bisons, and our M113s. Will the Prime Minister immediately give Ukraine the lethal defensive equipment it needs so they can win this war?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister has said many times, we are leaving no stone unturned to support our Ukrainian friends. We have announced 6 tranches of military aid, both lethal and non-lethal, to Ukraine since February alone. This represents well over $100 million in military aid to Ukraine. In addition, we have assisted our allies in delivering aid to Ukraine via 21 flights on the C-130s Canada is providing for airlift support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, on a cold winter day in 2019, Dylan Paratus, Daniel Waldenberger Balmer, and Andrew Dockrell climbed into a locomotive parked on a steep hill near Field, British Columbia. Minutes later, the brakes failed, the train ran away, and the 3 men plunged to their deaths. Now, the TSB just released a scathing report on that accident, saying, among other things, that CP Rail didn't listen to the safety concerns coming from their own workers. This government's hands-off approach to rail safety is killing railroaders. When will it stand up to big rail corporations and protect workers' lives?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, our thoughts continue to be with the families and friends of those who lost their lives on that tragic accident. We thank Transportation Safety Board of Canada for completing a thorough investigation. The investigation report was released today. We're going to examine it, Mr. Speaker. We're going to act upon it, and we're going to build on the interim measures that we put immediately after the accident. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my colleague and every member of this House and every Canadian, safety is our top priority, and we will continue to do everything we can to maintain the highest level of safety here in Canada.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Canadians were horrified to see General Vance walk away without consequence after allegations of sexual misconduct and obstruction. Women in the armed forces continue to wait for a real culture change in the face of sexual misconduct and assault. And yet, even though the Liberals have promised action for 7 years, the minister has said they will wait again for yet another report. How many reports do they need? Instead of delaying action when the solutions are known, will the government implement the Deschamps report so women get action now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government takes all allegations of misconduct seriously, and we are committed to taking strong action on any allegation that is brought forward, no matter the rank, no matter the position, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to supporting survivors, and that's why we've committed over $236 million through Budget 2021 to eliminate sexual misconduct and gender-based violence in the CAF. We've transferred misconduct cases to the civilian system, and we passed the Victims' Bill of Rights. And, Mr. Speaker, that is only the beginning. Thank you.
Good job, the honourable member from London West.
Mr. Speaker, as Women's History Month is coming to an end today, women still face systemic barriers to participate in our economy. And there is still a lot of work that needs to be done for women entrepreneurs, especially those who are underrepresented. Women should be celebrated every day and have equal chances to prosper. In 2018, our government announced the first ever women entrepreneurship strategy, and this program represents $6 billion investments to advance women's economic empowerment. Can the Minister of International Trade and Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development update us on the program and how the program contributes to advancing gender equality and women's participation in the economy?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from London West for her leadership and for her hard work. Our government continues to move the dial for women entrepreneurs and businesses by investing in their growth and in their success. Recently, I announced $55 million investment for women-owned businesses looking for loans under $50,000, an additional $25 million to further build out an ecosystem of support focused on underrepresented women. By the way, this ecosystem has already helped 5,000 women businesses grow, 7,000 start their business, and if you don't measure it, you're not going to get any improvement. So we also invested $4.2 million in the Knowledge Hub. I want to thank the Canadian women entrepreneurs for all they're doing to the Canadian economy and help grow.
Good, Speaker. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, Unifor issued a news release on their meeting with the Minister of Fisheries, which stated the minister said her goal was to leave as many fish in the water as possible, and that fishermen would need to sacrifice their jobs for climate change. You said that? In a statement responding to the release, the minister did not deny this. Is the minister's actual goal to shut down the fishing industry?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My goal is to grow the fish and seafood industry, and for that we need sustainable stocks. I have been misquoted at times. And I will make decisions when stocks are in very critical state. I will make decisions that enable us to protect and grow them so that we can have sustainable fish and seafood and a growing fish and seafood industry for the generations to come.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
I'm sure your NDP dance partner loves that you trash the Unifor Union. Yesterday, the minister shut down the Atlantic mackerel fishery. Mackerel is the...
Well, it's not so much as just back up and maybe take away that trash comment there. The honourable member of South Shore St. Margaret's.
Yesterday, the minister shut down the Atlantic mackerel fishery. Mackerel is what we use for bait in the lobster fishery. Lobstermen in Maine used tons of carp this year for bait. Yet the minister refuses to approve alternative bait methods over the concern of them becoming invasive species. I got a news flash for the minister. Lobster bait is dead, rotting fish and can't reproduce and therefore not a threat. Without other types of bait, there is no lobster fishery. Will the minister reverse this harmful decision?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, and I do recognize that this decision on mackerel fishing will have an impact on some harvesters. The mackerel stock has been in very critical state for many, many years, and it needs a break so that it can recover and be there as bait for the lobster and crab fishers. And that's why I gave almost 2 months' notice, so that the harvesters can find those alternative sources of bait, which do exist and are available in their communities. These stocks are important for other fish like cod, salmon, and tuna, and I know that the member wants to see those fish have something to eat too.
The Honourable Member for Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, mackerel harvesters and processors are in shock after this minister closed this year's Atlantic mackerel fishery. Last year, harvesters in my riding witnessed an excessive abundance of mackerel, but much later than usual. They've observed changes in migration and spawning patterns, yet DFO science has not evolved with ecosystems. For years, harvesters have lobbied to become involved in mackerel research surveys like in other North Atlantic countries. Does the minister care about the economic impact of her decision, or is she just concerned with pleasing environmental activists?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I already mentioned, the mackerel stocks have been in very critical state for a decade. And the time has come to give them a chance to regenerate and rebound, because we need mackerel stock for our fishers, for bait, for the very lucrative crab and lobster fishery, but for the whole ecosystem. So I am sure that the member opposite would not want to be presiding over the extinction of such an important fish. We're going to protect it and regenerate it for the generations to come.
Good job.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
After she was defeated in the last general election, the former Minister of Fisheries issued temporary moderate livelihood lobster licenses to 4 First Nations for the lobster season that ends in May. The former minister had the right and ability to impose conditions on the fishery in return for the issuing of these licenses, which would sell in today's marketplace for over $1 million. So did the former defeated minister put in place a condition that these licenses were not to be fished outside the DFO's commercial regulated seasons for lobster fishing areas 33, 34, and 35? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know how important the lobster fishery and all fisheries are to the communities in Atlantic Canada as well as on the Pacific. And I also know how important it is for reconciliation with Indigenous peoples that they are able to satisfy their court-ordered or moderate livelihood fisheries rights. With respect to the question, I'm happy to look into it for the member. We do our very best to work with Indigenous peoples to satisfy their rights and work with harvesters to make sure they're included in any changes of quota that will affect them.
Bravo. Good job.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, we need airlift with chartered flights to go and get Ukrainian refugees. The president of the Quebec wing of the Ukrainian Canadian Congress, Michael Schweck, said this: "This is a good thing. For example, if a mother is with her 2 children in Poland, she has to find and pay herself for plane tickets, so that's an obstacle. If the government can help at this level, then that makes it easier for her." Mr. Speaker, that's what Ukrainians are calling for these displaced Ukrainian mothers and their children. When will we get airlift? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is essential for Canada to welcome as many Ukrainian refugees as possible who are fleeing this horrific war.
As possible. That's why we introduced new expedited programs, and I'm pleased to share that more than 12,000 Ukrainians have arrived in Canada already this year, with another 12,000 who've been approved just in the past 2 weeks, and previous to the new program coming on, an additional more than 7,500. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to welcome tens of thousands of Ukrainians. We're having conversations with the private sector to see what we can do to bring people here as quickly as possible. Every day we're working to introduce new measures to not just get people here, but support them after they arrive.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, let's come back to the Ukrainian Canadian Congress. It was asked yesterday what more the Canadian government can do to help. Its answer: simplify the visa application system and help with travel. Send planes to bring these good people to Canada, because right now they have to find and pay for the tickets themselves and find their way to Canada. Mr. Speaker, Those people moved heaven and earth to flee the war, and the minister has to do the same to bring them to Canada. It's been a month now, Mr. Speaker, that we've been calling on the minister to put in place airlift and to charter flights. The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
The
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Remind the honourable member that typically refugee resettlement programs take years to implement to welcome people in large numbers. Over the past number of weeks, we have implemented new programs to allow those in Canada to stay. We have waived fees for new applications. We have found every application with a Ukrainian national in our queue already and are processing it in a priority way. We introduced a new program so people could get here in 2 weeks. We just this week have extended new settlement supports to make sure people have language training, that they have access to employment assistance. We're continuing to do everything we can to support people. We will not stop, and we will continue to introduce new measures to make it easier for them to get here.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
When the government's decision put salmon farms on the Discovery Islands on notice, there was no transition plan for affected workers. Now, 15 months later, the government has spent over $20 million in PR exercises, but not a dime for worker transitions. The government's decision on Discovery Islands, the deadline is 3 months away, and still no transition support for the workers who have lost or will lose their jobs. Will the government provide targeted transition resources for displaced workers?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Mr. Speaker, I am committed to implementing a responsible plan to transition away from open net pen salmon farming in coastal British Columbian waters. As confirmed by my mandate letter and my being a West Coaster, I know just how important this transition will be. Last year, the department held preliminary engagements with First Nations and many, many other stakeholders. That report was published last July and will be critical in developing our plan forward. We're going to do a lot more consultation, and Budget 2021 provided funds to do just that.
Honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Still no answer for workers. The minister told the Fisheries Committee regarding the expropriation of quota from crab and elver fishers that, quote, no decisions have been made on either the crab or elver fishery, end quote. Yet DFO officials have written the crab fishers that the quota cut of 50% was final. They also told elver fishers that the 14% cut was final. Does the minister understand that this will hurt the industry and kill jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Indigenous communities have a court-ordered right to fish in their traditional waters or right to fish for a moderate livelihood. And so it's a principle of our government to satisfy those rights. There's not always the ability to add quota to satisfy those rights and maintain conservation of the stock for the long term, which is absolutely critical. And so that's why we've been in consultation with the crab fishers and the elver harvesters to have an industry-led way forward on these matters.
Great answer.
The Honourable Member from Montmagny-Lilac, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, harbours are the Trans-Canada Highway for our commercial fishery. Without them, impossible to fish. This is a collective asset for all the countries, but the Liberals don't see the Small Craft Harbour Support Program as a collective program. It's only for them. In 2021, 74% of all projects went to Liberal ridings. 15 out of 19 ridings which received more than one project were Liberal. 20 out of 24 of the largest projects went to Liberal ridings. So why are public funds being used for partisan purposes, Mr. Speaker? As my friend from Lévis-Lobinière says, it's a scandal. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. This small craft harbor support program is something that ensures subsistence fisheries. Fisheries, agriculture reinforce the resilience of rural and coastal communities. This is a nonpartisan program, Mr. Speaker, and the Conservatives did not invest in ports when they were in office, but we have invested $1 billion. in new funding for the Small Craft Harbour program.
Great fisheries questions. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Malcorel-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, the first half of tax season is now over, and millions of Canadians have already filled out and submitted their tax returns. Many others are about to do the same in the coming days and weeks. Can the Minister of National Revenue tell us more about how the tax season is unfolding this year to date? Thank you. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Malcorel-Fortin for his question and his tireless work. Tax season is well underway, and that is thanks to all CRA employees who do extraordinary work day after day. I would also like to take the time to remind Canadians that they must file their tax returns before the deadline to ensure that they get their benefits and credits as rapidly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, invasive zebra and quagga mussels are devastating the ecology of waterways, harming natural species, ruining beaches, and costly to waterway infrastructure. Last summer, 17 boats were confirmed carrying invasive mussels coming into British Columbia. With the summer fast approaching, we can't have another year of inaction. DFO has a responsibility to stop the spread. What is the NDP Liberal minister's plan to stop the spread of invasive mussels from coming to Western Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my department is very seized with preventing and dealing with invasive species that are indeed a scourge of Canadian waters from east to west. We recently actually stopped quagga mussels or zebra mussels from coming.
Order. As much as I like the fisheries questions, I like the fishery answers. And I want to be able to hear them. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I was saying, my department and I have a very important responsibility to stop and to prevent and reduce invasive species in the waters across Canada. Zebra mussels were discovered through work that my ministry did with our border agency coming into Canada through aquarium supplies, and we stopped that. So this is something we're seized with. We'll continue to work on it, and our budget allows us to do just that. Thank you.
That was close. We're getting closer. The Honourable Member for Coast Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, salmon anglers in my province have been told that a decision is being made to stop all retention of salmon in the upcoming season. Last year, the Exploits River had returns that were nearly double the average returns for the past 10 years. Stopping salmon retention will take anglers off the rivers and put poachers in the driver's seat. Given that many rivers were stable or up in their returns last year, there's no reason to take away the right to retain salmon. In fact, retention of salmon can be increased. Will the minister allow local anglers to retain salmon this year in Newfoundland and Labrador?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would say on both coasts, west and east, wild salmon are incredibly important to our government and to the people of this country. And so any measures that we put in place is to protect and to help regrow the stocks of wild salmon. We're very engaged with the sports fisher community on both coasts. In fact, I met with a group of sport fishers just yesterday who are salmon fishers. Yes, we want to enable the sport fishing community to be able to fish, and at the same time, we're working with them and others to make sure that we sustain these populations, regrow them for the generations to come.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow the tax on beer, wine, and spirits will increase automatically thanks to this government's excise escalator. But today, I tabled Bill C-266 to repeal this automatic annual tax increase. Under this government, simple pleasures like enjoying a beer with friends after work or a bottle of wine over dinner with a loved one are increasingly unaffordable. for working people. Will this government give Canadian brewers, vintners, distillers, and especially consumers a break and support Bill 266?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will wait another week to see all the great contents of Budget 22, but what I can do is use this opportunity to hold the Conservatives accountable for their own record on affordability. So let's get into it. We lowered the taxes for the middle class twice, raised them on the wealthiest 1%, and what did the Conservatives do? They voted against. We created the Canada Child Benefit and indexed it. What did the Conservatives vote? Against. We got tourism businesses all the way through Omicron, and what did the Conservatives do? They voted against. We will stand for Canadians and affordability, Mr. Speaker, each and every day.
A lively bunch. I mean, it's only Thursday. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Thanks very much, Speaker. Over a month ago, Russia began an unprovoked full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Ukrainian people have been very courageous in defending their homeland, but the situation is dire. They are fighting for their very existence. There is a humanitarian crisis, and this is a threat to Canada's security, to global security, to Europe's security. So Ukrainians are not only fighting for themselves, but they're fighting for us. Could the Minister of Foreign Affairs please share with Canadians what Canada is doing to support the people of Ukraine?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his important question. Canada has one of the strongest relationships in the world with Ukraine, and we stand with Ukrainians in the face of this further invasion by Russia. We'll continue to put maximum pressure on the Russian regime. We have imposed strong sanctions. We will send more lethal weapons, but we know we have to do more, and we will do more. And that is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, more sanctions are coming.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, Tlaquet member Lisa Marie Young was 21 when she went missing in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith. It's been 20 years, and still, Lisa's loved ones have no answers. Indigenous women, girls, and 2SL LGBTQIA+ individuals continue to go missing or murdered. Indigenous women are at least 4.5 times more likely to be murdered than non-Indigenous. How many lives need to be lost for the Liberals to set timelines and real resources to address this crisis?
No, sorry, I'm losing track. The Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member opposite for her intervention and her passion on this subject. Our government is committed to working with Indigenous stakeholders all across this country to make sure that we move forward on the missing and murdered Indigenous women's calls to justice. In fact, we put $2.2 billion in a 5-year federal action plan to make sure that we're addressing that, make sure that we see tangible results, but make sure, most importantly, that we keep Indigenous women across this country safe and supported. Thank you.
And that's all the time for question period today, but before we all run out, I just wanted to make the actual formal introduction. I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery, an all-women delegation and members of the Ukrainian Parliament, the Verkhovna Rada. Can you please rise and receive the... We're honored that you're here with us today. Now we have a couple of points of order. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order in relation to a term that I think may have been used in question period and certainly featured prominently in debate earlier this morning that caused me to reflect on the nature of unparliamentary language as described in the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, where it reminds us that the most important factor is whether the remarks create disorder in the chamber. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, confusion often leads to disorder. Before getting into the term itself, I just want to quote a few relevant authorities for your benefit, Mr. Speaker. The first comes from the bylaws of the Board of Internal Economy, where a recognized party is defined as a party that has a recognized membership of 12 or more persons in the House of Commons. And I would refer you also, Mr. Speaker, to the House of Commons website under the subheading Party Standings in the House of Commons, where it lists 4 parties that meet that definition: the Liberal, Conservative, Bloc Québécois, and NDP. In order to find a reference to the term neoliberal party, you have to go to the Oxford English Dictionary, where it defines a neoliberal as relating to a type of liberalism that believes in a global free market without government regulation, with businesses and industry controlled and run for profit by private owners. There are 2 parties that meet that definition, the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party. And so I'm concerned that in the confusion that arises from the use of this term, Mr. Speaker, we may end up causing disorder in the chamber. And it's why I thought it was very important to clarify the record. The Social Democratic Party here in the chamber is by no means a neoliberal party. We may be getting a neoliberal party to do things with our leverage that it may not otherwise do, but that by no means makes of us a neoliberal.
I thank the member for his intervention, and of course we'll look at that with great interest. Any other points of order? It being 3:14, pursuant to an order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-5. Call in the members. The question is the following one. Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Bibeau, moved that Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code.
The 10-minute period for voting, members voting electronically, has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Ms. De Brusen.
Ms. De Brusen.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mrs. Suds.
Mrs. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madam Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Mr. Cerbera.
Mr. Silbera.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pawlowski.
Mr. Pawlowski.
Madame Mendez.
Madam Mendez.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Jahal.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Edlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus. He's in the back row. 327.
And then Albus. Mrs. Finley.
Mrs. Finley.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Generu.
Mr. Generu.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Cruzy.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Madame Khalid.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Wagenthal.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I vote against the app kept insisting I was smiling.
Okay, your vote was registered as in the negative anyway. Thank you. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Speaker. I voted yay, but the camera would not activate, so did want to confirm my vote is yay.
Try, the camera is not keying in, so we have to be able to see you to register that vote. Keep talking there for a second just to be sure we can get that.
Thank you, Speaker. My vote is yay, and having difficulties activating the camera.
Just a second, Minister. Just hold on a second. We're going to have to try this one more time when I give you the go. All right. Minister Miller, give it one more try here.
Thank you. And perhaps members are privileged not to see me.
All right, well, we'll move on to the next one, and then we'll see if we can come back. Ms. Stubbs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had a technical difficulty, and I will vote nay.
We don't.
Yeah.
Ms. Stubbs, again.
Mr. Doherty.
Hello from God's country to all my colleagues. I want to ensure that my vote is registered as no.
Registered as no. Thank you. Mr. Motts.
Thank you, Speaker. I did vote no. The app said I should confirm, so I'm just confirming that my vote was recorded as no, please.
Vote has been confirmed as no. All right, one last time. We're going to go back to Minister Miller. Can you give us one more try?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I wanted to confirm that indeed my vote is yay, yes.
I mean, we all did hear it, but we didn't need to hear it to see it. I don't know, but so far there's been no rule on that. Let me confer a sec. Proc has decided that you have to be seen in order for your vote to register, so we'll have to disallow that one for this vote. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 212, 212. Nays contre 118, 118.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill. Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Now I'll give this a second to clear. And everybody can take their conversations outside. Would be great, so we can get moving here. So we'll ask for the leader, the House Leader of the Opposition, for the Thursday question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to be very judicious in my language, not to offend the honourable member from Elmwood Transcona, and refer to it as a neoliberal government. There's been thunderous applause this week every time we mention the NDP Liberal government, so I'd like to ask the NDP Liberal government House Leader what the plan is next week in the House of Commons and the agenda. Thank you.
The Honourable House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow morning we'll continue with second reading debate of Bill C-13, which amends the Official Languages Act and enacts the use of French in federally regulated private businesses act. On Monday, we will have the fifth day of debate at report stage of Bill C-8, which is an act to implement certain provisions of the Economic and Fiscal Update, which was tabled in Parliament on December 14th. Tuesday shall be an opposition day. Mr. Speaker, further, Wednesday, we plan to start debate on C-14 concerning electoral representation in Quebec. We will continue debate on C-13 official languages on Thursday until 4 p.m., at which time the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance will be presenting the budget. Friday will be the first day of the budget debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply.
Opposition motion on the federal budget standing in the name of Mr. Fast.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 15 minutes. And when we left this last, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader had 1 minute to go.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I just finished commenting in regards to the child care, and the last thing I would like to be able to emphasize is, remember, it wasn't that long ago, just a few months back when we had a national election. And if you take a look in terms of one of the big policy issues for the Conservative Party of Canada, it was a price on pollution. They actually supported and campaigned on a carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. And it would appear, if you listen to conservative after conservative stand up and speak in the House today, that it appears as if at least a majority of them are now against a price on pollution, Mr. Speaker. And I think that it's kind of encouraging to a certain degree that without a leader, you kind of see that far right coming and surfacing. Previously is the reformers, many of them, Mr. Speaker, not very sensitive to our environment and do not recognize the true value of good and the benefits of good, sound government programs. Programs that we have seen that have been developed since the last 6 years, going right up to yesterday when we had the child care announcement 2 days ago.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his very loud and vociferous protestation and fantasy telling over there. I thought I was actually telling a fairy tale at nighttime to a child or something. You know, that being said, Mr. Speaker, when the real world hits and you actually speak to people who live in your constituency and you talk to individuals who are seniors who are living on fixed incomes, who can't afford to eat, who can't afford their rent, who can't afford to drive their cars, who can't afford anything, then these fantastical tales need to end at some point, Mr. Speaker. So when is this government going to grow up and stop telling these tales to Canadians?
Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, let me give the member a couple of facts. When he makes reference to seniors, one of the first actions that this government had taken was to substantially increase the guaranteed income supplement, something in which the Conservative Party actually voted against, Mr. Speaker. And then once we got into the pandemic, we gave one-time payments to members, our seniors 65 and over, and for those, again, on the GIS, it was 2 payments, Mr. Speaker. Again, it's something in which we continue to support seniors through the supporting of literally tens of millions of dollars through nonprofit organizations that provided different types of programs for seniors. That's some of the direct and indirect ways in which we are there for seniors. And then you have many of my Liberal colleagues that are also advocating for things such as more on long-term care in terms of standards and financial resources, the issue of mental health, and not to mention the campaign commitment that we made that we're materializing in terms of the 10% increase for 75 and over. Madam Speaker, the list continues, and I appreciate the question from the member opposite.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, my apologies. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's curious for me to hear my colleague from Winnipeg North say that seniors are important because we know that they're promising an increase, but an increase of $50, $60 a week. We know that their needs are higher than that. When we think of the grocery prices and the consequences of the hike in the gas price, housing prices, everything has increased. The Bloc is asking for $110 increase, and those between the ages of 65 and up. Well, what they're doing is cheap. Does the parliamentary secretary agree that they're being cheap?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, in the election we made a commitment to increase seniors 75 and over by 10% in regards to their OAS, and I can assure the member that that's not cheap. It is a substantial amount of money. You're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, and these are seniors at a time in which we really need to continue to support seniors. This government has been there, and it's demonstrated its presence and support of seniors virtually from day one, as I pointed out, back in late 2015, going into 2016, to this very day. And I look forward to seeing yet another budget and the ways in which we will continue to see a Liberal government supporting the seniors of Canada, because we truly care.
The Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
It's okay, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure you're very tired. You're working a lot. And while I'm talking about the amount of time you're here, I do want to pass on my wishes to the Speaker to get well soon. Madam Speaker, I've heard the Liberals talk about affordability, and we've watched while they've let big oil get a free ride. They had record profits, and what do? Give record dividends out to their shareholders, and then gas prices go up on everyday consumers. We saw the big banks do the same thing. They had record profits, they give out record dividends, and then they charge fees to they increase fees to their regular consumers. Grocery stores made record profits in the pandemic, and groceries bills went up almost $1,000 for the average family, Madam Speaker. And they continue to support this corporate welfare like the Conservatives, Madam Speaker, instead of supporting everyday Canadians. So my question through you is: the Conservatives put forward a motion today where they actually want to increase taxes on people's retirement by not recognizing that the CPP is actually deferred wages, which everyday people actually need. When will the Liberals stop supporting corporate welfare and make them pay their fair share of taxes?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 10 seconds.
Madam Speaker, one of the very first things that we had done is we had indicated that Canada's 1% wealthiest needed to give a fairer contribution, and that's why we had the tax increase on Canada's 1% wealthiest, and that was one of the first actions we did back in 2016, albeit the NDP did not support that motion, but we still moved ahead with it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente, and I'd like to start off this afternoon. Today, when we talk about the Canadian economy, Madame la Présidente, we see today the Q1 gross domestic product report came out from Stats Canada. Again, the Canadian economy is outperforming expectations. Again, Canadians, Canadian businesses, Canadian workers continue to have the confidence to move the economy forward as we recover from the pandemic, as we do our part as a nation based on shared democratic values in fighting the war, with Ukraine and making sure that Ukraine has the resources it needs, standing with the Ukrainian people. So, Madame la Présidente, I just read the headline here. Canada's economy is exceeding Bank of Canada expectations. Canada's economy is growing faster than the Bank of Canada forecast. Despite restrictions, the economy still grew in January and ripped in February. Excuse me. I'm going to scratch my throat. Again, Madame la Présidente. Oh, excuse me. Again, we see the Canadian economy outperforming expectations. Again, we see Canadian businesses and Canadian workers investing in Canada. So, on to my formal remarks. I'll get somebody to grab me a glass of water, please. That'd be great. Thank you, Madame la Présidente. Our government understands that Canadians are being hit hard at gas pumps from coast to coast to coast as the prices of gasoline and diesel are reaching new records. Well, at first, the idea of reducing taxes on gasoline or diesel may seem to be a good one. It is quite simply and frankly the wrong solution to a complex problem. This is simply not the right way to make life more affordable for Canadian families. Monsieur le Président, Madame la Présidente, il est important de comprendre que
It is important to understand
the islands. Much better.
It is important to understand that current price increases for a variety of goods, including gasoline and diesel, are the result of a global phenomenon driven by the unstable situation in Ukraine and the unprecedented challenge of restarting the world's economy following the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, the prices of gasoline and diesel are the result of the forces of the market. This means that even if our government was to cut prices here in Canada by 5% today through a tax cut, the benefits to consumers could be completely wiped out in the coming days. The idea here is that prices quite often depend on events out of our control, thousands of miles away from home.
Madame la Présidente, there are much better ways to continue making life more affordable for middle-class Canadians, dealing with high inflation and high gas prices. I will give you very concrete examples of the actions our government is taking to help Canadian families make the ends meet. Again, Madame la Présidente, this week we signed an historic childcare deal with the province of Ontario, where the federal government will be investing $10.2 billion over the next 5 years to reduce childcare fees, firstly on April 1st, then on December 1st, total of 50%, getting it down within the period of time when the agreement takes place by 50%, creating 86,000 new spaces for Ontario families, much like my family, where my daughter will be going to daycare come this October, where we will be able to place our daughter in not only excellent care, where she'll be learning with her little classmates, at the same time at a much lower rate. That is improving affordability for Canadian families. And we've done that since 2015, since day one, Madame la Présidente. I would like to remind my honourable colleagues that our government understands that in order to ensure a strong economic recovery, it is necessary to be prudent and responsible fiscal managers. Our economic recovery plan is working. Canada has exceeded its goal of creating 1 million jobs well ahead of expectation and has the strongest job recoveries in the G7. In fact, Madame la Présidente, as of February, 112% of the jobs lost since the peak of the pandemic has been recouped in Canada. And that, I speak to all sides of the House, that is due to our government's focus on investing in Canadians, having the backs of Canadians so our economy can come rip-roaring back as we exited and continue to exit COVID-19. That is a fact, Madame la Présidente. De plus, le PIB du Canada est...
In addition, Canada's GDP has now returned to pre-pandemic levels. And despite the unprecedented measures we had to take to fight COVID-19, we continue to have by far the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. Madam Speaker, we want to make sure that future generations are not burdened with pandemic-related debt. And we also want to ensure that Canada's low debt advantage is preserved. That is why we remain committed to the fiscal anchors that we outlined in last spring's budget.
System. Placing a price on carbon, which is a negative externality, and if you studied economics, you would know about Coase's theorem, and you put a price on negative externalities that aren't borne direct by the producers. So we put a price on carbon. That is actually the best way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, do it in the most efficient manner, while transitioning to a low-carbon economy by adopting technologies that are done through innovation. And we've seen that. We've seen the announcement down in Windsor, Ontario, where LG and Stellantis will be investing nearly $5 billion, creating 3,000 jobs in a sector of the future. Call it batteries. We will see it in the days going forward in further investments, not only in the auto sector, but across our economy. We're going to see it, and we are seeing it in the oil and gas sector as they transition to produce those energy sources in a low-carbon manner. That's what we need to do. We need to see an electrification system of our electrical grid and making sure that that grid is producing low carbon, low greenhouse gas emissions when it's in operations, of course. And jurisdictions. So in 2022-23, these increased payments for the climate action incentive payments. A family of four in Ontario, $745, $832 in Manitoba, $1,100 in Saskatchewan, $1,079 in Alberta. In addition, rural and small communities are eligible to receive an extra 10%. Madame la Présidente, our carbon pollution pricing system is innovative, it's groundbreaking. We know other jurisdictions are looking at it. We know other countries are looking at it. We know we need the world needs to move to and needs a transition to a low carbon economy. It's happening quickly. We look at Tesla and other companies. We look at every auto company in the world. There's more than $515 billion globally being invested in electrification of the global auto fleet. That is something that the Conservative Party of Canada is not going to stop, so they should get on the train, they should get on board, and they should move forward like the Liberal Party of Canada has. That is the right thing to do for our environment, it's the right thing to do for our economy, it's a winner for workers, and it's a winner for our standard of living. What's more, the remaining fuel charge proceeds that we gather are used to support small businesses, farmers, Indigenous groups, and other organizations. And going forward, the federal carbon price will continue to be revenue neutral for the Government of Canada. Madame la Présidente, this is how you make life more affordable for everyone from coast to coast to coast, while also protecting the environment. Since we were elected in 2015, one of the key priorities of our government was to reduce taxes for middle-class Canadians while raising them on the wealthiest 1%, something that the Conservative Party of Canada voted against. We lowered taxes actually twice for middle-class Canadians, once in the 2015 budget, and then we increased a personal basic exemption amount, which will reach $15,000 for every person in Canada working. Well, they will not have to pay federal taxes, and that is a winner. That is a multi-billion-dollar tax cut year in and year out, and something I am proud of that I championed. And Madame la Présidente, I think it's fair to say that we have delivered on the commitment in real terms. Promise made, promise kept, Madame la Présidente. Our government has increased support for families and low-income workers through programs like the CCB and the Canada Workers Benefit, which have helped lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty since 2015. Et nous avons augmenté le montant.
And we have increased the basic personal amount that Canadians can earn before paying any federal income tax. And to ensure this support is targeted at the middle class, the benefits.
Les avantages de l'augmentation sont éliminés.
Madam Speaker, when this measure is fully implemented next year, single individuals will pay $300 less in tax each year, and families will pay $600 less.
Income supplement, the top-up benefit for low-income single seniors, and I look forward to this July, a 10% increase to old-age security payments for over 3.3 million seniors, almost $800 a year for so many seniors in my riding. Thank you very much, Madame la Présidente, and excuse me at the beginning, colleagues, I seem to have something in my throat there. Apologies.
No problem. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my colleague who's I think quite gifted in the area of economics. I love asking him questions. I love hearing him speak in this House of Commons, especially when he delivers a speech that's full of meat. I will ask him some questions that I hope give him an opportunity to put some more meat on the bones of what he gave us here today. One of the things I liked that he said in here was promise made, promise kept, and he talked about externalities of pollution. Let me ask about those externalities of pollution and the promises made around planting 2 billion trees, which he knows he hasn't even come close to delivering yet as government. But he also talks about the affordability that Canadians have at this point in time, and a point when inflation, according to Stats Canada, is going up 5.7%. It's actually quite higher. Debt is ramping up at an unsustainable pace. We're reaching an actual cliff point here where we won't be able to manage it anymore as a country. And we're subsidizing industries in Canada more and more, and we're putting competitive industries out of business. How does he see this path economically moving forward along these current lines?
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I think my honourable colleague and more so a dear friend from the Honourable Member from Calgary Centre for the question. There are a lot of questions within that statement. What I will say, first off, I very much look forward to the Deputy Prime Minister, Finance Minister delivering the budget next Thursday here in this House. I always like to see a budget that's full of measures that encourage business investment, that encourages job creation, that encourages productivity, that encourages makes more efficient our tax system, our regulatory burdens on industry, on the private sector, and ensures that we are good fiscal managers of the purse, which we have been to date, and we will continue to do so in the future. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shepherd. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. But today, we're addressing the matter of inflation in the Conservatives' motion, and I'd like to hear him because I'm sick of the Liberals saying that they're listening and that they're helping seniors when they've completely forgotten over half of seniors, those who are age 65 to 74, those are the people who are the hardest hit by inflation. And so I'd like to hear my colleague about the GIS, but it's not enough. And community organizations in Quebec need more help.
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her question.
In Canada, like my parents, we have taken care of them since day one, when we reversed the increase in the old age, in the eligibility for old age security in GIS from 67 to 65. That was one of the first things we did. We increased the GIS top-up. During the pandemic, we instituted a number of measures to assist seniors, and we sent them funds during that time. Yes, inflation is obviously in everyone's top of mind, and affordability, much like all over the world, has been caused by many, many factors. But at the heart of the matter is, for Canada's seniors, rest assured we have their backs. We will continue to have their backs. I look forward again to seeing more measures in the upcoming federal budget that will assist those hardworking seniors that I call the greatest generation that is alive currently. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, here we're listening to Liberals and Conservatives. Today, Conservatives actually want to go after seniors' retirement income. Together, they helped reduce corporate taxes from 28 to 15%. Meanwhile, people can't even afford a place to live, Madam Speaker. We've seen how these tax breaks have worked out. I appreciate being heckled by the...
Can we allow the Honourable Member to ask the question without interruption? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
BMO made a net profit of $7.7 billion. They paid out $2.74 billion in dividends to shareholders. Loblaws made a net profit of $1.9 billion and paid out $484 million in dividends. Suncor made a net profit of $4.1 billion and paid $3.9 billion to its shareholders. Madam Speaker, in the meantime, gas prices went up, food prices went up, bank fees went up. The corporate welfare needs to end. Motions like today need to be defeated, and instead, this government needs to support our call to action, which is charge 3% on the profits of those that have earned over $1 billion of those big corporations, so that we can actually get people the help they need now and make life more affordable.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge, 15 seconds.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from Vancouver Island for their question. I will say this: I am in favor of all measures that encourage business investment and job creation. I am not for measures where we see increased regulatory burden or increased taxes on job creators, on companies. That is where I stand. I am in favor of job creation and business investment, and that's what we must encourage, and we must drive productivity in this country and improve the standard of living.
We have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm informing you that I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member from Calgary Centre. Far too often, Madam Speaker, it's easy for us to sit in this symbol of democracy and lose sight, lose perspective on what is happening within our constituencies. The affordability factor is real right now, and what many people were saying was a transitory inflation period has actually become a state of permanent inflation, and it's affecting everything, Madam Speaker, everything from gasoline to home heating. The affordability and the impact that it's having on Canadians is very real, specifically in my constituency of Barrie Innisfil. And a little bit later on, Madam Speaker, I'm going to be talking about some of the impacts directly from people, so that not only this place but Canadians can understand just how real the impact that inflation and the affordability crisis that Canadians are facing today is having on certainly my constituency. And, you know, Canadians have been resilient for the past 2 years, Madam Speaker, dealing with COVID. There's been many government programs that have been implemented. We've seen, as a result of that, increases in debt and deficit. Latest figures that I've heard, $400 billion in deficits, $1.3 trillion in debt. And what we're saying through this motion, Madam Speaker, is that there has to be some semblance of getting back to a fiscal framework where we're not seeing that those levels of increases of debt and deficit through unsustainable government programs. There's no questions that some of these measures that were implemented needed to be implemented. They needed to be targeted. And in many ways, Conservatives supported some of those measures, especially at the beginning of the pandemic. But we're getting to a point right now, Madam Speaker, where many Canadians, young Canadians, seniors, others, families are losing hope that there is a prosperous future for them because of the fiscal situation that they're in, a fiscal situation that's been exacerbated by government debt and deficit. And that's leaving us vulnerable, Madam Speaker, to the point where we're starting to see increases in interest rates. The service levels of that debt is going to have a profound effect on families with mortgages, with lines of credits, with credit cards, but it's even going to have a more profound effect, Madam Speaker, on government. As this debt piles up and the cost of servicing that debt increases, and I would argue, you know, there is an attack on many aspects of revenue in this country. We've seen certain sectors of our economy, like the natural resource sector, other fisheries over the last several weeks. Other sectors have been attacked, Madam Speaker, through legislative and regulatory burdens. Traditional sectors that normally create revenue for the government have been attacked. And that is increasing the vulnerability on not just government revenues, but the ability to pay for those increases in servicing costs. Canadians are struggling more than ever as a result of inflation, now 5.7%. Which is the highest inflation rate in a generation, the highest inflation rate in over 30 years. And Canadians are being burdened by this, not just the inflation, but the level of debt. We heard just recently a Statistics Canada report where $1.86 of every household income that's coming in is going towards servicing debt. Think about that. Just a year ago, 2 years ago, we were at $1.70, Madam Speaker. So that number is steadily increasing, and it's causing a problem. The amount of households that have added to their debt burden has amounted to $50 billion just over the last quarter. Staggering numbers, which really puts at risk those working class, middle class, lower class households in this country who have been struggling and will continue to struggle under this burden of debt. And so what we're talking about today is getting, at least attempting, to get this fiscal house in order. And history in this country has shown that through previous Liberal governments like the Martin and Chrétien governments, who were very good at fiscal responsibility, also good at social liberal tendencies. That's where I would classify my politics. I believe that we need to be responsible in our finances, but we also have to look after the most vulnerable. And it's the most vulnerable that is at the greatest risk as a result of this debt increase and this debt burden and this out-of-control government spending and debt and deficits, because those social safety net programs that many Canadians rely on are at risk as a result of the servicing costs of debt, Madam Speaker. And so we really need to get to a point where we're focused on this fiscal framework, getting things back aligned. And it doesn't have to come from austerity. It doesn't have to come from cuts, and I'll speak about that in a couple of minutes. We know that this government spending is certainly out of control. 2/3 of Canadians say that inflation and affordability crisis are their top economic concerns. Canadians are requiring real solutions to the skyrocketing inflation and the cost of living. And it's not just hitting households, Madam Speaker, it's hitting businesses. I spoke to one business. I just had a meeting with the Barrie Chamber of Commerce, and the increase of costs is a very real and serious threat and concern to the economic recovery of businesses. A friend of mine who owns a local business just got his carbon tax bill, for example, and that bill alone was $1,384. So just imagine, Madam Speaker, if you're in a business with tight margins, say 10%, that means you have to come up with $13,800 worth of sales just to pay for your carbon tax. Just to pay for your carbon tax. And so again, businesses are becoming, getting to a point right now where they're becoming uncompetitive. Now, I will tell you, Madam Speaker, gas prices, another significant concern, up 30% since the last year. The price of gas in Barrie today is $167.9. Tomorrow, the carbon tax is going to see a 25% increase, which means that the price of fuel is going to go up by 11 cents. Now, this may not be a problem in downtown Toronto or downtown Montreal or downtown Vancouver, but it is a problem in Barrie-Innisfil, where we have a lot of people that drive to the GTA, drive an hour, filling up their tanks over $120. I've heard stories where it's costing $120, where a year ago it might have cost $65 or $70. This is how much of an impact it's having on the affordability of families, and that's taking away from other things. There are seniors, Madam Speaker, who are no longer driving to places for fear that they have to put gas in their car. So they're limiting their social interaction at a time when they should be increasing it after the COVID crisis, and so it's becoming a real problem. Now, I will also tell you that there's a story in the Innisfil Food Bank. They're seeing an increase in demand, but they're also seeing an increase of costs in servicing that demand because of grocery prices. And here's what happens when the prices increase and the carbon taxes increase. The manufacturers and the wholesalers pass that on, Madam Speaker, and we end up paying a price for that at the grocery store, and we're already seeing that day in and day out every time people go to the grocery store. And the Innisfil Food Bank says that more donations won't be enough because as prices skyrocket, more people can no longer afford to buy groceries. Now, Madam Speaker, just a month ago, I took advantage of the resources available to me through the House. I sent out a householder to my residents, and I asked this question: how concerned are you about the rising cost of groceries, gas, and heating your home? And just a sample of some of the responses that I heard from Barrie-Innisfil. I fear my children in their 20s will never be able to afford a home of their own. It's quite heartbreaking, says Christine of Barrie. The price of living has things extremely hard to live, makes things extremely hard. The amount of taxes we pay is ridiculous. If you don't save while you're young, by the time you retire, how will you survive? You work for 30 years in a job and just have a Canada pension, says John of Innisfil. Another one from Innisfil, Gary, says $6 increases in OAS at a time to get something for seniors. We are starving, he says. Another one, Robert from Barrie. $1.50 a liter of gas. That was last month. It's $1.67 this morning. $255 for 1 month heating bill, housing prices, rent is out of control. Monica from Innisfil says, finding it difficult to advance and afford on an adult life, kids, and keep up with bills, even on a teacher's salary, worried about inflation, and she says that a recession will happen. Just an example, Madam Speaker, of what I'm hearing. Now, how do we recover from this? We don't attack those sectors that produce. We make sure that it's the power of business, the people that they employ, the products and services that they produce in every sector, in every region of this country, that Canada becomes competitiveness, not just domestically, but international, where we have the confidence for domestic investment, foreign investment, and make sure that we're firing on all cylinders. We focused on the expense side of the ledger for the last 2 years. It's time we focus on the revenue side of the ledger and have a budget that Canadians expect, not wild, out of control spending, but to make sure that we do things right in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
One, we're both
on my right.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been hearing speeches from Conservative members, and there's some convenient amnesia across the way. A short 6 months ago, they all ran on a carbon tax. Every single one of them ran on a carbon tax. Theirs was the more you burn, the more you earn. Benefited the wealthiest Canadians. Where ours, this government's price on pollution, gives money back to Canadians, that benefits lower income Canadians. My question is, why are they forgetting that fact, and why don't they mention the rebate when they talk about a price on pollution?
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
It's a great question, Madam Speaker, and the answer lies in the report of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. While Liberals say that 60% of Canadians will actually get more back in the carbon tax, the Parliamentary Budget Officer actually said that 80% will receive less than what they pay in carbon tax. So this is a fallacy that is spread by the Liberal government. They stand up here in this House and tell people things that are not exact. The Parliamentary Budget Officer answered that question. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, for the people of Barrie Innisfil, they're not getting back what they're paying in carbon tax. In fact, it's costing them more.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to hear what he has to say about the Liberal government. It intends to increase its production of oil by 200,000 barrels in the short term and also increase its gas production. We think this is not, doesn't rhyme with their desire to lower GHGs. What's his reaction to that?
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's not going to be a surprise to the honourable member that an attack on our natural resource sector is not what I believe in. I think that the natural resource sector, clean, Canadian, ethical, oil that has the best environmental standards, and gas, natural gas as well, has the best environmental standards in the world, best labor standards in the world, best human rights standards in the world. I think we should be supplying the world with clean Canadian ethical oil and gas. We've got the 5th largest reserves in the world, and at a time when we're dealing with geopolitical crises around the world, like the one that's happening in Ukraine and Europe, we have the ability to be able to meet that supply and meet that demand with clean Canadian ethical energy. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We do share the analysis in terms of the cost of living. Yes, it's hard for people to make ends meet. And once again, we're hearing a conservative response that is not adapted. But there is a strange idea. We think we have to get the money where it is. This year, Canadian banks made profits of over $60 billion, a 39% increase on last year. This is undecent as people are having a hard time paying their rent and their groceries. Do you not think it would be a good idea to tax these companies more? They're making billions of profits on our backs. We should be investing in this.
Well, I don't happen to believe, Madam Speaker, that earning a profit is a bad thing. I also don't happen to believe, and I don't share the view of the NDP, that businesses earning a profit, whether it's a small-town business in Barrie Innisfil or a large corporation, they pay their fair share of taxes. Madam Speaker, the NDP talks a lot about a 1% tax on the rich. That's going to generate about $7 billion a year in revenue, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer. We have a debt right now. Don't clap right now, because I'll tell you, we have a debt right now, a deficit of $400 billion. 400 billion minus 7 billion is $393 billion. Where are they going to get the rest of that money back? Where are they going to get the rest of the money to pay for that deficit? And they're going to get it. They're going to get it, Madam Speaker, with an economy that's firing on all cylinders, not picking and choosing winners, but making sure that every sector in every region of this country is economically firing on all cylinders. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre. Oh, too bad.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a pleasure to rise in this House today to debate the motion we have on here. There's a lot in here that's economically meaty, and I think that members on the other side of the House will appreciate some of the metrics we need to put on the page here about what we do going forward. But I'm going to start with a story, because 11 days ago, I hosted a town hall meeting in the community of Killarney-Glengarry in the riding of Calgary Centre. I host these so I hear directly from constituents what their concerns are. Let me summarize what I heard. Cost of living and paying bills. In other words, inflation. Also, spiraling government debt. And no indication that this is a problem for this government. But here's a real touch point. A young woman with her first job, shopping for a home in the neighborhood to buy with her mother. She recognized the house price was beyond her reach. She wanted answers as to why. How did house prices rise so high so quickly? New home buyers can't afford homes. In case it isn't glaringly obvious yet to this government, Houston, we have a problem. Housing costs have doubled under this government's 7-year economy-destroying tenure. The best investment in Canada is a passive investment in housing, if you can afford it. It says a lot about the growth sectors that don't exist in the Canadian economy, for good reason. This government has penalized economic growth in Canada. Foreign investment has left Canada. Canadian investors have fewer choices. Canadian companies pursue growth opportunities elsewhere. Canadian pension funds, and I'll come back to that later, Canadian pension funds invest elsewhere. I said that housing prices have doubled in Canada in this government's 7-year tenure. What else has doubled? The amount of federal government debt, now at $1.3 billion and growing. How about that now sacred debt to GDP ratio? From less than 30% and declining 7 years ago to more than 50% now. And that supposed fiscal anchor is flexible. I don't think members of the government even understand that metric, let alone how to calculate it. There is one GDP, gross domestic product, in Canada. There are layers of mounting debt. Federal debt, provincial debt, corporate debt, and personal debt. Which of these didn't increase significantly over the past few years? All of these increased significantly, putting Canada's debt to GDP ratio amongst the highest in the world. Now, how does the government facilitate this massive infusion of cash into Canada's financial system? By monetary measures. You know, what the Prime Minister told Canadians he pays no attention to. So one, drop interest rates to a level close to zero, as in 0.25%, encouraging borrowing and spending, but 0.25% when inflation is recently at 5.7%, according to Statistics Canada, which always understates this measure. We are, by Canadians' experience, higher than the 7.1% inflation rate calculated in the US. And two, quantitative easing, as in when market forces won't buy the bonds the government issues to print cash, well, just buy it back and put it on the balance sheet of the Bank of Canada. So Canadians own the debt more than once. And the mispriced assets on the balance sheet of the Bank of Canada will increase the debt going forward. It's as if this government it's as if this government doesn't know that all these economic indicators are connected. Deficits lead to higher debt. Higher debt leads to higher debt service. And the need to increase taxes to pay just the interest on the debt. Lower interest rates lead to asset price inflation by definition. So this government has intentionally raised housing prices and priced new home buyers out of the market. Or there is another possibility. The government doesn't really know what it is doing. So intentional inflation and its ripple effect destroying the savings of Canadians, or incompetence. I'm going to talk about the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board. This year, deductions for the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board went up 10%. And that 10% includes 10% from the employees and 10% from the employers. And yet, the CPPIB reported that it had enough assets on its balance sheet to cover its liabilities for at least the next 75 years. So why the increase, some would ask. So when members say in this House that the CPPIB, in fact, is post-paid compensation, they need to ask the government, why do they include the Canada Pension Plan in their debt-to-GDP ratio as a government asset if it belongs to the people? And it also include the Quebec Pension Plan as the government's asset against the government's debt. And yet, it's supposedly post-paid compensation. Was this why deductions were raised 10% this year? 10% to make their balance sheets look a little better, even though it's supposed to go to Canadians going forward? Employment taxes, by the way, are the most regressive forms of taxes. They actually destroy jobs because they're applied both to the employee but also the employer. So they increase again the cost of doing business in Canada. But perhaps this is what the government is trying to give to Canadians as an indication of what to expect for inflation going forward. So an illusory 5.7% is marginal compared to the 10% they're saying is going to be indicated in their CPP deduction increases. Is this what we need to expect from inflation as Canadians? Canadians have their first taste of the effects of this government's economic mismanagement. And the government's dismissive narrative is starting to unravel, with reality hitting really hard. Madam Speaker, there are many ways this government has marginalized business in Canada so that it can no longer pursue the actual projects that have to be done in order to increase the capital stock of Canada. We no longer invest in Canada. We no longer provide the environment to invest in Canada. How many of my colleagues across the way have touted all these investments that are coming to Canada that are predicated upon a government-run subsidy program that continues to drain Canadians of their savings and putting it into all kinds of programs that are somewhat chosen, and yet we don't know the actual effects of that going down the road. We continue to destroy actually tax-producing sectors, while we continue to give money to sectors that we don't know the effect of them going forward. This is economic micromanagement at the government level that we don't know the outcome yet. Government is choosing winners and losers here. It's not necessarily going to be any good for the Canadian economy. So it's a bad taste we're getting across the entire Canadian economy. Canadians are actually finally getting their first taste with the inflation of what they should have expected when this government started running up over $500 billion in debt over the last few years. $500 billion in debt? Well, guess what? Your dollar is going to be worth less at the end of the day, so your house is going to be worth more. But you're not making any more money, so if you didn't have a house beforehand, you're not going to be able to buy a house. You're not going to be able to save for your RSP. You're not going to be able to put away enough money so that your kids actually can go to university. But I'm sure that there'll be some kind of program going forward to take care of that. However, at the end of the day, we're just draining the piggy bank of every future generation of Canadians. It is something we need to keep our eyes on here very closely. I'm asking this government to actually start pursuing some measures where they actually look at these metrics and actually bring some forward-looking perspective to the future of Canadians, because they're dealing with the present. They're spending and spending and spending. We've got to get this under control and make sure we balance our opportunities with our future. It's time to get Canada's economic fiscal house in order. Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, I reject the notion, Madam Speaker, that CPP and EI are taxes. They're not. They're called source deductions as it relates to the manner in which businesses collect them. And this member's concept, or his notion, that somehow just because it's on a balance sheet means that it's a tax, is inaccurate. If I have a business and I collect a benefit, I contribute and collect a benefit for an employee, that will show up on my business in the asset column, and my obligation to them to pay out later on will show up as a liability. So it's entirely correct from an accounting perspective to list the CPP as an asset, especially if there are billions and billions of dollars in there that the government is essentially managing for the people that money is owed to later on. It will show up as an asset and it will show up as a liability.
Member for Calgary Centre.
thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the intervention, but I did hear what he said, and I'm going to tell the member very clearly he's in over his head with his comments there. That's not the way it works in business. You don't keep those on your balance sheet. You actually remit them to the government right away, and the government puts it over to another organization called the CPPIB, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board, which invests that on behalf of Canadians for their retirement. That's the way it works in Canada. So to continue to have it on the balance sheet of the Government of Canada when they do the calculation, what they call their debt to GDP ratio, is completely facetious, and I'll maintain that. He also talked about this being source deductions versus taxes, one versus the other. Source deductions, if they're going to be post-paid compensation, then take it off the balance sheet of the Government of Canada. That's all we're saying here. Thank you.
L'honorable.
Sorry.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Pour tout le respect que j'ai pour mon collègue d'Edmonton Centre, Calgary Centre, excusez-moi, cette motion-là m'amène quand même à avoir une réflexion, à savoir est-ce que par la bande, on n'oublie pas une chose, c'est-à-dire de s'adresser directement aux pétrolières pour leur demander comment elles aussi sont capables de contribuer financièrement davantage au Trésor, à l'équilibre budgétaire canadien. Est-ce qu'il n'y a pas là une façon d'aller chercher davantage d'argent plutôt que de leur donner, comment dire, une free ride? Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Honourable member.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question here in the House. The oil and gas sector contributes about $25 billion per year to the Canadian government's federal, provincial, municipal. This is one of the sectors that contributes the most in Canada. So it is the sector that pays the most tax. And there are other sectors that don't pay any tax. And the government gives money to those sectors. I want to thank the member for the question.
London Fanshawe. I'll go to you, Mr. Pearson. I'll go to you.
Commentary. And the speaker before him was talking about the government interference and how that would create winners, or the government picking winners and losers. But without true government leadership in terms of closing tax loopholes, in terms of the strengthening and expanding of social programs to create the equality and equity that we seek in our society, you are picking winners and losers. And the winners are Scotiabank, who had net profits of $10 billion, BMO of $7.7 billion, Loblaws of $1.9 billion. That's the creation of winners and losers. The losers are taxpayers. They are everyday Canadians. And so what I can't understand is why this member across continues to believe that the status quo that is hurting everyday Canadians must continue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I don't know where my honourable colleague on the other side of the aisle believes that I think the status quo is helping Canadians. I think the status quo is a disaster for Canadians. So yes, I do think we do need to change the status quo quite considerably. There are sectors that have been protected during the pandemic by the government in charge of this, and that sector needs to kind of make sure that they step forward. There's been all kinds of corporate welfare that's been doled out through this $560 billion worth of debt the government's built up over the last handful of years. That has to change considerably. So that's what I'm after here. I'll tell my honourable member on the other side of the House again, we need to stop this corporate welfare that is destroying, and this is what we mean by winners and losers. Who's making these choices as far as giving Canadian taxpayer dollars to their own friends and relations on the other side of the House? Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Madam Speaker, and I guess I'll start by saying that although I don't take particular exception with being told that I don't know what I'm talking about, I will tell the member from Calgary Centre that I've been collecting and paying both EI, CPP, and WSIB on behalf of employees since 1997 and turning them over to the government. To his point, what I said was, if I was to collect a benefit and hold on to that, which would later be turned over to that employee at another point, what I was holding on to would have been considered an asset. I did not say paying those source deductions would be considered an asset, which is the way he characterized the answer to my question. But nonetheless, Madam Speaker, I'm thrilled to have the opportunity today to talk about this particular bill. And although I will start by saying, or this particular motion, I'll start by saying that I want to congratulate the Conservatives for bringing forward a motion. Once again, this is the second time I'm saying this within 2 weeks, that actually has substance. So yes, and they deserve, Madam Speaker, to applaud themselves for that, because quite often what we see coming before this House are these grandiose motions that really just look to paint individuals into a corner and to put people in a certain negative light. But this is actually talking about substance, so I can appreciate their interest and I can appreciate that they've actually brought something forward. Now, this is an issue of whether or not you agree with this particular concept or you don't. I will, explain to you, Madam Speaker, where my issues lie with this particular motion that's been put forward. And I'm going to start by doing this by addressing some of the premises that this motion is based on. Earlier on today, because I've been listening to the discussion, I heard the member from Brandon Souris say that only a Liberal government could increase tax on those over $200,000 a year and earn or bring in less revenue. Well, I would say in response to that member, Madam Speaker, only a Conservative MP could not understand the very simple logic of empowering the middle class that move our economy forward. It's the middle class, and it's by giving them a break, which is what we did and what he was referring to, that has driven forward the economy, that has given us one of the best economies, if not the best, over the last 6 years in the G7. It is what has delivered us to the point of being able to have the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7. And as a matter of fact, as I mention the debt to GDP ratio, Madam Speaker, I would note that Canada is currently in the best position amongst our G7 partners. And it's very, very interesting. I hear Conservative on, and I sound like a broken record. I realize that, and I know they think that I do. But I hear them once again, go back to all, discussing the debt and how much debt there currently is, and how this government has not brought in or is running a deficit. But I would tell them, and I've told them many times in the House before, Brian Mulroney never ran a surplus. He ran a deficit never. Stephen Harper, Stephen Harper, he had one surplus. That was when he first got elected. That was actually Paul Martin's surplus, but whatever. And then he did balance, quote unquote, the budget just before the 2015 election. And how did he do that? He slashed the veteran services and sold off GM stock at bargain prices. So yes, he got himself to a position where he could say that he balanced the budget, if that's what we're measuring success by. But I would argue that was only to run in that 2015 election so he could appease his base that were really pushing him in that direction. So why do we do that? Why do we run deficits? Why do governments run deficits, typically speaking? They do it because they're looking for opportunities, and they want to make sure that we can continue to invest in our economy, because they know if the economy is growing at a faster pace than the deficit, then you're actually generating a net positive at the end of the day. And that's why all of the countries, the OECD countries, are always pinning themselves against the debt to GDP ratio, because at the end of the day, that's what matters. So what did we do? We brought in meaningful programs before COVID hit. We brought in programs that, yes, we asked those making the top income earners, the 1%, to pay more. We did. We gave a tax break to middle income Canadians, because we knew that they fueled the economy. What did we see out of it? We saw economic activity grow at an astronomical pace in Canada and be amongst the best in the world for a domestic economy. And then what happened when COVID hit? COVID hit, and instantly everything came to a halt, because people were understandably concerned, not aware of what was going to happen, expressed great pulling back in terms of what people were willing to spend their money on and invest in. I'm talking about businesses specifically. And then afterwards, we made sure that the supports were there to give businesses and to give Canadians, and quite frankly, to give those that are investing in the Canadian economy the confidence that they needed to know that the Canadian government would be there for them to get them through this and out on the other side. We were the first to deliver supports within 5 weeks to Canadians. We made sure that it was, and when I say we, I want to give credit where credit is due, because the Conservatives voted in favor of that. Had they not come forward and say, yes, we will give unanimous consent to spend this money immediately, it would have dragged the process down, and it would have taken a lot longer to get the supports, and a lot more doubt would have been put into businesses and Canadians. So Conservatives should take the credit for that, the credit that they're rightfully owed in terms of their participation in that. But that's what gave the confidence in the economy, the confidence that it needed to continue going. And so where did we find ourselves afterwards as we start to come out of COVID? We've started to see we're rebounding back. 114% of jobs have been recovered since before the pandemic. We have the best G7, we have the best economy, we have the best GDP in the G7 right now. It was because of the economic infrastructure in the beginning that put things in the right place. It was because of what was done during the pandemic that we're going to reap the rewards coming out of this. We're in a better position than our counterparts throughout the globe. And as a result, Canadians and Canadian businesses and those that invest in Canadian businesses will be the net beneficiaries of that. Back to this issue of, and the motion talks about, it talks about a path to balance. This party ran in an election 6 months ago promising to spend more than we were spending. The member from Durham, the leader of the official opposition during that election, maybe this is why they got rid of him. It might be, I don't know. But he actually said, I will balance the budget in 10 years. That was the member from Durham, that was his commitment, to balance the budget in 10 years. So I understand the frustration that some members, perhaps those that are responsible for this motion, where they're coming from, because maybe they didn't agree with that. But the reality is that that's where this particular political party, the Conservative Party of Canada, was less than a year ago, just only 6 months ago during that election. And so I want to talk about, one of the problematic parts that I have in this motion, and I know it's come up a couple of times. The NDP has raised it. Members from this side of the House have raised it. And that's specifically with respect to item 2. I've asked a couple of questions on this, and that's where it refers to the Canadian pension plan as a tax. And if this was just about schematics, and this was just about terminology, and it was just about payroll taxes, source deductions, it means the same thing. If it was just about that, I'd be totally fine with it. But the problem is they explicitly refer to it as a tax, and then later on, they say no new taxes. So what they're basically saying in here is they're saying CPP will not go up. It's ironic, because the member from Barrie Innisfil just recently stood there and was reading clips that he had received from constituents, and one of them, I don't know if he read them in advance, but I wrote it down when he said it. One of them, it was a gentleman by the name of John, wrote him and said, complaining about the costs of living right now, saying, the only thing I'll have to survive on later is my measly CPP. The member from Barrie Innisfil read that less than 40 minutes ago right in this House. Meanwhile, his motion is calling on reducing the contributions towards CPP. CPP that is paid for not just by the employee, but also by the employer. It is a well-regarded, well-respected plan that has been in this country for a long time, and I understand the previous speaker from Calgary Centre, and I understand that he has immense background in business, and I can truly and genuinely appreciate that. And if his logic or his position towards the way that businesses should operate, if he only sees the value, if he thinks that a business will make a decision to leave Canada or to start reducing payroll employees just because of a CPP increase, well, I would suggest to him that our economic environment, our country, our social fabric represents so much in this country in terms of why businesses want to be here. Businesses are not just here only based on taxes, and I know this from when I was mayor of Kingston. Quite often, we would have businesses trying to come to Kingston, and they'd say, well, we want to talk about how much you guys charge for water. We want to talk about property taxes. And at the end of the day, even though we were more expensive than Brockville and Belleville and a number of other locations, at the end of the day, they saw the value in establishing their business in our community. And so I would offer to the member from Calgary Centre that businesses don't only look at the what it's going to cost from a strictly monetary perspective. They're also looking at employee retention. People loved setting up businesses in Kingston because they knew that the employment base was there. They knew that there was a labor force there that was ready and willing to work. And if we can make sure that we have the right programs in place to make sure that throughout Canada we have the right employees, they're trained properly, they're willing to work, I would suggest to the member from Calgary Centre that the increases in the CPP will be looked at as an investment in people, not strictly a cost of doing business like he suggested. And the other thing that I wanted to speak of, I think I'm getting close to the end of my time, Madam Speaker. Still have 7 minutes. I wanted to talk about the, I know, the members from across the way are disappointed to hear that. Maybe I'll cut myself a minute or two short for their benefit. But the other thing I wanted to talk about was the price on pollution. And you know, this concept that, and I'll also correct the member from Barrie Innisfil on something he said earlier, because again, I was listening very closely as I try to do to everybody that's speaking. He said that the cost per liter was going to go to 11 cents. That's not true. The cost is currently 8.8 cents and will go to 11 cents. So the cost is only increasing by 2.2 cents. Maybe I'll give the member from Barrie Innisfil the benefit of the doubt. He probably he probably said it very quickly and didn't realize what he's saying, but it's important for people to know it's not an increase of 11 cents, as the member from Barrie Innisfil said earlier. But more importantly on this issue of pricing pollution, it is such a widely accepted and regarded policy. Half of the G20 countries have some form of pricing pollution. The former leader, the member from Durham, ran on pricing pollution. Yes, I know it wasn't exactly the same plan. The member from St. Catharines referred to it earlier as a plan that said the more you burn, the more you earn. And it's true, because it was a plan that basically said if you spend X number of dollars on the carbon, their version of the carbon pricing, you would get those in some form of credits or air miles or something, where you could then go to a boutique somewhere, I imagine, and start buying these green products. Okay, I don't understand how these members who ran on this just 6 months ago can't understand that that's exactly what we currently have. The only difference is we're not encouraging people to actually go out and spend more, because that means that they get more air miles. What we're doing is we're encouraging people to look for ways to spend less on and pay less carbon, the price on carbon. Because if we do that, then it'll actually drive people to actually spend less, but they'll have a net benefit because the amount that's redistributed is equal. Now, I just want to say,
point of order. The member is correct. There are certainly copyright issues. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank the member for giving me the opportunity to pause and have a sip of my water there. Yes, he is correct. Although I'm pretty sure we can refer to trademarked or copywritten material in the House, but he is correct. I'm being facetious when I call it air miles. I'm calling it the, what were they calling it? The carbon rebate program where you stacked up points and got neat prizes. Okay, whatever it's called, it is what it is. But I was going somewhere with this. I want to congratulate the Conservatives because they're finally at the point, Madam Speaker, where they're able to have the words come out of their mouths that actually acknowledge the fact that money is given back to people. Now, they raise important questions. I think that, and they brought it up a couple times lately during question period about how much money is going back and is it 8 out of 10 Canadians, 6 out of 10 Canadians, who's benefiting from it? Those are the conversations that we should be having in this House, because at least those conversations start from a point of factual accuracy. They start from a point of understanding the concepts before we start engaging in the discussion. Now I can have a discussion with them, because now we're going to discuss whether the math is lining up, whether the money is going to the right places, as opposed to just obtusely ignoring the fact that the money is even distributed to Canadians in the first place. So I am really thrilled, and I want to in particular mention the member from Kenora, who was willing to talk about that in his speech, as I heard at least one other member talk about it as well. But at the end of the day, when it comes to this particular program, I am in favor of this model that has been created. And I think it's important to point out, not all provinces have the price on pollution that's implemented by the federal government. In many areas, it can be done by the province. The province of Quebec does it, as we heard earlier from the bloc. And as a matter of fact, the member who brought it up earlier, a member from Saint-Jean who was talking about the program in Quebec specifically, he talked about how it was a deal that was set up with California. He's right. I know this because my father was the environment minister in Ontario when that came into place. And Ontario was actually in that same program with Quebec and California. But unfortunately, on day one, Doug Ford bailed, got rid of the Ontario's participation in cap and trade, and that's why the federal government had to come in and implement its program, as it's had to do in several other jurisdictions, as it's had to do in Alberta, where they had a program in place and it was removed. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to say that I'm glad that we're talking about an important issue today. I'm glad that the Conservatives seem to be taking seriously their role as it relates to bringing forward motions of actual substance. I think that this is a good discussion to have. I don't agree with a lot of what is in this motion. I won't be voting in favor of it. I don't think I'm surprising anybody by saying that. But nonetheless, I appreciate the position that they're taking, and hopefully we can find compromise on something else. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague Crossway. It's great to have such a high-minded debate on such an important issue, and we appreciate on this side of the House all his comments he gave, referring to so many of my colleagues that made some important points about this motion that we have going forward here. So thanks for repeating what we've said here. I'm going to correct him as far as the CPP goes. CPP, the payments from the employers are going up 10%. The actual payouts are staying the same, in case he doesn't realize that about CPP either. But when are we going to actually get there as far as balance goes? We talk about the amount this government has spent in the last couple of years, $560 billion. And the Parliamentary Budget Officers told us that over $170 billion of that was not necessary at all for the pandemic. So it's excessive government spending that wasn't required in order to get us out of the hole that the pandemic put this country in. $170 billion is the most that's ever happened as far as before the pandemic, would be the highest deficit in Canadian history. But you talk about all kinds of stuff here, but let me ask the question here. Why are companies actually leaving Canada if you don't think it's because of the regulatory burdens this government is throwing upon their backs, including the payroll taxes that are rising without benefit to the employees?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So, Madam Speaker, there's a lot to unpack in the question. I will say, as it relates to specifically his comments about CPP, you know, this is a program that people are investing in for the long term. The people that are investing in it today won't be taking out from it in theory, depending on how far they are from retirement, for several years. And we need to make sure that the investments keep staying up to a point that when those individuals look to retire 20, 30, 40 years from now, whatever it might be, that they have an opportunity to have economic security when they retire. His other points, he also brought up it's escaped me right now. I know that he brought up a couple other points. Perhaps one of his colleagues will ask me, and I'll be able to answer it in that.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Abitibi-Baie-James-Unavukayou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Kingston and the Islands for his speech. But we're talking about budget, and you mentioned some important things. There's a big labor shortage in my riding and in all Quebec regions. So Emploi Québec has estimated that 1.4 million jobs need to be filled by 2028, and most of those, some 80%, will have to be replaced because of baby boomers retiring. So there should be a tax credit created for people who live in regions. Also, experienced workers should be attracted back to work. And also, to transfer to Quebec, can we have a question, please, from the Honourable Member?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I remembered one of the comments previously, and that was a path to balancing a budget. I would say to the member from Calgary Centre on that the most important thing is to be aligning ourselves in a favourable position as it relates to our debt to GDP ratio, because that is what is important. That is what signals the ability we have to repay that debt, and that is so much more important as our previous Conservative governments signaled through their budgets themselves. To this member's question specifically about how do we deal with the challenge as it relates to lack of employment? Yes, this is a big challenge that we have. My understanding is that this year alone, or in 2021 alone, we had 500,000 new immigrants come to Canada and become permanent residents. I think that's one of the ways, quite frankly, that we're going to deal with this. It's the way that my parents came here. My parents came to Canada in the 50s, post-World War II, in search of new opportunity. Their parents looked at Canada as a shining light in the world, as a place to become prosperous, as a place to set up new roots. I think that we can do the same thing now to make sure that we keep growing our economy so that we can take care of baby boomers.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Speaker, and I just wanted to put on the record to clarify, because I know that my honourable colleague from Kingston and the Isles would appreciate this point of clarification. He was talking about Conservatives and balanced budgets and the myths that go along with it. I would just like to remind this House, of course, that in the time of the Conservatives, when they did try to balance the budget, it was because they raided the EI fund, those deferred wages from taxpayers, from those workers. But of course, when they raided that EI fund, they learned from the best in terms of the Liberals, who had done it 3 times before them, to the tune of over $50 billion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would certainly agree with the first part of what she said. The reality of the situation is that I don't think it's out of a place of running deficits is coming from a place of trying to, not properly manage a budget. I mean, Conservatives, as she rightfully said, did it. It's 16 budgets between Brian Mulroney and Stephen Harper. Only two were either balanced or ran surplus. I talked about those in my speech earlier. But the important thing here is that people understand and governments know that the most important thing is growing your economy faster than you're taking on debt. That's how you end up paying for it. That's how developed countries throughout the world are doing it. Conservatives know that. It's a great talking point for them because they know it resonates well with people out there. So I don't blame them for doing it, but the reality is they should know better than to speak like this, especially the member from Calgary Centre who is so...
Honourable member for Peace River White Rock.
West
Rock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to the honourable member, does he think that the inflation that we currently have is a problem?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
100% I think it's a problem, Madam Speaker. But unlike Conservatives, I don't, you know, it's amazing, Madam Speaker, you know, a year ago, the Prime Minister, from what they would say, was incapable of doing anything right. But now they're suddenly giving him credit for being able to affect global inflation. Inflation is a global problem. I mean, for this Conservative member to stand up, and many Conservative members stand up and try to suggest that inflation is only a Canadian-made problem, either means they don't get out and look around or read a newspaper to see what's going on in the world. This is a global problem. This is not a uniquely Canadian problem. Do I think it's an issue? Absolutely. Do we need the proper tools and policies in place to deal with it? 100%. And I know that I am very confident that this finance minister will come forward with those.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you. We've talked a bit about the price on carbon pollution, but what I'm curious about is if the member would like to maybe share with me his thoughts about the price of pollution. There's an actual price on our economy and on individuals. I know I've heard about it from people in my community about price of insurance going up. There are issues like that. Perhaps he might want to comment on that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, absolutely, there's those prices that people are seeing right now today. As the Parliamentary Secretary mentioned, the insurance costs that are rising as a result of more flooding and various other issues. But there's also the price that future generations will pay. The less we do now to fight climate change and to put the right policies in place, the more we will make our children deal with it later on. And I know that Conservatives are very concerned about what our children will have to deal with later on. Trust me, they bring it up all the time, but they only bring it up in a monetary perspective, in a dollar value. There's also the value of the quality of life that we're leaving, the quality of the environment and the planet that we're leaving children decades from now. I want to make sure that my children, the Parliamentary Secretary's children, and all members' children in this House and throughout Canada have the best possible shot at having the best possible lives when they get older.
Thank you. Conformément à l'article 38 du
Pursuant to the standing order, I will be telling the House which questions will be addressed tonight.
Brooke on health, the Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound, Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam, Persons with Disabilities. J'ai l'honneur de faire savoir à la...
I have the honor to inform the House that the Senate has transferred a message to inform it that it has adopted the following bills.
To Her Majesty, certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022. And C-16, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2023. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will be sharing my time with the member from Souris Moose Mountain, who I know has a dynamic speech that you're going to want to hear right after mine. You know, the member opposite made a comment just now. He said, the more you do now in climate change, the less our kids will have to do when they get older. It's a good comment, and it's a true comment. But it also applies to many other things that we do here in government, and that includes physical and financial responsibility. That's actually saying that we're going to take responsibility for how we spend our money now so that our kids aren't facing a situation where they have to make difficult choices like we had to make in the 90s. So, Madam Speaker, I thought I'd maybe go down a trip down memory lane on what happened in the 90s, because I think some of these members need to understand exactly what that was like. Madam Speaker, even going back into the 80s, I can remember coming out of high school looking for a job thinking, wow, me and 30 other kids were applying at McDonald's because that would have been a great job because that was all that was available. I remember high inflation rates. I remember buying my first house in the 90s with, being excited I got an interest rate of 14%. I was excited at 14%. Now if I can't lock it in for 3%, I'm really upset. How things can change and how can they change back? Madam Speaker, in the 90s we had the former finance minister, Ralph Goodale, Paul Martin, under Chrétien, who were actually faced in a situation that was very, very dire. 27 years of unbalanced budgets, 27 years of mismanagement and overspending came to a conclusion where all of a sudden we had foreign bankers and bondholders telling this country what we can or can't do. Basically, it's putting the thumbs to us saying you need to balance your budget or the IMF is going to come in. And I know former Prime Minister Chrétien said that's not happening and took responsibility, and I credit him for doing that. But those were tough times, and there were times that I don't want to see our kids will have to make the same decisions. Let's look at the cuts that they had to make, Madam Speaker. When you looked at in the 93, 94, basically the transfers to the provinces were just stifled. In fact, it took about 20 years to match the healthcare recovery fund, or the amount of money that went to healthcare that got cut to get back to where it was before. It took about 15 years. I remember that times when I had grandparents looking for surgery, all of a sudden there was no surgeries. I remember people screaming that, we need more healthcare funding, but there was no money for it. I remember people saying we need to have more social services, but there was no money for those social services because we didn't have it, because we had wasted it. In 1995, the Wall Street Journal called Canada a third-world country. That's where we were in 1995. According to Edward Greenspan and Anthony Wilson Smith in 1986, Double Vision, John Chrétien's three priorities in 1933 kept the IMF out of here. That's because he went and made some real tough decisions. He had to take extreme measures, cut government spending in real terms, cut as much as we'd ever seen before World War II. He got rid of a lot of the grants. He got rid of a lot of the things that people took as staples. In fact, he cut the CBC so badly, the president of the CBC resigned the next day. That's what can happen when you let spending get out of control. That's what can happen when you don't have a balance in place. And that's what's really concerning about this government at this point in time. As we go into new spending, there's things I'd love to see. I'd love to see a dental care program. I do. I think that's wonderful, if we can afford it. I'd love to see a pharmacare program, if we can afford it. I'd love to see a national daycare program. You bet, if we can afford it. And what bugs me in this situation, Madam Speaker, is we possibly could afford it if we wouldn't keep shooting ourselves in the foot. If we'd allow our resource sector to actually do what it does best in the world, we'd actually make a difference and be able to pay for a lot of these things. We'd let the oil actually get to market. We'd have the royalties at the provincial level and the federal level that we could actually go and transition our economy in a way that would be unburdensome to our kids. We wouldn't have to borrow money to do it. We could actually pay cash for it. What an amazing idea, paying cash for something. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, I was listening to members across the aisles talking about every country's in deficit, every country's got inflation. Who cares? This is Canada. This is what Canada needs to do. So Canada has inflation. Canada has to worry about its inflation. Canada has to worry about its spending. I don't worry about U.S. spending. U.S. can worry about their spending. I don't worry about European spending. They can worry about their spending. They can let their kids figure out how they're going to pay for it. But I'd rather take care of things in my own house here in Canada so I know my kids have a great standard of living. I know my kids can get a surgery when they need it. I know my kids, when they need EI, can get it. When they need CPP, they can get it. That means we need to be responsible. That means we need to show respect for taxpayers' dollars here and now. Not 10 years from now, because what I'm seeing right now is that. We just spend it. And when we see a bank making huge profits, $6-7 billion, what do we see the coalition government here say? That's bad. Well, wait a minute, where's that money go when they make revenues of $6 or $7 billion? It goes to Canadian shareholders. It goes to pension funds. It goes to groups that distribute it back in the economy. And what do those people do? They pay taxes. But actually, let's look at what the banks are also doing. They're lending to small businesses, to farmers, to medium enterprises, to big companies. They're actually providing the capital for them to operate so they can hire people. That's how capitalism works. Now, if you want to go to communism, ask Venezuela how that works. Ask Russia or USSR how that works. It doesn't work. Ask Cuba how it works. It doesn't work. Big government does not work. So the more we can get our physical house in order, the more we can take responsibility and make responsible decisions, the more we can be proactive in deciding what we're going to do moving forward, the better this country is going to be. And we have a few examples of what happens when you're not proactive. I'll just take the war in Ukraine right now, Madam Speaker, and how ill-prepared Canada is if Russia decided to come to Canada instead of Ukraine. And we're naive. We think, well, that'll never happen. Hey, that'll never happen. The U.S. will protect us. Really? Really? Ukrainians might have thought the same thing until 2012 when it happened. Then they thought, well, it'll never happen again. Well, it happened again. People in Poland are surely second-guessing that right now. And are we prepared? Well, we're going to buy 88 jets, it sounds like. That's a good thing. We could have bought them 8 years ago, though. We've been prepared then. We have a habit in this government of actually, waiting to dig a well till we're thirsty. Well, then it's too late. Madam Speaker, can't we be proactive? Can't we do things ahead of time? Can't we anticipate things? Can we not look at things and say, this is what we need to do? And that can we get beyond just one focus, and that's the environment? And the environment is important. I am not criticizing that. But what I'm saying is we can do that and do 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 other things at the same time. And they can link together and they can actually work in harmony. And again, leave a better country for our kids. There's some serious problems and structural problems happening here in Canada. I hear every day in my meetings with different groups and organizations. The vineyards, for example, the Wine Association, talking to them this week with the excise tax escalating. They've told this government it is a problem. They've repeatedly told this government it's a problem. You're driving us out of business. And if you drive us out of business, all those small grape producers, they don't have a home for their grapes in Ontario. And they've actually gave notice to them this week that they will not have a home for those grapes. So that sector is going to die. I go to the manufacturing sector, talk to Canadian manufacturers and exporters. They say our costs of production are too high. We can't compete anymore. We have all these free trade agreements. We've got all this market access. It's wonderful. I'm glad we have it. But if I can't produce it in Canada, what good are they? So where is a look at how we get those costs of production down, get their manufacturing costs? If you want electric vehicles to be in Canada, make it an attractive place to build them in Canada. Don't chase them to the U.S. Don't chase them to other jurisdictions. Actually look at it and say, you'll be great building here because you've got a good labor force, you've got a good cost of production, and you've got market access right around the world. You've got a stage set to be successful. But we're missing parts of those pieces in that equation, Madam Speaker, and this government is not addressing any of those items. And when they do come here, when they do invest, you might notice a certain characteristic. Government subsidization in order to get them to come here. We've got to give them money to get them to locate here. Well, wait a minute. Why not give them a good environment to do business in? Why not give them a good educational force? Why not give them the benefits that Canada historically has had all along? Well, wait a minute. We've given up those historical advantages because we've gone on to tyrants, because we've overspent. We don't have anything left to give. And there is a D-Day coming, Madam Speaker. There's a day when all of a sudden somebody's going to come in, a bondholder's going to drop our rating, and we're going to say, oh my God, we've got to correct things, and probably our kids, maybe we'll have to make some very difficult choices that the Liberal government in 93, 94, 95 had to make, and we'll see healthcare cuts, we'll lose our social benefit programs. That is coming, Madam Speaker. But we can stop that if we show some responsibility and show some prudence or awareness of what our strengths are and take advantage of those strengths and help transition our country into being the next country in the next generation that could be just #1 throughout the world. So quit worrying about everybody else in the world. Let's worry about Canada.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
I was very interested in listening to this speech, Madam Speaker. And one of the things I kept on hearing is that we're not getting the votes of confidence about business, he says, here in Canada, but we see time and time again, that's not true. In fact, I believe only a couple of weeks ago, we saw $5 billion investment from LG and Stellantis creating jobs in Windsor in our auto sector. That is something that is a very significant investment based on the new future economy, a low emissions economy. But the other piece, thinking from Alberta's perspective, is I believe Amazon chose to build a plant out in Alberta near where there was a solar farm so that they could make sure that they had the clean renewable energies. So I'm wondering if he could speak to the economic opportunities in making sure that we have the economy that people want for the things that they're going to need to build for the future.
For Prince Albert.
Great question, but why did you have to subsidize them to come here in the first place? Yes, you did. Ontario government subsidized, federal government subsidized. What was also promised into the future in regards to get them to locate here in Canada? Why did we have to do that? Why didn't we just say, you know what, we've got the critical resources, we've got all the things that you need to make a great battery here in Canada, plus we've got the labor force and we've got the tax base and the actual infrastructure to do that. We don't have that because it's not developed. Now, I find it really interesting. The trade minister was over in the U.S. talking about electric vehicles when Build Back Better was coming on, and her selling point was critical minerals. We got the critical minerals in Canada. We do, Madam Speaker, but they're in the ground. And the regulations these guys have in place will keep them in the ground.
Let's hear.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Rivière du Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The most beautiful river in Quebec, of course. Madam Speaker, I'm really happy to see that my colleague is concerned about economic balance in Canada, but I think there's solutions to this. We can't just say we're going to stop spending and we won't get out of the situation this way. Does my colleague not agree? We first have to help those who were the most affected by the pandemic, the most in need. We're talking about seniors and low-income households who need social housing. There's a lack of units. And if we stop spending, the problem will get worse. Does he not see the advantage of solving the issue in a constant and recurrent fashion by reducing our dependency on oil and gas and turning to green energy with solar and other types of energy? Does my colleague not agree with this, that we need a stable and durable source of revenue?
First question, great question, and I agree with you 100%. You know, coming out of a crisis that we've had, you need that physical capacity to take the decisions that we've had to make. And we had that physical capacity because we balanced our budgets in 93, 94, 95 and maintained budgets so that when 2008, the Great Recession hit, Stephen Harper had a buffer zone that he could go in and spend money and keep this economy going and then balance the budget again in 2015. This government needs a plan to balance its budget now too, so that if we need to help people out as they come out of the crisis, yes, let's help them. If we want to get into a green environment, I'm saying let's move there. That's what the world's going to go. But let's not take and throw away all the benefits we have right now that could pay for that changeover. Why not embrace that? Take the royalties from the oil, take the royalties from the critical elements, use it and apply them accordingly to build up our green energy infrastructure. You know, I find it really interesting. We'll subsidize a car, but then we don't tell people how they're going to plug it in. We don't tell them where they're going to have to plug it in. They don't tell them if you have a condo built in the 70s, there is no power grid that you can plug into. Those are the things we need to solve, and we need the resources.
Time for one last question, the honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Speaker, the first line of the Conservative motion today cites excessive government spending has increased the deficit, the national debt, and fueled inflation to its highest level in 31 years. But it doesn't mention the corporate tax cuts have gone from 28%, the corporate tax, to 15%. It's like the Conservatives have become the no revenue party, Madam Speaker. The big banks, big oil, grocery stores have had record profits that have paid out record dividends. And how it's playing out for everyday Canadians, we're seeing cut in services. We've seen an absence of the National Housing Strategy of over 25 years. There was cuts to Veterans Affairs, cuts to services to Canadians. Madam Speaker, the corporate welfare is out of control. And I think this motion fails to address that. And does my colleague agree that those big corporations that have profited throughout the pandemic should pay their fair share so that they're not leaving the burden and the shouldering of all tax debt on everyday Canadians?
For Prince Albert, 15 seconds.
Yeah, I've got a few points to that. First of all, I don't believe in picking winners and losers. So as far as the corporations getting subsidized from the federal government, we should be getting out of that. I agree with them on that. As far as them paying dividends, that's a good thing. Them making profit, that's a good thing. To have a low tax rate so they're located here, that's a good thing. And I will say one thing, Madam Speaker, was the NDP joins this coalition, like lots of provincial NDP parties when they form government, You have to start now show responsibility. What you say and what you do means something, because you are now part of government. When you're in opposition, you're in the third.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for, I hope I get it right, Souris? Souris. Souris, I am called, sorry, Moose Mountain, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague from Prince Albert for his fantastic and riveting speech, not only bringing us back in history, but also focusing on, let's focus on Canada and not what the rest of the world is doing. Now, Madam Speaker, today's debate is an extremely important one, not just because of the upcoming federal budget, but due to the fact that this issue has been a major concern for my constituents for a number of years now. I'd like to thank my Conservative colleagues for their tireless advocacy on behalf of the Canadians that are being negatively impacted by this government's financial mismanagement, but both now and for future generations. This government continues to fail to recognize that they have doubled the national debt from about $612 billion in 2015 to over $1.2 trillion today. And who knows what that magic number will be, if announced at all, on Thursday. It seems that we on this side of the House are the only ones who truly understand the long-term impacts of the federal government that racks up debt and deficit without the second thought. On top of that, inflation, which we know is at 5.7%, is the highest it has been in 31 years. And so it is impossible to stay silent, especially knowing that next week's budget will likely contain even more reckless government spending that will only push our country further into debt. The last 2 years have been extremely difficult for Canadians across the country, with many still trying to get back to some sense of normalcy. With that said, this government continues to forget that any money produced comes from the people of this great country, from the taxpayer. It comes from them now and will always come from them, and we need to respect that. Small businesses were hit particularly hard, especially those in the service industry. Some who will not have the luxury of working from home have had to be laid off and lost their jobs completely. And the last thing they need to be concerned about right now is a government that will impose even more taxes on them than they have already paying, which is equivalent to kicking them when they are down. Canadians deserve and quite frankly need a break from the skyrocketing cost of living that we have been experiencing lately. In my riding, one of the biggest and most pressing issues is the carbon tax. As you know, that carbon tax will increase from $40 a ton to $50 a ton on April 1st, which happens to be tomorrow. I wish I could say this is a poor attempt at an April Fool's joke. It is unfortunately a reality we must face. Life has already been made significantly more expensive because of the carbon tax, and instead of helping Canadians who need it, the Liberals are only making things worse. Madam Speaker, while I don't expect the Prime Minister to know everything about my riding, my constituents and I would certainly hope that he knows what rural means. In rural Canada, we do not have the access to public transportation through things like bus systems or light rail transit. If you can't reach a place by foot, by bicycle, or horse, taking a car is your only other option. The increased carbon tax, the increased food costs, escalator taxes, combined with the astronomical gas prices, have put a heavy additional burden on Canadians who have already struggled through the pandemic. Small business will continue to suffer through these increases, especially those who work in transportation. One small trucking company in my riding is now paying tens of thousands of dollars more to fuel their fleet of vehicles than they were paying before the carbon tax came into effect. And it isn't including the increase that's happening tomorrow or the increase in gas prices due to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Furthermore, this business employs a number of people in the community it is based in, and if they have to shut their doors because of it, because they can no longer afford the fuel, then jobs will be lost, and the trickle-down effect will certainly have negative ramifications on the community as a whole. If you add inflation into this equation, the outcome is even worse. How are small businesses owners supposed to stay afloat when they're constantly being taxed left, right, and center? These inflationary prices are throughout the economy. In fact, Madam Speaker, I just read today that Dollarama, which sells its stock for $1 apiece, will be increasing to $5 for the sale of its wares. Huge inflationary increase. Madam Speaker, I received a letter in February 2022 from a constituent who owns a small home hardware business with his wife. He states, I have an item in my store that in July last year sold for $52.99. That same value this week now retails for $144.99. It is nearly 3 times that retail in 6 months. This is by no means the only item. We have been advised that over 7,500 items are facing this increase in just the next couple of months, end quote. Madam Speaker, those figures are absolutely outrageous. To think that any small business could weather a financial storm of that magnitude is unconscionable. The government needs to find some way to provide relief for Canadians when it comes to inflation and taxes, or local economies will suffer, and not just the businesses, but consumers as well. He goes on to say, the concern is that I am a fairly new corporation, under 6 years old. I live paycheck to paycheck as it is. I cannot and do not have the funds to invest more money into the business to even maintain the inventory level I have now. I have just over $1 million in inventory. I am now looking at needing $3 million in inventory just to stay where I was. I just can't do it. We don't have any more money to give. Our mortgages are maxed. So in addition to mass shortages and massive delays in getting inventory, I'm having to greatly reduce my inventory quantities just to stay in budget. This cannot continue, or I will be out of stock and business in months, possibly before summer. Madam Speaker, a closure of a business is a scary thing. He continues, the current policies and mandates are destroying the businesses of our country. I'm unsure as to how much longer any of us with moderate to high debt loads can continue. I have spoken to many business owners, and even those that are 30, 40, and 50-year-old businesses are considering selling off their and closing their doors forever. I've been in this business for almost 34 years and absolutely love it, but I can't afford to stay in business like this. Madam Speaker, this is a real tragedy. These businesses have been institutions in their local communities, some for generations, and this government's inability to take control of inflation, on top of their incessant and relentless taxation, will be the death knell of these businesses. Canadians want to see real, practical solutions and a meaningful plan from their government, but instead they're being left behind. They're scared of a new hidden or escalating tax to further eat away at them by the government that does not understand how to work a business. Canadians have had enough of this parasitic approach of the Liberal government that puts up a front while eating away at them internally. Madam Speaker, I think the ending of the letter will resonate with many small business owners, not just in Southeast Saskatchewan, but also across this country. And he says, more and more mom and pop shops have started working 6 days a week, up from 5, just to try and make enough to make ends meet. I am looking at downsizing staff and closing Sundays, as it isn't feasible, and I have to cut costs somewhere. We have already gone from 25 staff a year ago to 18, and may have to go to 14 or even 12 to maybe survive. I don't even know if I could make a current business work with 12 to 14 staff. I would have a lot of land not making any money to pay bills. I would have also about $400,000 of equipment to try and sell in a downhill market. I would have a loss here as well. I'm unsure how to get this across to the Liberals and their buddies, but it is getting real ugly, real fast financially for most of us. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, whether it be from a lack of understanding or the lack of care, this issue is clearly not getting across to the Liberals. Canadians have to see a growth plan with targeted investments in places that they need the most. We need a concrete plan to fight these inflationary pressures. Taxing Canadians even more is not the solution. Madam Speaker, we all know most seniors also live on a fixed income, and many have no additional source of revenue outside CPP and OAS. I regularly receive correspondence from my office from seniors that express how tight their budgets are, as well as their concerns about future government decisions that will negatively impact their going forward. One constituent of mine, who is now retired, states, I'd like to bring to the attention of our Prime Minister and the governing members of our country what it is like to live in rural Canada. We are so tired of hearing how easy it is should to use public transportation and not rely on natural gas. All these things are available in large city dwellers, but not in my community. Madam Speaker, this senior has brought up the fact that he has no choice but to travel long distance to attend medical appointments, and these are a huge impact on his family. Madam Speaker, my constituents have completely lost faith in this government's ability to fiscally manage our country. Excessive government spending, increases taxes, and record high levels of inflation are symptoms of poor fiscal management and a lack of responsibility. As I see my time is fastly ending, I call upon the government to ensure that next week's budget contains no new taxes and outlines a much-needed plan to balance budgets. Canadians need and certainly deserve a break. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
I really appreciate actually, hearing comments about what's happening in his local community. One of the things that I've been struck with is we talk about the concern about the price of food, for example, and things like that. And yet we are seeing right now with floods, with wildfires, with increasing droughts, because of climate change. It's only going to get worse based on the IPCC reports and what we see. Will that not impact these businesses that need to order food, to be selling food to people, to his constituents who want to be able to have affordable food? All of those pieces together, are they not feeling the costs of climate change, and do they not want to see us take action to make sure that they are more climate resilient, and also that we stop where we can right now further degradation of our climate?
Member for Surrey Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her question. And it points to me what's the biggest problem in this country, and it's the fact that Canadians don't understand what rural Canada is. And rural Canada is the breadbasket of our food. And our farmers out west and throughout the industry have been sequestering carbon for years and years and years, and they get no credit for the fact that they sequester that carbon. They sequester with every crop that they do. They do tremendous land resources on what they do. Not to mention, Madam Speaker, we have with this unfortunate part with this present government is they've not invested in things that would invest in such things as carbon capture and storage, which we have the only working in my riding. It is there, and yet this government continually scares away investment. It is going to the states, to other parts of the world, instead of investing here where we can do these environmental things that will improve and assist this great country.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a real pleasure to hear about rural regions in this House and to hear about it in a good way, because I agree that it's difficult when we talk about rural regions. It's the feeling that this country, Canada, is built around the needs of Toronto and its surrounding suburbs. It's the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue talked about Canada Post, and people can't get to services as well as in other ridings. Talking about Canada Post, there was an interesting solution. Could we electrify the fleet belonging to Canada Post, which has one of the largest fleets in Canada, and to offer in each of Canada Post centers rechargeable charging stations for electric vehicles? This would be a good economic development initiative for the regions, which could make the shift towards green energy. This would be a good initiative in the budget for the budget. I would like to hear my colleague talk about this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I believe the members from Abitibi-Témiscamingue, and I appreciate his comments and his talk about rural Canada, because it is very important, and it's nice to see that people recognize that aspect of things. His comment is very pointed in the sense that I get the fact that it's nice to see these electrical vehicles and these transit lines happening. But as I've said to many of my constituency, you're not going to see a transit line or an electric vehicle that's going from Merrifield, Saskatchewan to Regina. And I have many constituents that need to get to their doctors, and those doctors aren't available. Cancer doctors, diabetic specialists, et cetera, et cetera. And they have to go to either say Merrifield, which is either going to Winnipeg in Manitoba or to Regina. And that distance is not there. It's not going to happen. As much as we may want it to happen, when you've got 100 people in that area, they're not going to do it. Yes, it's beneficial, but where are those systems and who's going to pay for it?
Last question, the Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate his intervention. He mentioned Dollarama. But I asked him about with regards to the pandemic and the costs that some of the companies are now passing on. Dollarama made over $600 million in profits during the pandemic this past year, and they're increasing their shareholders' return by 10%. So if you're not a shareholder of Dollarama, you're going to soon go there and have higher costs and higher prices at a time when they had record profits, and they're giving record dividends to the shareholders, who I can guarantee most likely are not shopping at Dollarama.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain in 15 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am pleased to hear that the member possibly does shop at Dollarama because of the great things they do and the great work that they provide, because that's providing work for people to actually do a job. And that's great to hear that he continually wants to support business.
We have to resume debate. Nous allons avoir 5.
We will have 5 minutes available for the honourable member for Montmagny, Kamouraska, Doudou. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today for 5 minutes on this very important issue, which concerns the government's budget. Madam Speaker, we have to go back in the past, back to 2015. And you were part of that government back then that announced under sunny skies that Canada's finances were great and there were only 3 little deficits, and the 3 deficits were announced, and that everything would immediately resolve itself. Oops, what a surprise. 2019, more than $80 million deficit, and history taught us that the budget did not resolve itself all alone. On the contrary, so finally it's the story of this Liberal government that since then, in addition to COVID, which occurred, spent more than $600 billion added to the debt that we already had. So now we have a debt that represents 47% of our GDP, unlike 25 or 28% in the beginning when the Liberal government took power. So, Madam Speaker, this is an extremely important issue. There will be a budget tabled next week, April 7th to be exact. In passing, April 7th is a Thursday. April 8th is the last day, a Friday, before we go away for 2 weeks. So the Liberals accused the Conservative government for some years of not respecting the House of Commons. And today I think now it's the Liberals that are not showing respect to the House of Commons by introducing a budget just before the Friday when we will go back to our ridings for 2 weeks. So now we're talking about debt at 47% of GDP. I wonder where the Liberals will continue to push the debt and the deficit, because we're talking about balanced budget, which is not in part of the Liberals government's vocabulary. It's unacceptable. Completely unacceptable, because balanced budget is essential in a country like ours. In Quebec, I was the mayor of La Pocatière, and under the law, we had to achieve a balanced budget. It was an obligation, a legal obligation. So a federal government must do the same. The problem with this government is that it spends without looking at the impact in the intermediate and above all the long term, and interest rates will soon rise. They've already started to rise, and the Bank of Canada has said that interest rates will increase at least to 1.5, even 2%. So we can imagine what the impact will be on Canadian households. Canadian households have gone into greater debt. Why? Because the cost of living and inflation is at 5.7%, which is 3 times higher than the goal set by the Bank of Canada, which is 2%. And that cost of houses obviously has continued to rise, and it has doubled in 10 years in Canada, and even 30% in the last year. The cost of gas. I bought a car in 2009. Cost me $32 to fill up today. It cost me $120. That's 4 times higher in such a short period of time. And there are very perverse effects on the quality of life of individuals. Let's not forget the most vulnerable people who have higher expenses, higher expenses than their income. I could talk for hours about this. I have testimony, accounts from individuals. I'm sure you will agree. I have people in my riding who call our riding offices regularly to say just how much they are suffering because of that government. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It being 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to put immediately the question.
The question is as follows. Mr. Fast, seconded by Mr. Berthold, move that given that excessive government spending has increased the deficit. Should I dispense?
Yes.
Yes? Pursuant to order made on Thursday, just a minute here. Okay. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member of Peace River Westlock.
Sure.
Okay.
Pursuant to order adopted on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Monday, April 4th, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Government House Leader happens to have a point of order.
I do, Madam Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:45 so that we can start the private member's business.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:45? Yes? Yes, and so ordered. It being 5:45, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill S-214, International Mother Language Day Act, standing in the name of Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy, seconded by Mr. Aldag, moves that Bill S-214, an act to establish International Mother Language Day, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Debate. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I love that Dune-like practice that we have of bending time. That is so cool. I would have wished that in my my grade 11 math class, but it was not to be. No, well, we were still using Roman numerals in those days. Madam Speaker, this is a time when our nation is weathering some very formidable challenges. Challenges that some would use to draw out our differences, mainly to challenge that most fundamental Canadian value, the one where we care about and act in the common good. Well, Canada is too valuable in the world to have this value damaged. So I'm here today with an opportunity, one that reflects, in a small way, the solemn obligation we have in this place, indeed one that we must accept as our imperative, to promote and achieve unity through respect, understanding, and dialogue. It may be a small offering toward that goal, but Bill S-214, the call to designate every February 21st as Mother Languages Day across Canada, is intended to raise our awareness of the value of honoring and protecting the cultural and social richness of the languages many of us brought to Canada. Or, and this is very important, the languages that have been spoken in our land since time immemorial. Now, an important point. This bill does not propose the creation of a statutory holiday. It simply opens up opportunities for people in every community to celebrate the unique aspect of their culture and history. That unique aspect that comes with the language that they brought to Canada with them, and maybe still speak at home with their children to keep that heritage alive. It's a unique honor to sponsor S-214 in this House, to hopefully make real the dream of people in our British Columbia community to create a moment for all Canadians to reflect on yet another way on an essential aspect of our nation that makes it the place where so many in the world want to live. It's a fact of this country. We are stronger because of our differences, not in spite of them. I can relate personally on this point because back home in Fleetwood, Port Kells in Surrey, we enjoy an incredibly diverse community. 30.3% of us in Fleetwood, Port Kells are of European heritage. 30.1% of us are from South Asia. Now, this statistic is maybe a year old, and I have a very strong feeling that that ratio has now reversed and that our South Asian community is indeed the largest in our riding. But we have a healthy range of cultures and languages in those two large groups. But we have to add Chinese, 13%, Filipino, almost 10%. And there's Korean and Japanese and Croatian and Latin American and African and measurable populations of many, many other cultures. And we also absolutely must shine a light on the thousands among us in our riding and in Surrey and indeed right across Canada with Aboriginal heritage in urgent need to help keep their ancient languages alive. This diversity is highlighted in many ways. It's highlighted in the arts, in the way we worship, the sports we play, the ceremonies that we celebrate, and the cultural events that we hold in our community for ourselves and for our neighbors. And, I might add, a personal favorite, food. I'm delighted to hear that we're going to be celebrating Filipino food just in time for my going back home to Fleetwood, Port Kells. And I can tell the Filipino restaurant in our riding that my staff and I will be there to celebrate the food and to enjoy their hospitality. Then there's the languages, each with the symbolism and the idioms that reflect the heartfelt values and character of each community within our community. Long ago, in work to communicate public services and policies, which included invitations to participate in the development and their delivery, I grew to appreciate the power of relating to people with the words that carried the meaning and context that delivered the necessary message in a way that promoted the understanding that they needed to have and the engagement that they had an opportunity to provide. Now, doing this is not just a simple matter of translation. You don't just have a word in a language and find the English word that tries to mean the same thing, because there's more to words than just the bare fundamental meaning. Because we need instead to transcreate, to adapt thoughts in one language to something that delivers the clear intent of the communication. Our excellent parliamentary translation services staff are well experienced with this. Now, the opportunity to celebrate our mother language opens the way to share the words and the phrases of one language that may have no equivalent in another. And in doing so, we learn something about our neighbors in this country of ours. Here's some examples. In Brazilian Portuguese, we have the word saudades. No single English word can do justice to the emotion that it communicates, emotions of longing and nostalgia. In Brazil, they have the beija-flora, the kisser of flowers, a name that creates such a beautiful image of a creature that we call the hummingbird. In Chinese, the expression Meng Dai captures a similarly beautiful sentiment that the English equivalent, dream to be a butterfly, offers only a glimpse of a much broader picture than one might imagine when that word comes up in conversation. Thousands of people in Fleetwood Port Kells speak Punjabi, and they have a short, very precise expression, rala, which I'm told means a really messed up situation. So I'll be listening for that one. My Punjabi is very rusty, as you'll find in just a second, because there's another Punjabi saying. It's Suno Sabdi Karo Apriya, which offers the wisdom to take advice from everyone, but do what you think is best. To be called a bayan in our Filipino community is high praise. That one word describes a hero, but not just any hero. A patriot who uses their bravery, courage, and kindness to further the human race or the cause of the community. And of course, we have our Indigenous languages. Coincidentally, this is Indigenous Language Day in Canada, an important reminder of the work we must do to present, protect, and preserve the languages that may well be extinct without our intervention. Our government has made that a priority with allocations in the 2019 budget of $334 million over 5 years. And there was more in the 2021 budget to fund these efforts. In BC alone, funding through the Indigenous Languages Act provided the First Peoples Cultural Council additional funding of $6.86 million last November to increase investments through grants for projects that hadn't been previously funded or that needed additional funding to complete their work. This one measure is covering immersion strategies, language planning, resource development, and more to support the revitalization of 34 First Nations languages that we have in BC. It brought total federal support for the First Peoples Cultural Council to $14.6 million, an investment in preserving our history, to be sure, but also to enrich and strengthen our Indigenous culture today, which can be shared right across our diverse community. That sharing, by the way, sets up some amazing events. I'll never forget a huge gathering of our Sikh community a few years ago in Bear Creek Park. I was up on the stage looking over a sea of turbans of every color. And there they were, enjoying the Red River Reel as performed by a Métis band, only in Canada. So, Madam Speaker, Bill S-214 represents a unique and truly timely opportunity. Establishing every February 21st as Canada's annual opportunity to observe and celebrate Mother Languages Day, something our culturally diverse communities can, as they see fit, use to bring their neighborhoods closer together in the spirit of what it truly means to be Canadian, as a way to remind us and to remind so many thousands of us why it was they worked so hard to be here with us. Speaking of events, I should add that as part of this government's pandemic support, $200 million was dedicated to fund festivals and cultural events because of the fundamental value that they added to the community over and above the enjoyment of each other's cultures. In closing, I must recognize 3 of the many people who have worked so hard for years to see this day created. This includes the vision and energy of Mohammed Aminul Islam, who's held Mother's Languages Day events in Surrey for a number of years, at least before the pandemic, and discovered the equity that this celebration that he sponsored, the equity that it built between communities when they gathered in the spirit of sharing, discovery, and enjoyment. BC Senator Mobina Jaffer tried more than a few times to get this bill through the Senate. She was successful there, but getting it through the House of Commons was a bit more of a challenge. The machinations of government held it back more than a couple of times. But her persistence and the passion for the idea of creating this day were the catalyst for the steps being taken once again in the other place that we have here before us this evening. And finally, I absolutely must thank my friend and colleague and seconder, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Cloverdale-Langley City, who took up this cause in our 42nd Parliament and who is generously ready, willing, and able to second Bill S-214 on this occasion. These people and so many others have seen the importance of promoting, protecting, and preserving the languages that flavor our cultural diversity. Appropriately, on this Indigenous Language Day in Canada, there's one word from our Coast Salish peoples that perfectly fits their efforts and our opportunity with Bill S-214. It's the word, and I'm going to try and get this one correctly, Setsuwattle. One word that takes 5 in the English language to convey. It means working together for the common interest. Mother Languages Day is an observance that can really take root in any and every community across our nation. And I call on my colleagues here tonight to help make its success a reality now and to help Canadians be ready to celebrate it on February 21st, 2023. My thanks and gratitude for this opportunity.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Much, Madam Speaker. And I want to just thank the honourable member for introducing such an important bill. You know, he spoke very well on the importance of making sure that we have a diversity of language, but because of a very important reason, which is the lack of translation often. And in Canada, we're used to a system of English and French, and oftentimes our Indigenous languages, and my language in particular, Cree, which is a native language in Canada, has been almost put into the ground and diminished. We've seen that through time and time through government intervention. Would the member agree that when we're ensuring that we understand mother tongue languages, that we make a special place and a special recognition for the native languages of this land as extraordinary to the contributions of languages across the world?
The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, I totally agree with my honourable colleague. It was interesting to see, in fact, just yesterday, news from Elections Canada that they intend to prepare material for elections in the local Indigenous languages. Again, the idea is to generate understanding, engagement, and participation. And you do that by communicating in a way that your audience will understand. It absolutely makes sense, above and beyond the respect and the cultural diversity that an English or that a Mother Languages Day would promote across the country. It also helps unite us together in common understanding of what's going on.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly here in Canada, we have a great cultural mosaic of people who come to this country from around the globe, from every corner of the earth, and bring their languages and their culture with us, including, most pertinently, those from Ukraine. And certainly right now we're seeing a great outpouring of support here in Canada. I wonder if my honourable colleague would comment on how, taking an example like this, of the culture that we have here in Canada, and so many Ukrainians who've come here over the past century, how we can use that example to welcome and embrace refugees from Ukraine, and perhaps even encouraging visa-free travel from Ukraine to Canada to have this welcoming atmosphere here in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Madam Speaker, I spent my youngest days in Edmonton. And the Ukrainian community there was large, it was vital, and it was heavily engaged. Those Ukrainian folk came over as farmers, and the prosperity that Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba particularly enjoys is in no small measure thanks in part to their efforts over the years. In bringing our Ukrainian refugees here, I think that the mechanism of visa-free travel is certainly one that could be taken, but I understand that the process that's been put in place would actually work much more quickly and much more effectively to make sure that we're welcoming the best of the best here in Canada and those who really and truly need our protection for the next few years.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Shepherd. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech on this bill. And I'm eager to hear my colleagues speak on it too, especially in this context where we're trying to protect linguistic diversity, and especially where we recognize that French as a mother tongue is declining. So we need to recognize that, especially for French.
I absolutely agree with the sentiments of that comment. After the 2015 election, my wife and I decided that we would buy a home here. It was strategic. After a day at the office here, I can get to go home and spend some time with my wife, which I wouldn't be able to do back home in Fleetwood Port Kells because it's very busy any moment you're there. We bought in Aylmer, across the river in Quebec. And we are just absolutely delighted with that community and the richness that it enjoys. I would also say, and I don't mean this in any kind of derogatory way, last weekend we rescued a dog on the Quebec side who only understands French. So it's an incentive for us to improve our French at home because this new boy of ours really needs to be understood.
Reprise de débat, the honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honour to rise in the House today to speak at second reading to Bill S-214, an act to designate February 21st of each year as International Mother Language Day. The bill also concludes the greater clarity line, which confirms that this does not result in this date, February 21st, being a legal holiday. So it is not a statutory holiday, and it would not provide a day off of work for those working in federally regulated industries. And I think that's an important point to make at the outset of this debate. Language, and especially one's mother language, is an important part of an individual's personal story and their identity. And while it's a significant part of who we are personally, it also contributes to who we are as a collective society, who we are as a country as a whole. Canada is home to many different groups of people, including Indigenous peoples, new Canadians, and the children and grandchildren of immigrants. Mother languages, or the first language learned, are important to each and every one of these groups. Au Canada, nous avons deux langues.
In Canada, we have two official languages, French and English. They are by far the most used languages in Canada, and they have a very special legal status that goes back to Confederation. In the BNA North America Act of 1867, the Constitution recognized the importance of ensuring that the French and English languages were preserved and that the rights of both French and English Canadians were protected. If we wanted to succeed in creating a strong and united nation. That is why Section 133 of this Act reads as follows. In the chambers of Parliament of Canada and the Assembly of Quebec, the use of French or English in the debates will be optional. But in drafting the archives, records, and journals of these respective chambers, the use of both official languages will be mandatory. And in any plea or procedure before the courts or issuing from the courts of Canada, which will be established under the authority before the courts or issuing from the courts of Quebec, will also be done in one or the other of these languages. The status of the French and English languages was enshrined in the Official Languages Act, which in its preamble underscores a number of important points regarding our languages in Canada, including the Constitution sets out that French and English are the official languages of Canada and that they have equal status, rights, and privileges with regard to their use in parliamentary institutions and in the Government of Canada. And the Government of Canada recognizes the importance of the status of these official languages and the broadening of their use in order to maintain and highlight the use of these languages. Madam Speaker, French and English are the official languages of Canada, as is set out in our laws and culture. It is important that the current and future governments recognize this fact and seek to ensure this special status of our two official languages and that it be preserved in future. In fact, we have the opportunity to celebrate the French language in Canada, whether it be in Quebec where the Francophones form a majority, or in New Brunswick, which is the only officially bilingual province in Canada. French is a language that perseveres in the face of adversity. That is particularly true in official languages minority communities across the country. We must acknowledge the challenges that these communities face, especially Franco-Ontarians, Franco-Manitobans, Franco-Albertans, and other Francophone communities in the country. In my own riding of Perth-Wellington, I am constantly glad to hear parents who are eager to enroll their children in French immersion at a young age. That is something that we must continue to celebrate and to promote.
Madam Speaker, there are also languages that have been spoken on these lands for millennia, the languages of Indigenous peoples. I find it appropriate that we are debating this bill today on Indigenous Languages Day, as these languages hold a special place in our history and should hold a special place in our society as well. As it states in the preamble of this bill, more than 60 different Aboriginal languages are spoken in Canada. These include Cree, Inuktitut, Dene, and many, many more. Sadly, however, many Indigenous languages are at risk of extinction following a long period of discouraged use and disrespect, and sadly, for far too long in our history, outright hostility. We must recognize the shameful parts of Canada's history that includes the efforts to eliminate Indigenous cultures, and as part of that strategy, to end the use of Indigenous languages, especially through the dark history of residential schools. Moving forward, we must ensure these languages are not only preserved, but also celebrated. The Government of Canada has a role to play in promoting their use so they can be passed down from generation to generation. That is why the final report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in 2015 stated, and I quote, Aboriginal languages are a fundamental and valued element of Canadian culture and society, and there is an urgency to preserve them. Madam Speaker, we must listen to and act on these calls to action. Symbolic measures are important, but we must also act. Canada is also home to many people who have come here from every corner of the earth, some to escape violence and persecution, some to reunite with their family, some to seek new careers and economic opportunities that weren't available in their homeland. And with them, they bring parts of their culture with them, including their language. And it enriches our nation by building on the diversity and multiculturalism that all of us benefits from. According to Statistics Canada, 7,749,120 people in Canada consider a non-official language to be their mother tongue. Today, as we see Ukrainian peoples fleeing their homeland to escape the Russian invasion, I must point out that a government report on August 31st, 2017, titled Linguistic Diversity and Multilingualism in Canada, in Canadian Homes, a report indicated that 110,580 people in Canada consider their mother language tongue to be Ukrainian. Canada has a vibrant Ukrainian population, and in fact, as we welcome Ukrainians to Canada, it is like welcoming family home. The government should listen to the recommendations provided by the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration and provide a fast and simple process to bring these victims of Vladimir Putin's unlawful attack and bring them safely to Canada. Now, Madam Speaker, this bill in the other place had a fulsome debate, including with comments from my Conservative colleague, Senator Salma Atulajan, herself an immigrant from Pakistan. And she said this during that debate, quote, as a country with multilingualism at its core, we need to recognize and understand the importance of preserving all mother languages. She went on to say, I know firsthand the correlation between my mother tongue and my identity. Speaking Pukto or Pashto is more than a means to communicate. It connects me to my ancestors. It allows me to understand the literature, art, and poetry of my homeland. Madam Speaker, I believe the Senator's words are a beautiful example of how someone can be proud to be Canadian, but also be proud of the culture and the language from which they came. Madam Speaker, mother languages matter. Indigenous language, official languages, and non-official languages that have come here through immigration all matter. Madam Speaker, I thank the House for its time today, and I look forward to continued debate on Bill S-214. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're gathered here this evening to debate Bill C-214, or an act instituting International Mother Language Day. More specifically, this bill would make February 21st, throughout Quebec and Canada, International Mother Language Day. The Senate bill is sponsored by British Columbia's independent Senator Mobina Jaffer. In this lower house, this bill is at the second reading stage. The Bloc is strongly in favor of Bill S-214, since the central issue it raises is the protection of linguistic diversity globally. It is because this issue is indivisible from the Bloc's vision of culture and language that we support in this bill. It would be impossible not to repeat the prophetic words of the great separatist Pierre Bourgault, and I would like to read a small quote from him. When we defend French at home, it is all the languages of the world that we are defending against the hegemony of one. Pierre Bourgault was a friend of my father, Antoine Desilets. He often came by my house to have a drink, and at the time I was 7 or 8 years old, and my room was right next to the kitchen. And I used to have fun during those evenings, of course, and I would leave my door ajar at night to hear him talk, Pierre Bourgault, until my mother came and closed my door. At that time, I couldn't understand much about his rhetoric about power, economics, language, or independence, but I was entranced by his voice. This man had perfect diction, an unparalleled mastery of vocabulary and syntax, and even though I was young, I drank in his words like a thirsty person who drinks in the oasis in the middle of a desert. In my opinion, there is no doubt that Pierre Bourgault is the greatest orator in the history of Quebec. Few of you know this, but I have written a few books myself. Writing for me certainly comes from a love of language strongly inspired by those evenings, listening secretly to Pierre Bourgault through the crack of my bedroom door. My father, as a photographer, used to play with light, and my love of French led me to play with words. But when Pierre Bourgault spoke, he always linked the quest for Quebec's independence to the question of our national language, the mother tongue of our people, French. Protecting, cherishing, and nourishing one's mother tongue is the only thing a people can do and must do to guarantee its cultural vitality and to guarantee its freedom. What better vehicle for identity and culture than a language of a people, regardless of who that people is? Our leader, who is an anthropologist by training, would have a lot to say about this. What would be Basque independence without Euskera? What would Catalan independence be without Catalan? And what would Quebec independence be without French? A columnist for The Economist, obviously English-speaking, wrote a few years ago saying, "Forget Mandarin or Hindi. If you want to learn a truly global language, learn French." Quebecers, as well as Canadian Francophones and Acadians, even if they are in a minority setting in America, are privileged to speak French because it is indeed an international language. French ranks 5th worldwide in terms of the number of speakers, and it is the only language, along with English, to be present on all 5 continents. 29 countries worldwide have granted French official language status. And according to the Observatory of French Language in 2022, 320 million people in 112 countries and territories are able to express themselves in French. What's nice about this statistic is that French is not necessarily the mother tongue of all these people. For many Indigenous peoples from the Americas, the Caribbean, Africa, and the Middle East, French is a second or even third language. French is not a hegemonic language. It is simply a widespread language that contributes greatly to the richness of our amazing human cultural mosaic. We are all enriched by the connections between peoples. Cultural exchanges bring people together, and they're also a force for peace in a world where universal peace has not yet been achieved. But for sharing between cultures to be possible, different cultures have to be robust. Yes, they have to be strong, and the transmission of knowledge, the passing on of a memory, of traditions and heritage between generations means that they cannot be hindered by the imposition of a single culture, a culture of globalization. And I'm very proud that French is my mother tongue. And I know that this pride is shared by my fellow Quebecers. Madam Speaker, I cannot continue to ignore the elephant in the room. Namely, French in Quebec is in decline on all levels. In 1996, 81.5% of the Quebec population had French as their mother tongue. In 2016, it was 78%. And more importantly, Statistics Canada predicts that by 2036, it will be around 70%. So from 81.5% in 96 to around 70% in 2016. On the island of Montreal, the population with French as their mother tongue has dropped from 53.4% in 96 to 48.2% in the last census. And within 15 years, there will be as many people in Montreal with French as their third language, mother tongue. I agree that the mother tongue is not the only indicator to define the vitality of a language, but French is the only official language of Quebec, and it should not decline in this way. Earlier this month, the Liberal Party introduced its new reform of the Official Languages Act, which completely swept aside the demands of the Bloc Québécois. We supported some of the provisions of the Act, particularly those concerning the promotion of French in the rest of Canada, but we were, in fact, very disappointed with the rest. Only Quebec's language laws, such as Bill 101, should apply in Quebec. The idea of entrusting the fate of our national language to another nation is absolutely ridiculous, especially when this nation massively refuses visas to French-speaking foreign students, especially when this other nation is considering taking the francophones of British Columbia to court, and especially when this other nation produces and tolerates people like the CEO of Air Canada, and especially when this other nation first commits itself to not taking away seats from Quebec in the House of Commons, but then ends up still reducing its political weighting. So, in short, I will repeat that the Bloc Québécois is in favor of this bill instituting the International Mother Language Day, and that when the Bloc fights in this House to defend and preserve French, it is all languages that it protects against the hegemony of one. Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank all those who've spoken all the previous members in regards to this very important bill. Today happens to be National Indigenous Languages Day, a moment for all of us to truly reflect on what that really means. And before I get into the proposal of International Mother Languages Day to be established on February 21st, I really want members to reflect on what Indigenous languages truly mean in Canada. You know, the member in previous just spoke about the importance of the French language to Quebecois and how important our languages as Indigenous people are to our identity, to who we are as people, but also to our future ideas of self-determination. It's rooted in our language, it's rooted in our culture, and it's in our society. However, Canada has a deep history of suppression of languages, whether it's the French language or Indigenous languages. This is a reality facing cultures across Canada. Indigenous people, some of which their language has been completely annihilated. We think of nations that, in some sense, during especially the early 1800s, that have been wiped out due to famine, war, but in particular actions by governments. The United Nations estimates that every 2 weeks, a language disappears, taking with it an entire culture and intellectual heritage. Every 2 weeks. Let's think about that. Every single time, twice a month, a whole language gone from our planet. Thousands of years of intubation and cultural exchange to create something that's truly unique to our species, which is our ability to communicate, which is our ability to understand one another, which is also our ability to make sure we understand our environment around us. And to put that in perspective, the Cree language, the language of the HoC, meaning Cree people, it has a much more profoundly poetic understanding to that language. It actually means star people, people from the stars. It tells a story. And that story, if ignored, diminishes all of us. When we think about Canada and we think about Indigenous languages, particularly on this day in light of this proposed bill, there are 3,000 Indigenous languages today that are endangered and at risk of extinction globally. 3,000 Indigenous languages globally are endangered. But why are they endangered? We often don't answer this question. Why? And we don't need to look too far behind us in the history of not only this country, but the history of imperialism, in particular European imperialism across the world. This has truly affected how we understand culture, language, and heritage across the globe. By recognizing this day, we are welcoming diversity and inclusion to be embedded in our system and our society. And so I agree with the honourable members in previous who've spoken to support to this bill. We need to do far more, though. It's one thing to recognize the languages of cultures. It's one thing to celebrate them. But it's an entire thing differently to ensure that we put resource, capacity, protections in place, not just here in Canada, but across the globe. We have to recognize Canada's international role in the harm that we've done, the legacy of imperialism in Canada, the legacy of imperialism across the globe. It's truly done a great disservice to thousands, if not millions of people across the globe. On May 16, 2007, the United Nations General Assembly, in its resolution, called upon member states to, quote, promote the preservation and protection of all languages used by people of the world, end quote. As an active member of the United Nations, it is actually Canada's obligation and responsibility to commit to this promise. I'm very pleased to see that after many attempts, it was mentioned by a previous member, many attempts to have this bill recognized and have this work truly done in Canada, and I agree that now is the time we must do this. Now is the time we have to understand these implications, but we have to go far beyond these recognitions. We truly have to partner with Indigenous people, we have to partner with other languages, we have to understand their needs, we have to understand how the community organizes, and we have to be there as true partners. It's especially important in Canada to recognize mother languages. Indigenous people form the nations of this land. Everyone else has come from a different place. Indigenous people, their languages, their perspectives, their culture are rooted in this territory and in this land. You can't go anywhere in Canada without encountering a piece of land that Indigenous people have stewarded. There is no other group that has come from overseas that can claim this from us. This is Indigenous people's land. This is Indigenous people's right, and we will not allow these languages to die. We will not allow our people to continue to lose so much of what we've survived on, how we've understood this world. And we're not going to give up what we believe to be our vision and our self-determination for our future. Not only does celebrating different languages promote multiculturalism and diversity, but it also encourages a rich development of oral history and knowledge base that benefits generations to come. The West, European societies often rely on institutions, intellectual institutions we call libraries, universities, colleges, and sure, those are good institutions. Indigenous people in particular, and other nations across the world, use oral tradition, oral stories. We pass on this knowledge. We pass on these traditions to our young people in a large, unbroken cycle of knowledge. I have grandparents, my Cookham and Musham, for example, would tell us stories about the residential school. My father would tell us stories about how afraid he was to speak his mother tongue. Now imagine, overnight, every single person in this country lost their mother tongue, regardless of what it was. That would have a catastrophic cultural impact to our mosaic here. But this is the true fact that's facing many Indigenous nations today. They don't know whether the next generation is truly going to have the tools, is truly going to have the resources, is truly going to have the human alliance that's required of all humans in order to protect this diversity. And if we don't take this seriously, we will lose something as a world, as a globe, a perspective, a history, a reality. And this is what is truly at risk when we're talking about languages. As a proud Indigenous and Cree Métis person, I especially understand the importance of making sure we preserve oral history and its importance in making sure our young people have a true future they can recognize themselves in. Being of this land and having Indigenous cultures present in all of our communities is a good thing. Whether it's in Quebec or whether it's in Ontario, all the way to British Columbia, Indigenous people have marked every single inch of this territory, and we cannot continue to neglect that. Although our official languages may be English and French, they are not languages of North America. They are not from Turtle Island. They come from Europe. That's a fact. We have to recognize that true fact and preserve the identity of North America, preserve our ability to understand this land and the Indigenous people who've occupied, protected, and ensured this continues. Today, I call on all communities here in Canada, globally, and all my members, fellow members of Parliament, to take special pride in the linguistically rich and culturally diverse place we all live in. It's truly a gift, Madam Speaker, and I want to be able to thank my honourable colleagues for their support of this bill, and I do myself support this very critical piece of legislation and hope to see it pass swiftly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's an honour today to rise and to speak to this private member's motion, this bill that actually I understand has been through the Senate. I understand that has actually been introduced a number of times. I think this is the third attempt being passed by the Senate and has been brought over to our chamber to debate it and to see if we can get it passed here as well to establish February 21st as International Mother Language Day. You know, I think that this bill, Madam Speaker, perfectly illustrates and speaks to what Canada is about. You know, Canada is a country that, unless you are of Indigenous descent, and I truly appreciate the comments that were made by my NDP colleague prior to this. He, so passionately laid out the realities of our country. But unless you are of Indigenous descent, we have all come to Canada over the last couple hundred years. For whatever reason it may have been at the time, whether to escape war, whether to seek out a new place to establish and to grow family, whether it's to seek refuge from other instances that are happening throughout the world, Canadians have come here over the last couple hundred years, unless you are of Aboriginal descent. And the reason why I think that this is such a uniquely Canadian bill is because we're not the only country that welcomes people from other parts of the world. The United States immigrates a lot of people. Other countries immigrate a lot of people. But what makes Canada unique is that when people get here, when they come here, we make a point of trying to embrace the cultural differences. Now, back to the comments that were so passionately and well put by my NDP colleague. We failed miserably as it related to those that were here before European settlers started to come here. There's no doubt about that, and I think that we have, and I think everybody in this House knows, we have a tremendous amount of work to do in terms of that reconciliation. But the idea that we embrace culture and that we look to celebrate it truly is uniquely Canadian, in my opinion. It's not something that, you look at, in particularly parts of the United States where a lot of people come, it's this concept or this idea that you have to conform to American culture, whereas you look at Canada in particular, and we embrace this idea of celebrating that diversity, because we recognize, quite frankly, that our diversity is actually what makes us stronger. It's by building tolerance, it's by building acceptance, it's by encouraging people to be part of Canada, but to never forget where they came from. And I think that when you look at what this bill is attempting to do by designating one day every year to specifically be that day that we celebrate our unique mother tongues, it's a way and an opportunity to continue to grow that and to foster those historical and heritage links that we have. I think of my parents, for example. They both immigrated post-World War II in the 1950s. My mother's from Italy, my father's from Holland. They both come from war-torn countries that were trying to rebuild after the Second World War. And in both cases, their parents said, we are going to move to Canada to look for a new way of life. But when they came here, and as is the case with so many European settlers at that time, they brought their unique mother culture and hence mother tongue with them. I have a unique situation in that if you look at my mother's side of the family, there's 7 children, and the majority of the children also married Italians. So Italian was spoken quite a bit in the household. With the exception of my mother and one other uncle that I have or had, they all married Italians. And in my household, there was a Dutch father and an Italian mother. And so we didn't really get to experience the rich culture the way that you might if both parents were of the same, had come from the same part of the world. And so we would look for opportunities. So, in Kingston, we had folklore, which was very popular in the 1980s and early 90s, where different pavilions would be established on a weekend throughout the city as an opportunity to showcase Ukrainian culture, Italian culture, Portuguese culture, various different cultures would establish in a way to celebrate their roots. And unfortunately, as time goes on and children are born and generations pass, you end up in a place where you start to lose that link and forget about the rich identity that your ancestors or your grandparents or great-grandparents brought to Canada when they came. And I think that this bill gives us an opportunity to look towards how we can reestablish those roots and make sure that they live on for generations to come. But I would be remiss if I didn't also talk about the incredible Indigenous cultures that we have throughout Canada. And unfortunately, a big stain on Canadian history is that although we were so willing to embrace cultures from other parts of the world, in particular, as I referenced, the 1950s and European immigrants and more recently more Asian immigrants, we did an incredible disservice, an incredible hardship by trying to eliminate the cultures of Indigenous people in Canada. And so, although this might just be one small, tiny step towards that reconciliation, because that reconciliation involves so much, I'm really pleased to hear the member who introduced this, and indeed just about every member who spoke to this today, talk about the importance of using this tool, this opportunity to celebrate those cultural differences in the context of lifting up Indigenous culture as well. Because as I look back to the 1980s and 90s and I talked about folklore in my community, I don't ever remember any Indigenous pavilions. They were largely forgotten, or at least pushed aside to the point where they didn't even have the opportunities to continue on that culture. Now, a lot has changed since then. You know, I even think of more recently when I went, when in every March we have Maple Madness in Kingston, and it's an opportunity for people to go and see how maple syrup is made. And in recent years, there's also been an exhibit on how Indigenous people used sap from maple trees. And it's by making sure that inclusion is there that we will properly tell the story of Canada. The story not just over the last couple hundred years, but indeed the story that goes back thousands of years. And so I very much welcome this bill that the member from Port Kells has brought into the House. I understand that it's already passed in the Senate. As I indicated, this is the third try. I'm certain that the third time will be the time that it passes. Having had the opportunity to come before, but in any event, I want to congratulate the member on bringing forward such an important bill that, although it might just talk about establishing one day and creating a day, it indeed, if people utilize this properly, can be an incredible resource and opportunity to continue for generations to come to showcase the incredible differences that we have and the incredible various different parts of the world that we came from. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Haliburton-Cawthra Lakes, and unfortunately I'll have to interrupt him at some point.
All right, Speaker, I accept your ruling here. Thank you very much for the introduction, and I rise today to speak to Private Member's Bill S-214, an act to establish International Mother Languages Day. International Mother Language Day is a worldwide annual observance held on February 21st to promote awareness of linguistic and cultural diversity and to promote multilingualism. Mother Language Day is part of a broader initiative to promote the preservation and protection of all languages used by peoples around the world. Beginning in Bangladesh, then East Pakistan, the idea to celebrate International Mother Language Day was an initiative to fully recognize the Bangla language. And because I only have a certain amount of time, I'm going to skip. Oh, I have 4 minutes now. Okay, better than the 2. All right. As we all know, our nation has a rich cultural heritage that is cultivated by Indigenous people, European settlers, and immigrants from every corner of the globe. This is succinctly demonstrated in the first 3 lines of the preamble to Bill S-214. Whereas English and French are Canada's official languages, whereas more than 60 different Aboriginal languages are spoken in Canada, whereas Canadians speak a multitude of languages that greatly enrich Canada and its culture. If culture and tradition are the branches of the tree, then surely language is the trunk. Without supporting the base of the tree, the branches suffer, wither, and will fall. According to Michael Krause, then head of the Alaska Native Language Center in Fairbanks, who published The World's Languages in Crisis back in 1992, he wrote that some 600 languages had fewer than 100 surviving speakers. Half of the world's languages were kept alive by a fifth of 1% of the entire global population. Of the 7,000 existent languages, only half were being taught to children. So Canada mirrors the global language crisis. Of the 60 or more Indigenous languages in Canada, just 3, Cree, Inuktitut, and Ojibwe, are stable and viable. They account for nearly 2/3 of the nearly 229,000 Canadians who claim an Indigenous language as their mother tongue and who regularly speak that language in the home. Of the 12 major language families once solidly established here in the country, 9 are today the linguistic expression of a mere 6% of the Indigenous population. 50 languages are spoken by First Nations with fewer than 3,000 members. Even among Indigenous communities themselves, thank you, Speaker, where the loss of the language is widespread, language revitalization is a powerful aspirational goal linked to reconciliation and the preservation of culture. In my own riding of Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock, Speaker, it boasts 63 different languages spoken as mother tongues. And this is also recognized in the Conservative Party of Canada policy document. It's on section 133, recognition that language is an integral part of one's culture and heritage, should form the basis for decision-making relating to its cultural and artistic community. We encourage the government to recognize the diverse cultural nature of Canada and its shared history, and to take these into account when working to strengthen opportunities and accessibility in both the domestic and international markets for our creative success. So thank you, Speaker. I want to just close by, I support mother languages. Thank you.
Well, the honourable member will actually have 6 minutes left the next time that this matter is before the House. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Alors, à ce moment-ci,
order pursuant to Standing Order 30H, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been introduced and seconded. Accordingly, the question is as follows: that the House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, I begin my remarks by recognizing the good people who live in the Ontario riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke for their confidence in me as their federal member of Parliament. As the Prime Minister should be aware, February in Canada is Black History Month. I gave the Prime Minister the opportunity to join Conservative members of Parliament to condemn the racist act of wearing blackface. This opportunity was given 2 days after he cried wolf invoking the Emergencies Act. It was important to do so at that point, since the Liberal Party decision to refuse to meet with members of the Freedom Convoy led to the firing of Ottawa City's first Black police chief, Peter Slowly. And there's no doubt the dog whistle comments by the Prime Minister to his party trolls were inflaming a situation in Ottawa that Chief Slowly was dealing with in a non-aggressive manner as a professional police officer. I take this opportunity on behalf of all Canadians to thank Chief Slowly for his service to Canada as the police chief of Ottawa and for standing up for the right Canadians thought they had for peaceful protest. During Chief Slowly's time as head of police, Canadians could feel safe walking the streets of Ottawa. Children playing, bouncy castles, outdoor barbecues to feed the homeless, Canadians proudly waving Canadian flags. Some remarked this was the Canada Day that had been missing for years. This was not the image the Prime Minister wanted for a backdrop as he maneuvered with his deputy, the Minister of Finance, to find any excuse to declare a so-called emergency. as he had purged strong women from his party like former Justice Minister Judy Wilson-Raybould, the former Health Minister Jane Philpott, and black women Member of Parliament Selena Chavez, who stood up to the Prime Minister, it was obvious that a scapegoat was needed. Chief slowly had to go. Black History Month was the appropriate moment for the Prime Minister to tone down the hate-filled, divisive language that had not stopped coming out of his mouth since the unnecessary election called 5 months previously. It's everyone's responsibility to carefully say who and what they are platforming. It was time to stop being so angry and start acting like a true leader of a civilized country. Instead, the Prime Minister used the backdrop of Black History Month to cause the firing of Ottawa's first black chief police officer. The trucker strike was driven by widespread resentment of hysterical reporting throughout the pandemic by the Liberal bought-off media and the attempted cancellation of anyone who dissented over the mandates, whether on scientific or civil liberties grounds. With the declaration of the Emergencies Act, Canada got noticed, but not for the right reasons. Addressing the Irish Upper House, Ireland Senator Sharon Keoghan spoke up against the unjust and excessive force used against the peaceful protest. Ireland, Canadians embarrassingly remember, was elected to the seat on the United Nations Security Council. This government spent hundreds of thousands of taxpayers' dollars unsuccessfully campaigning for. And I quote Senator Keoghan, "We've had calls in this House to address serious human rights abuses occurring in all places all over the world, from China in the East to here in the West. So I find it odd that we've heard nothing of what's being well-publicized, high-profile, peaceful protests being violently suppressed and dispersed by armed government forces. Ranks of uniformed and armored military figures stripped of their badges and ID tags converged on protesters. An officer on horseback trampled over a disabled woman. Around 200 arrests were made and over 60 vehicles seized by the state. It's something that it sounds like you'd see from Russia," the Irish senator noted. But instead, it's happening in the supposedly liberal democracy of Canada.
Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, the Government of Canada has been supporting Canadians. Our goal has been to minimize serious illness and overall deaths with minimal disruption to society. With the recent emergence of the BA.2 variant, we're seeing rising cases and differing levels of severity in regions across the country. This reminds us that COVID-19 is still circulating. The Public Health Agency of Canada provides guidance and advice on recommended public health measures. This is done at both individual and community levels, Madam Speaker. The agency's guidance has been informed by scientific evidence, expert opinion, and established public health practices. It aims to reduce the spread of COVID-19 and protect the health and safety of people living in Canada. Across the country, there is variability in how jurisdictions are assessing risks and adjusting approaches. However, we continue to recommend using individual public health measures, such as wearing a mask in indoor public settings, as the COVID-19 situation evolves. We expect our recommendations for these measures, of course, to change. Vaccines and therapeutics continue to be important cornerstones of our pandemic response. We are fortunate that vaccination coverage rates in Canada are high, but there are still more opportunities to enhance our protection. Vaccine-related requirements and restrictions have helped keep Canadians safe, Madam Speaker. They have supported safe working conditions and spaces for federal public service workers and travelers on federally regulated transport. They've also been a tool to support vaccine uptake to help prevent serious illness and to help prevent our healthcare system from becoming overwhelmed. With vaccines widely available and higher levels of immunity due to prior infection, Canada is in a much stronger position now than we were at the beginning of the pandemic. Our best advantage going forward will be maintaining a state of readiness. This includes all of us keeping our COVID-19 vaccinations up to date and getting a booster dose when eligible. Canadians should also continue to make informed personal choices to protect themselves, their families, and their communities, based, of course, on their local situations and personal circumstances. Using individual public health measures in a layered approach, along with vaccines and therapeutics, results in fewer hospitalizations, Madam Speaker, and of course, deaths due to COVID-19. Provincial and territorial governments and regional local public health authorities will continue to make decisions about when it is necessary to maintain, ease, or reinstate public health measures. In doing so, they will consider indicators of readiness, the most recent evidence, and the current situation, and other factors. As Canada moves forward with its ongoing pandemic response, a risk and evidence-based approach will continue to be used across jurisdictions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
And I'll continue on Irish Senator Keogan's quote, "Not being satisfied with merely dispersing protesters, the state froze the finances associated with certain individuals and companies believed to be involved in the protests. These are people who committed no crime, who have not been convicted lawfully in court, and who the government decided to punish anyway because they might have been connected with a protest which was inconvenient to the government. It was an unprecedented act by the state against its citizens, which should be roundly condemned," end of quote. Senator Keogan called upon the Irish Upper House to write to Canada's ambassador to Ireland in order to condemn the excessive force used by the Canadian government, as well as the state's overreach in punishing its citizens. Madam Speaker, a day of reckoning will come.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Defence.
On that ominous note, Madam Speaker, the Public Health Agency of Canada and its provincial and territorial partners are working together and planning for an approach that is sustainable as we address the ongoing presence of the BA2 variant. Canada's response has been and will continue to be based on scientific evidence and expert opinion. We will continue to take into account the evolving scientific evidence related to the virus and its characteristics, as well as epidemiology. We will also consider emerging variants of concern, the value and impact of public health interventions, and the impact of vaccination and vaccine effectiveness as we move forward. Thanks to the people living in Canada who have adhered to public health measures and have gotten vaccinated, our outlook for the future continues to improve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise tonight not really as the member of Bruce Grey Owen Sound representing my constituents, or not even really as a Conservative member of Parliament. That's the privilege I have to be able to rise. I rose and asked the Minister of Foreign Affairs a question last week in reference to a quote that she made, where she stated that Canada, quote, is not a military power, unquote. As I stated in that question, Madam Speaker, I've had the privilege of leading some of Canada's finest warriors in Bosnia, Afghanistan, and Iraq. And I'd like to educate the Minister, and that was the point that I made in that question, about the strength of our Canadian Armed Forces personnel and our Canadian military is based upon the fact that we are a military power. It was a simple question to the Minister, and that's why I'm here tonight, again, Madam Speaker, is just to give this Minister that opportunity to put it officially on the record to all our combat veterans across this great nation of ours that she will acknowledge that the Canadian Armed Forces personnel are amongst the best in the world and that we are a military power. Let me expand a little bit, just because there's lots of myths out there about what Canadian Armed Forces personnel and what we've been doing throughout the history of Canada. I think even more important as we're approaching the 105th anniversary of Vimy, where really Canada became a great nation because of our military power and our victory on Vimy Ridge 105 years ago next week. But in my own experiences, I turned to my first platoon warrant officer when I was in Oscar Company of the 3rd Battalion of the Royal Canadian Regiment, and we're in Bosnia. But before we got there, I was talking to my platoon warrant, and he explained when he first rolled in from Germany down into Bosnia, Croatia, during the conflicts of the mid and early 90s. And where he got into a situation where he got into that roadblock where they were being held up. And he took that opportunity, to push back with those forces that were trying to oppose them and say no, that they couldn't do their job in keeping the peace. He was able to point up to the ridgeline, Madam Speaker, to that anti-armor tow system that was geared up and pointed directly down onto that roadblock, and that military power allowed him to do his job in keeping the peace over there. What disappointed me very much, Madam Speaker, in the response is that the minister chose to go partisan. As I said, my question had no context, no partisan angle to it. I wasn't asking as a Conservative, I was asking as a veteran of the Canadian Armed Forces. And she said, oh, this is rich coming from the Conservatives. I served from 1993 to 2019. Started under then the Chrétien's government, and I lived through the decade of darkness under that Liberal government. I lived under the Harper government, where we got Chinooks, we got strategic lift, we got tanks delivered to us, and then I served even under this current government. In the end, Madam Speaker, all I'm asking for the minister to do is acknowledge that we have some of the best military personnel in the world in our Canadian Armed Forces, and that we are a military power. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member opposite for his question and for the opportunity to speak about Canada's role on the international stage. I know that everyone here today and all members have a profound respect and admiration for the work our military members do and for the dedication and sacrifices of all who have served. I will start here by thanking them, those currently serving as well as veterans, sincerely for their service. And I would also like to thank the member opposite for his service to Canada as a member of the Canada Armed Forces. For over 100 years, Madam Speaker, members of our military have served in some of the most difficult and dangerous circumstances imaginable. The Battle of Vimy Ridge, the harsh seas during the Battle of the Atlantic, protecting the skies in countless air operations during wartime and peace. From the liberation of the Netherlands to the Battle of Cap Young to combat operations in Kandahar, Canadian soldiers have been on the front lines of some of the most significant conflicts in modern history. And when disasters have struck here at home, they've deployed time and time again to help their fellow Canadians when they need it the most. Right now, we're seeing the impact that the Canadian Armed Forces efforts have had in Ukraine. Tens of thousands of Ukrainian security forces are leveraging the training they received through Operation Unifier as they fight for their country's right to freedom and self-governance against Russia's horrific invasion. While all the credit goes to the people of Ukraine, we are proud of the work that CAF has undertaken to train with their personnel. As the member opposite said in the House last week, Canadian Armed Forces personnel are among the best in the world. And I think we can all acknowledge that they are some of the most highly skilled and professional armed forces personnel there are. From counterterrorism missions to training and capacity building to helping to enforce UN sanctions, the Canadian Armed Forces plays a central role in upholding international peace and security. When the now Deputy Prime Minister outlined her vision for Canada's foreign policy approach back in 2017, she noted the principled use of force, together with our allies and governed by international law, is part of our history and must be part of our future. Simply put, Madam Speaker, having a strong and capable fighting force is critical to Canada's diplomatic presence internationally, and that is why our government has been making critical, smart investments into our forces. In addition to increasing spending by 70% between 2017 and 2026 to ensure our armed forces have the right people, the right equipment, and training to do the difficult tasks we ask of them. As part of these efforts, the Prime Minister and our Minister of National Defence have indicated that they are exploring options to further increase our investment in defence. Madam Speaker, we're proud of Canada's reputation across the globe as a source of stability and a significant diplomatic presence. At the same time, we know that having a robust, well-funded, and well-supported military helps us maintain our seat at the table. The Canadian Armed Forces is a vital part of Canada's efforts abroad. I know our allies and partners are grateful for the support of our people in uniform, and I know Canadians are proud of them as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member of Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first off, my thanks to the Parliamentary Secretary. I take his words at heart. I know he's a strong advocate for our Canadian Armed Forces and for our veterans, having sat on the Veterans Affairs Committee with them in the last Parliament. However, Madam Speaker, I'm actually disappointed. My question was directed to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The whole question was directed at her actions, not the government, not the Parliamentary Secretary, but her specifically, about why will she recognize how good our Canadian Armed Forces personnel. So, simple question, Madam Speaker. I'll ask the Parliamentary Secretary to take that message back, because I've had other Liberal MPs apologize on her behalf. I want her to actually state in this House how good our military personnel are. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although military intervention must always be a last resort, we know we need a robust and well-equipped armed forces to keep our country and Canadians safe, to show solidarity and support to our allies and partners, and to deploy in the direst of circumstances where peace and prosperity feel far out of reach. Canada's military power supports our work in diplomacy and international development. The reverse, Madam Speaker, is also true. By staying engaged with the like-minded partners off the battlefield, we're better prepared to mount a united front against destabilizing and dividing forces and share important knowledge, skills, and resources. Our diplomatic and military efforts are inseparable and together are vital to upholding Canada's peace around the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here to express again the frustrations of people with disabilities as they continue to wait for a Canada Disability Benefit Act to be tabled in this House. We know they face too many challenges in what is clearly an unequal world. COVID-19 has exacerbated the obstacles people with disabilities face every day. And with the addition of immunity risks, just going out in the community for food or medical appointments is no longer an option for some. The government must act now. They have an obligation to uphold the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and to ensure dignity and full equality for all. Last week during question period, I asked again in the committee about the dire financial circumstances that too many people with disabilities are living with, and to let the minister know that they feel they have been abandoned by this Liberal government. I ask again for the Canada Disability Benefit Act to come to this House immediately. In the minister's response to my question, the disproportionate impact of COVID on people with disabilities was acknowledged. The minister also shared that getting financial relief to them was difficult based on the logistical challenges of the federal data systems. It is beyond time, Madam Speaker, for this government to do better for the disability community. So, following up on my question last week on the Disability Benefit Act, the Canada Disability Benefit Act, and on eligibility for the imminent tabling of it, the minister spoke of the government system not allowing for easy identification of persons with disabilities to get them the benefits they need. It was said that persons with a disability are not easy to identify as seniors and parents are. And I would ask, why not? The reason appears to be priorities. People with disabilities need to be prioritized. They have waited too long. The fact that they cannot be easily reached to receive income supports needs to be corrected immediately. The government has the opportunity to this tax year to begin to codify persons with disabilities based on receiving provincial supports as an indicator. This will give the government a head start on administering in what I trust is an imminent Canada Disability Benefit when it becomes law. Since forming government in 2015, the Liberals have spoken about the importance of lifting people with disabilities out of poverty, yet their actions on delaying bringing a CBD bill to the floor and having inadequate information systems to reach potential beneficiaries does not make sense. I'm asking today that the Parliamentary Secretary explain that disconnect. In addition, I ask if the upcoming budget has included the necessary funds to begin a Canada Disability Benefit to improve the living conditions for persons with disabilities. And I'd also like to hear from the Parliamentary Secretary all the ways that the government plans to finally uphold their commitment to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities for full realization of all human rights.
Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member of Port Moody Coquitlam for raising this important issue. I would remind her that we introduced legislation to establish the Disability Benefit Bill C-35 on June 22, 2021. We originally notified Canadians of our intent to introduce that legislation in Budget 2020. There is no doubt that the government remains committed to the reintroduction and implementation of a Canada Disability Benefit Act. The Canada Disability Benefit would support hundreds of thousands of Canadians with disabilities, lifting them out of poverty. In addition to this legislation being a Liberal Party campaign commitment during the 2021 general election, the government's commitment to introducing this legislation is clear. When looking at the mandate letter for the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion. On December 16, 2021, the Prime Minister instructed the Minister to design, introduce, and implement a Canada Disability Benefit Act and create a Canada Disability Benefit for low-income working-age persons with disabilities. That is an explicit commitment and one she is moving purposely but carefully to fulfill. I say carefully, Madam Speaker, because we recognize the leading role that provinces and territories play in providing supports and services to Canadians with disabilities. It's important that we engage with them in developing federal benefits and supports. In fact, federal, provincial, and territorial ministers responsible for social services and disabilities met to discuss the proposed new benefit, and this work continues. In the spirit of nothing without us, we are also consulting and engaging with persons with disabilities and the disability community directly. So yes, the government is working on a permanent solution with our partners and stakeholders. We are still working on the details, but I can tell my colleague this. The benefit is part of the larger Disability Inclusion Action Plan, which will provide a whole-of-government approach to achieving a disability-inclusive Canada. In addition to the proposed benefit, the Disability Inclusion Action Plan will include a robust employment strategy for Canadians with disabilities and a better process to determine eligibility for federal disability programs and benefits. A cornerstone of the action plan will be the Canadian Disability Benefit. It will improve the financial security of persons with disabilities and reduce poverty. And it will do this by supplementing, not replacing, existing federal and provincial territorial benefits. The financial security of persons with disabilities has always been a priority for the government and continues to be so. Since 2015, we have taken historic steps toward building a disability inclusive Canada, but sadly we know that the pandemic has hit Canadians with disabilities hard. It has highlighted and exasperated inequities they face. The Canadian Disability Benefit would address these inequities head on. The Government of Canada believes that no one should live in poverty. Again, I thank my colleague for the question and for her advocacy on behalf of her constituents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for the words, and I truly hope that we are almost there. My question remains, the community is asking me, the disability community is asking me, when will this government table the legislation for the Canada Disability Act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The harsh truth is that Canadians with disabilities are twice as likely to live in poverty. The COVID pandemic has only intensified that pressure. The Canadian Disability the Canadian Disability Benefit is a priority for the government, and it will be a key component of Canada's first ever Disability Inclusion Action Plan. The benefit will have the potential to help hundreds of thousands of working-age Canadians with disabilities and their families. Madam Speaker, as we work with our provincial and territorial partners and other stakeholders to develop the best possible benefit, I want to remind colleagues that the Government of Canada has been there for persons with disabilities throughout the pandemic. We funded a one-time payment of up to $600 to help persons with disabilities weather this crisis. And Service Canada issued payments of this benefit to 1.75 million Canadians for a total value of $815 million. Again, thank you to the member for her advocacy on this incredibly important issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. On March 31st, 2022, Mr. Speaker, I have the honor of advising you that the Right Honourable Richard Wagner, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada, in his capacity as Deputy of the Governor-General of Canada, has given royal recommendation, royal assent, on March 31st, 2022. Please accept my most cordial salutations, the Chief of Staff of the Governor-General, Ryan McAdam.
Voici le texte.
Here's the text. The bill that has received a royal assent. Bill C-15, and a bill that grants credits for the administration of ending on March 31st, 2022, Bill C-16.
I have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows, March 31st, 2022. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that the Right Honourable Richard Wagner, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada, in his capacity as Deputy of the Governor-General, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bills listed in the schedule to this letter on the 31st day of March 2022 at 6:22 p.m. Yours sincerely, Ryan McAdam, Chief of Staff of the Secretary to the Governor-General. And here are the bills assented to Thursday, March 31st, 2022. An act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022, Bill C-15, and an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2023, Bill C-16.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.